Prologue. A soldier named Bayard contemplated a copper coin that had become as soft as clay under the pressure of his fingers, a disturbing phenomenon that mirrored the state of their entire war camp. All metal, from armor to tent spikes, had lost its integrity, becoming malleable and useless. The northern wind carried a stale, dusty scent, profoundly wrong for a forest clearing, and the men of the rebel army were starving, their rations having inexplicably spoiled. Bard, seeking solace in the familiar, worked two stones together, a skill taught by his grandfather, finding comfort in their solidity when everything else had failed. Nearby, his commander, Lord Jared, raged at his advisors. Jared, growing increasingly frenzied under the strain of their exile and the bizarre occurrences, was obsessed with capturing the Andorran queen, Elaine, whom he blamed for their misfortune, attributing the supernatural events to the work of her eyes, Sedai. His command tent lay in a useless heap, its iron spikes having bent, and its mounting rings stretching like wax. The tension in the camp reached a breaking point when one of Jared's own guards, a man named Eri, openly mocked his lord's authority. When Jared threatened to cut out Eri's tongue, the guard simply smiled, a silent but powerful reminder that every blade in the camp was as soft as lard, rendering Jared's threats hollow. This act of insubordination was a catalyst. Eri ripped the sigil of his house from his shoulder, tossed it aside, and walked out of the camp, heading north into the wind. He was the first deserter, but not the last. As Jared continued to rant about his plans to capture the city of Whitebridge and rebuild his army, his men began to abandon him in droves. They moved in eerie silence, their gear making no sound without its metal components, becoming like ghosts slipping into the northern darkness. Even Jared's closest confidants, Lord Karam and Lord Davies, packed what little they had of value and departed, leaving Jared sputtering threats of retribution that no one was left to hear. Bard, having finished crafting a functional spearhead from a piece of slate, realized what was happening. The despair that had settled over the camp was a tangible force, a shadow that could only be fought by an act of creation or a sense of purpose. He understood that the men were not merely deserting. They were answering a call to the last battle. He and the remaining 8 members of Jared's personal guard tied their sputtering lord to a tree, leaving him with a waterskin and a gag. Bayard explained that their actions were not born of malice, but of necessity. Jared stood in the way of what they all knew they must do. He told his lord that the dragon had been reborn, old oaths were broken, and he would not let Andor march to the final confrontation without him. His oath to the land, he reasoned, was more ancient and binding than his oath to any lord. With that, Bayard shouldered his new stone-tipped spear and led the last of the men north, leaving their lord alone to his fate. In another part of the world, Talmanes, a commander in the band of the Red Hand, led his men toward the burning city of Caemlyn. The night air was choked with smoke and screams, and the road was congested with soot-covered refugees. The city itself glowed like a massive fire pit, vast plumes of smoke boiling into the sky. It was a scene of utter devastation, far worse than anything he had witnessed before. He pushed his men at a near jog, knowing that speed was essential, but that he could not risk marching them into a Trolloc ambush unprepared. He rendezvoused with his scouts, who confirmed that several mercenary companies were loitering outside the city, unwilling to get involved. As they neared the city gate, a new wave of intense screaming erupted from within. Hulking Trolloc figures appeared, attempting to seize the gate and trap the fleeing populace. Talmanes immediately ordered his men to charge, spurring his own horse into a gallop to prevent a slaughter from becoming a complete massacre. Meanwhile, in a desolate, ramshackle settlement known only as the Town, located in the shadow of Shayol Ghul, the hunter Isam sat waiting. The place was a haven for servants of the shadow, policed by the menacing, red-veiled Saman Say. Isam, who had grown up in this brutal environment, watched the street with practiced caution. He was summoned by one of the Chosen, and his waiting was interrupted by the passage of Moradin himself, a figure of such power that even the arrogant Samanase fled from his path. Shortly after, a woman in black and red entered the inn. Isam recognized her authority immediately and knelt. Though he did not know her face, he knew she was one of the chosen in disguise. She tasked him with a single, overriding mission: to kill Rand al-Thor. She dismissed his past failures, explaining that this time no other chosen would interfere. To aid him, she provided 2 companions, a pair of Samanase who lowered their veils and revealed teeth filed to points. They had been turned, converted into monstrous weapons, and Isam understood with a cold dread that they would be his escorts, not his subordinates. Back in Camelin, Talmanes and his soldiers successfully drove the Trollocs from the gate, but not without cost. Talmanes himself sustained a wound in his side from a Myrdrill's Thakandar blade. Knowing the wound was fatal, he ordered his men to fortify the gate with Trolloc corpses and had his horn players sound the Queen's March to guide refugees to safety. He then rode out to confront the nearby mercenaries. With his pipe in hand and the poison from the blade already burning through him, he delivered a stark ultimatum. This, he told them, was the last battle. He promised them no gold, only the chance to keep drawing breath. He revealed his own mortal wound, explaining that he had absolutely nothing to lose, and that their only options were to fight for the world's salvation, or be hanged as cowards when it was all over. His chilling conviction swayed them, and they agreed to help hold the gate. At the field of Merilor, the gathering place for the armies of the light, the former Shonchan captain Laelwyn, now known as Shipless, arrived with the Ilyana trader Baal Doman. She sought out Nynaeve Almiara and Elaine Trakand. After being confronted by a warder, Laelwyn used a fabricated story and a passable Ilyana accent to be led to Nynaeve's tent. The reunion was violently hostile. Nynaeve revealed the catastrophic consequence of Laelwyn's past actions. The Terrangrail she had surrendered to the Shonchan had been copied and used by the Forsaken Semirhage to capture and control the Dragon Reborn himself, an act that brought the entire world to the brink of utter destruction. Crushed by the enormity of her failure, a failure far greater than the loss of her ship or name, Laelwyn knelt and offered herself as payment. She declared that she now belonged to the White Tower, to be used as they saw fit. Talmanes, his side burning with a supernatural fire, received a poultice from one of his men, a borderlander named Melton, who explained that the blister leaf would slow the poison but not cure it. The only other relief was a flask of potent Shiennaran brandy. Melton grimly informed him that when the pain became unbearable, he would grant him a swift death. Despite his agony, Talmanes remained focused, planning his next move. He decided against a direct assault on the warehouse containing Eludra's powerful weapons, the dragons, and instead resolved to fight his way to the royal palace first, hoping to find allies and possibly Aes Sedai, who could create a gateway for a swift extraction. In a sweat tent, the Isle Wise Ones sat in profound silence. Avienda had just finished sharing her horrifying vision of the future, a future in which the Isle people slowly lose their honor and are driven to extinction. The Wise Ones absorbed the terrible news, each straightening their backs one by one, accepting this new and terrible burden as they prepared to face what was to come. The chapter opens with Avienda seated in a sweat tent with several prominent Isle Wise Ones, including Sorelea, Amys, Bear, and a heavily pregnant Melaine. They are discussing the deeply disturbing vision of the Isle's future that Avienda witnessed during her second forbidden trip through the glass columns of Ruidian. The vision foretold a future of decay, dishonor, and eventual annihilation for the Isle people, a fate that hinges on the actions of the Kara Khan, Rand al-Thor, after the last battle. The Wise Ones are uncertain how to interpret this horrifying glimpse of what might be. Sorelea, with her characteristic unflinching pragmatism, declares that they must test the vision's nature. They must discover if this bleak future is now the standard vision shown to all who enter Ruidian, or if Avienda's experience was unique. Amys suggests that Eleanor, An apprentice nearing the completion of her training could be the next to go, noting they could encourage her. A term Avienda understands implies immense pressure. Bear speculates that perhaps this is the specific consequence of going through the columns a second time, which would explain why the act is forbidden. Despite Avienda having broken 2 major taboos, entering the columns twice and speaking of what she saw, there is no reprimand. The fact that Ruidian allowed her to survive means the pattern itself willed it. Avienda, however, is less concerned with the mechanics of the vision and more with its content. Can this future be prevented? The wise ones debate the nature of Ruidian's prophecies. Keimer points out that the first visit shows what could be, while the second visit to the columns shows what has been. This third, unique vision could be either. Amy's voices a chilling thought. If the columns show the past with perfect accuracy, why wouldn't they show the future with the same certainty? Sorelea dismisses this line of thinking as unproductive. She argues that whether the future is unchangeable is irrelevant. The Isle would never cease fighting to alter such a destiny, so they must proceed as if it can be changed. To dwell on its potential inevitability is a pointless distraction. Their discussion then turns to the immediate catalyst for this potential future, Rand al'Thor's plan, which he is set to reveal the following day at Merilor. Avienda, having arrived at the massive gathering of armies by following her bond to him, believes this meeting is the first step on the dark path she witnessed. The wise ones analyze Rand's behavior, noting his fondness for dramatic pronouncements. They know he intends to demand a price from the wetlanders who attend the meeting. Melaine reports that he travelled to Ter and returned with something, and he has assured them the Aiel need not worry about this price. The wise ones deduce his intention. In his wetlander mind, exempting the Aiel from his demand is a mark of honour, a recognition that they are already hard and do not need to be tested like the soft people of the wetlands. Sorelea shakes her head at his cultural ignorance, noting that while his intent is to honour them, his action is an unintentional insult that could have dire consequences by separating the Isle from the other nations. Avienda realises this is her first and perhaps most important task as a newly raised wise one. She must prevent Rand's well-meaning mistake from setting her people on the road to ruin. Before she can depart, Bear, one of the oldest wise ones, requests that Avienda create a gateway for her to Ruidian. Bear has decided she will be the one to test the columns, deeming herself more expendable than younger channelers and more emotionally resilient than the apprentice Eleanor. Before stepping through, Bear offers Avienda a profound piece of advice. She tells Avienda to change one detail from her vision, specifically to give one of her future children a different name than the one she saw. By altering even a single small element, she can prove that the future is not immutable. This simple act of defiance fills Avienda with hope as she watches the old woman stride into the night. The narrative shifts to the burning city of Camelin, where Talmanes Delovend is leading a detachment of the Band of the Red Hand in a desperate battle. He is grievously wounded from a Murdral's blade, the poison slowly killing him, but he continues to fight with grim determination against hordes of Trollocs. His force is trapped and on the verge of being overwhelmed when they are saved by a charge from the Andorran Queen's Guard, led by a man named Gaibon. Their situation remains dire. The city is lost, the walls are taken by Trollocs, and their only escape route, the southern gate, is under siege. Gaibon reveals that the channelers who could have opened a gateway for reinforcements were assassinated by dark friends. Talmanes, his own need for healing urgent, devises a strategy. He convinces Gaibon to lead the city's refugees toward the southern gate to reinforce the band's men holding it, using a sacrificial rearguard at the palace to draw the Trollocs' attention. Talmanes himself takes on a critical mission to secure Aludra's dragons, the powerful cannons that cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of the Shadow. Meanwhile, at the Black Tower, Androl Genhald finds himself a reluctant leader of a faction of men loyal to Logain Abla. They are trapped within the tower, which has been subverted by Mazrim Time. The atmosphere is thick with paranoia. Time's favored men are watching their every move. Androl is in a tense alliance with Pavara, a Red Aja, Aes Sedai, who is also trapped. They discuss plans for escape, but Androl is unwilling to abandon the dozens of men who have not yet fallen under Time's sway. The true horror of their situation is made clear. Pavara reveals her suspicion that Time is using a horrific ritual involving 13 Murdral to forcibly turn channelers to the shadow. Faced with this ultimate evil, Androl refuses to surrender the dream of the Black Tower as a sanctuary. He delivers an impassioned speech, arguing that they must solve this problem themselves, without running to either the Aes Sedai or the Dragon Reborn for help. He likens their struggle to a past peasant uprising, the Nox Rebellion, insisting that Time's power is brittle and can be broken from within. His conviction inspires the others, and he promises to devise a plan to fight back. The scene then moves to a dream shard, a bubble of reality controlled by Moradin. He has summoned Moghedien, who is now on probation and forced to wear a mind trap containing her soul. She is joined by an arrogant Demandrid, who is obsessed with being the one to kill Luz Therin, and a horrifically ugly woman named Hessalam. Moghedien is delighted to realize Hessalam is actually Grandal, stripped of her legendary beauty as a punishment. Moradin then introduces a new member to their ranks, elevating him to the station of the Chosen, Mazrim Time, who is to be known as Mihail. Moradin praises Mihail for his success in corrupting the Black Tower from within and raising a new generation of Dreadlords. He gives the Chosen their final assignments for the last battle, ordering Moghedien to assist Demandred and warning them all that the end of all things is at hand. Finally, the story returns to Talmanes in Caemlyn. He and his men fight their way through the burning streets to the location of the dragons, only to find the warehouse destroyed. For a moment they believe they have failed, but explosions in the distance lead them to Aludra. She had moved the dragons and barricaded herself with several thousand townspeople. They are now completely surrounded, trapped in a large square, with Trollocs pouring in from every street and lining the city wall behind them. Talmanes's wound has progressed to the point where his skin is turning black and he is delirious with pain. Melton offers him a merciful end, but Talmanes refuses. As the Trollocs begin their final charge, Talmanes has a flash of tactical brilliance. Recognizing they are pressed back against the wall, he orders a portion of the dragons to turn around, while the rest of the cannons fire into the advancing Trolloc horde, creating a wall of smoke and death. The remaining dragons aim directly at the Trolloc-infested city wall behind the refugees. The chapter ends with a deafening roar as the dragons fire in unison, blasting a massive hole in the ancient wall of Caemlyn and creating a desperate, unforeseen path to escape, just as Talmanes finally collapses into unconsciousness. Chapter 1. Eastward, the wind blew. The turning of the wheel of time brings ages that fade from memory into legend and then into myth, only to return again. In an age that was yet to come but was also long past, a wind began its journey in the mountains of mist, marking not a true beginning, for the wheel has none, but a beginning nonetheless. The wind travelled eastward, sweeping down from the high peaks and across barren hillsides into what was known as the Westwood.
This land, once a vibrant forest of pine and leatherleaf, was now a desolate expanse of tangled, dead undergrowth. The few towering oaks that remained appeared diseased, their bark peeling and their branches lifeless. The ground was covered in a thick blanket of brown pine needles, and no new buds appeared on any of the skeletal trees. The wind continued its journey north and east through the brittle brush. In the darkness of night, gaunt foxes searched unsuccessfully for food in the decaying landscape. The usual sounds of spring birds were absent, and more ominously, the howling of wolves had ceased throughout the land, leaving the dead forests behind. The wind blew across the remains of Terran Ferry, once a respectable town with dark, tall buildings on redstone foundations. It was now little more than rubble. The smoke from its burning had long since cleared, but the destruction was nearly total. Feral dogs, their eyes filled with hunger, scavenged among the ruins. The wind crossed the river, moving eastward, where it encountered groups of refugees traveling the road from Berlin to Whitebridge, even in the dead of night. They were a sorrowful sight, their heads bowed and shoulders slumped. Among them were Domani with their coppery skin, their worn clothes a testament to a difficult mountain crossing, and Tarabanners with haunted expressions peering over soiled veils. Farmers from northern Gildan were also present, all drawn by rumors of food and hope in the nation of Andor, though they had yet to find either. The wind continued its eastward path, following a river that snaked through cropless farms, grassless fields, and fruitless orchards. It passed through abandoned villages where trees stood like pickling bones, often with ravens perched in their branches. The sky was perpetually covered by a heavy, pressing layer of clouds that often made it impossible to distinguish day from night. As the wind neared the great city of Kemlin, it shifted northward, turning away from the violent orange and red glow of the burning metropolis, which belched black smoke into the sky. War had descended upon Andor, and the approaching refugees were unknowingly marching directly into a new danger. This was not unusual, as danger seemed to exist in every direction. Further north, the wind encountered people sitting by the roads, their eyes vacant with hopelessness. Some simply lay on the ground, starving, while others trudged onward with no real destination. Only the vague idea of the last battle to the north. This was not a destination of hope, but one of death. Yet, it was a place to go. Eventually, the wind arrived at a massive encampment in a large field far north of Kemlin. The field was covered in tens of thousands of tents, and the surrounding area was being stripped of its timber for the numerous campfires. A sense of dread hung over the soldiers here. They were not hopeless like the refugees, but they understood the sickness of the land and felt the oppressive weight of the clouds. They knew the world was dying. Whispers passed through the camp like the wind itself. The end had come. Amidst this gloom, a burst of laughter erupted from a large tent at the center of the camp. Inside, Rand Altar, the dragon reborn, was laughing. He poured wine for himself and for Perrin Ibarra, who seemed embarrassed by Rand's question. Rand reflected on how Perrin had grown harder yet had retained a core of innocence, a quality Rand found marvelous. Perrin recounted the story of how his wife, Faye, had found him collapsed on the floor from exhaustion after the battle for the Two Rivers, and how his mother-in-law Meryn had been torn between amusement and scolding them. Perrin emphasized that the victory in the Two Rivers was thanks to the efforts of others, like Danelle and the fathers of Rand and Mat. Rand listened, his mind also noting that the wine was of a lesser vintage than what his past self, Lusterin Telamine, had been accustomed to. He had been awakened by troubling dreams and was grateful for Perrin's company. Rand suggested they take a walk, and they left the tent, followed by several maidens of the spear. Perrin questioned why Rand was asking about the Two Rivers siege again, and Rand explained that previously he had asked about the events, but now he needed to remember the people involved, a lesson he had learned from past mistakes. As they walked, Perrin marveled at their changed circumstances, and asked Rand what it felt like to have lost Therin's memories. Rand compared it to having an incredibly vivid dream that one remembers, with perfect clarity upon waking. The actions felt like his own at the time, but were not necessarily choices he would make in his waking mind. He explained that he and Lews Therin were the same person, yet also distinct. Rand acknowledged that despite having 400 years of memories, he still worried about the path ahead. Lews Therin's attempt to seal the Dark One's prison had been a disaster, resulting in the taint and the breaking of the world. A new, dangerous thought had occurred to Rand. Perhaps the answer was not to reseal the Dark One, but something more permanent. They arrived at a tent where clerks were working late. Chief Clerk Saban Belwer reported that King Rodron would attend the upcoming meeting, persuaded by Queen Elaine's offer of gateways. Rand was unconcerned when Balwa could not identify Elaine's spies in his camp, stating that after the next day, his intentions would be clear to everyone. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Clerks cried out as furniture crashed around them and papers scattered. Outside, there were shouts and the sound of breaking trees. The earth groaned with a distant rumble, and the sky thundered. Rand felt it as a painful spasm. When the tremor subsided, he told his clerks to post warnings of more earthquakes and terrible storms to come, explaining that the Dark One was trying to break the world. Balwa then reported that Queen Elaine had been awakened for an unknown reason. Rand grew concerned, not for what might have happened, but because it could be a distraction from the crucial meeting planned for the next day. He worried the Shadow would try to prevent their unification. Perrin mentioned he had people watching Elaine, and Rand decided they should go speak with them immediately. Meanwhile, in her own tent, Egwene Alvear, the Amirlan seat, was composing a letter to Rand to organize her thoughts. Her warder, Gohain Trakand, was uneasy about the night. Egwene had requested Elaine's presence, and soon a messenger arrived. Egwene, accompanied by Gohain, created a gateway to travel to Elaine's camp, reflecting on how such an ability would have amplified the plotting of past Emerlins like Seer. They found Elaine, her pregnancy obvious, waiting by a brazier. Elaine explained she was waiting for a report from a messenger in Kemlin. Egwene shared her letter, which Elaine found forceful. Elaine provocatively suggested they should just let Rand break the seals on the Dark One's prison. Shocking, Egwene countered that there was a vast difference between the Dark One touching the world, as he had in the War of Power, and being truly free. She produced notes gathered by the Tower librarians, arguing that breaking the seals at the wrong time could mean the end of everything. She pointed to a line in the Carithan cycle, noting that a former Amirlan who was a dreamer had made a note to wait upon the light. Egwene insisted that as the Watcher of the Seals, it was her duty to choose the right moment, not to risk everything on one of Rand's dramatic plans. Elaine conceded the argument was sound, and urged Egwene to present it to Rand. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of approaching hoofbeats. A messenger burst in, gasping that Kemlin was under attack by Elaine was incredulous, demanding to know why she had not been informed sooner. They rushed to the traveling grounds, where a horrific scene was unfolding. Gateways were open, and through them poured bloodied soldiers pulling carts loaded with Elaine's new weapons, the dragons. The men were covered in soot and smelled of smoke. Refugees streamed through other portals, fleeing a burning city visible through the gateways. Egwene immediately sent Gohain to summon Aes Sedai and Brine's army for support. She found Elaine speaking with Captain Gibbon of the Queen's Guard, who reported that Dark Friends had killed their messengers. He praised the Band of the Red Hand for helping them escape and pointed out their fallen leader. Lord Talmain's Egwene and Elaine knelt beside Talmain. His skin was blackened, and his breathing was ragged. Elaine recognized it as the effect of a Thakandar blade, a wound beyond her, or Egwene's ability to heal. Egwene then heard a familiar voice and rushed through the crowd to find Nynaeve Almira, who had arrived with the other Aes Sedai. Egwene led her to Nynaeve knelt, delved him, and her eyes widened in shock. A brilliant column of the 5 powers erupted from her, which she drove into his body. While Nynaeve worked, Egwene encountered a Shanchan woman named Lilwyn, who had accompanied Nynaeve and now offered her service to the Amulet. Wary, Egwene had her taken away to be watched. Nynaeve, exhausted but successful, had the now stable Talmains carried away. Egwene and Nynaeve then linked, combining their strength to heal the endless stream of wounded refugees. As Rand and Perrin walked toward Perrin's camp, Perrin expressed his wife Fael's distrust of Rand, worried he might go mad and hurt him. Rand calmly stated that the madness had already come and was now under his control, but that he would likely hurt those around him. He explained his madness was the presence of Lews Therin's memories and personality, an insane second person inside him that he had fought for control. Now, however, he believed he needed those memories to avoid the arrogance that led to Lews Therin's downfall. He assured Perrin he would work with Egwene and the others. When Perrin, now acting as Watcher of the Seals in Egwene's stead, questioned the plan to break the seals, Rand used a blacksmithing analogy. A shattered sword cannot be simply patched together. It must be reforged. Perrin found the explanation reasonable and urged Rand to explain it that way to Egwene. Perrin then made Rand promise that he would not let the disagreement with Egwene and Elaine come to violence. Rand gave his word, vowing to unite them for the last battle. As they entered Perrin's camp, which had a more cheerful atmosphere than the others, a messenger arrived with urgent news. Perrin pulled Rand aside, wanting to speak with the real Rand, not the formal dragon reborn. The messenger's news was grim. Kemlin had fallen and was overrun with Rand was worried but not surprised, seeing it as a clever strategic strike by the Shadow, likely demanded, to distract them and break their alliance before the meeting. He reasoned that it was too late for Elaine to save the city, and her presence at the meeting was more critical. He even coldly considered how Elaine's desperation might make her more receptive to his plan. Perrin was disturbed by this, but Rand countered that the attack was likely launched through the Kemlin Waygate, that they could potentially disrupt the invasion by striking that single point. Rand reflected on the tragic irony of his situation. The taint on Satan had driven him mad, but that very madness had given him the memories of Luz Theron, which were now providing the knowledge needed to win. Redemption, he thought, would come from his madness saving the world this time, instead of destroying it as it had before. He sent Perrin to his wife for a last night of peace and reaffirmed his promise. Unity would come before all else. He had lost the last time because he had cast unity aside. Chapter 2. The Choke of an Aja. The chapter commences with Puvara, an Aes Sedai of the Red Aja, endeavoring to conceal her profound terror within the hostile environment of the Black Tower. She remains still and silent, a state entirely contrary to her nature, relying on her training to project an aura of control she does not feel. The only other person present is the Ashman Andro, who is calmly stitching leather. The atmosphere is tense, underscored by an unnatural, unceasing rainstorm outside, which Pavara perceives as a symptom of the world itself beginning to unravel, much like the recent, inexplicable instances of people bursting into flame within the tower. These ominous events, combined with the chilling sight of ghostly apparitions walking through the rain without getting wet, solidify her fear that the last battle is imminent and the world is breaking down. Determined to act, Pavara broaches the subject of a plan with Anne. She proposes to use herself, the last uncaptured Aes Sedai in the tower, as bait to draw out their enemies who are loyal to time. Andro rejects this, suggesting instead that they should sneak her to safety. This leads to a pointed and revealing debate about the motivations and historical roles of their respective organizations. Pavara argues that the Red Aja, whose purpose has always been to manage men who can channel, is uniquely suited to guide the Ajman, and that their goals should align. Andro counters this with deep-seated suspicion, viewing the Reds not as guides, but as hunters whose entire existence was predicated on gentling men like him. He sees their presence as a thinly veiled attempt to control the Black Tower, not to aid it. He asserts that the Red Aja is now obsolete, since the male half of the One Power Sedin has been cleansed of the Dark One's taint. Pavara attempts to bridge the chasm between them by finding common ground through leatherworking, revealing a personal story about her uncle and her Kendori origins. However, Androl sees through the tactic and presses her, forcing her to admit her ingrained discomfort and revulsion toward male She concedes that, while his ability feels unnatural to her, she does not find him personally disgusting and is willing to overcome her prejudices for the greater good. Frustrated by her inability to see the truth of the cleansed source, Andral suggests they form a circle, a link between channelers so he can show her. Pavara agrees, and they initiate the link. The experience is jarring and violent, as the man Andro must take control, and he seizes it from her with a force that leaves her feeling utterly powerless and terrified. For a moment, he revels in the immense power he can draw from her, far beyond his own weak abilities. Panicked by her complete loss of control, Pavara demands he release her. The moment he breaks the circle, Pavara's fear and training overwhelm her. In an instinctive act of self-preservation, she lashes out with the One Power and bonds him as a warder. The shock of this is immediate, but what follows is even more astounding. Andral, having witnessed other Ashmen bond their wives, retaliates by doing the same to her. Instead of canceling each other out, the two bonds merge into a horrifying, reciprocal link. For a brief, overwhelming moment, their minds and selves meld, granting them an intimate, unfiltered awareness of each other's thoughts, emotions, and memories. When the intensity fades, they are left with a permanent two-way connection, neither of them knowing how to sever it. Their disastrous experiment is interrupted by another of their faction, Evan, who brings devastating news. Wellin, an Ashaman, loyal to Legane, has been turned to the shadow and now serves time. This confirms their worst fears. Legane, their leader and last great hope for resisting time from within, has also been captured and turned. The narrative then shifts to Avinda, who is moving with ghost-like stealth through the enormous encampment at the Field of Marilla. She notes the unhealthy, hollow appearance of the plant life, another subtle sign of the world's decay. Overhearing Aes Sedai discussing a Trolloc attack on the city of Kemlin, she resolves to find Elaine for more information. She expertly infiltrates the Endoran command center, slipping past guards and entering Elaine's tent unnoticed, where she waits while Elaine concludes a meeting with her nobles. Avinda listens as Elaine, now Queen of Andor, demonstrates her strength and strategic acumen. She firmly rejects a nobleman's demand for an immediate, costly assault to retake the fallen capital. Instead, she outlines a pragmatic plan to use gateways for rescuing civilians while devising a strategy to lure the Trolloc army out of the city to fight on more favorable ground. When Avenda reveals her presence, she startles the nobles, but Elaine, after a moment of shock, is amused and impressed by her first sister's skill. Alone, they discuss the dire situation. Kemlin fell because dark friends within the Queen's Guard opened a waygate to the Shadowspawn army. A messenger then arrives with a letter from Randall Tor. In it, he forcefully insists that Elaine return to Kimlin to tend to her people, effectively releasing her from attending his upcoming meeting. Elaine becomes furious but also strangely proud, recognizing the letter as a clever piece of political maneuvering.
She sees that Rand is trying to bully her into staying for the meeting by provoking her defiant nature. Concluding their conversation, Avienda declares her intention to go to Rand that night, sensing it may be their last opportunity together before the last battle begins. Elaine gives her blessing, and they agree to try and meet with Min, acknowledging the importance of their unique bond as the three women who love the Dragon Reborn on the eve of the world's end. Chapter 3: A Dangerous Place. The narrative opens within the common room of the Great Gathering, a recently established tavern inside the Black Tower. Androl and the Aes Sedai Pervara stand near the entrance, observing a man named Wellin holding court. Wellin, with his characteristic wide smile and bells in his hair, announces that Lord Loghain and the Mahael, Time, have resolved their differences for the good of morale and in preparation for the last battle. He claims they met with the Lord Dragon and that all nations, save for the Shonchan, are now united under his banner. Androl, however, feels a deep sense of unease, believing that the man speaking with Wellin's voice and wearing his face is not the same person he once knew. This suspicion is challenged by Jonath Dowtry, a straightforward and physically imposing man from the Two Rivers. Lacking any guile, Jonath directly questions Wellin, demanding to know Loghain's physical whereabouts, if he has truly returned as claimed. Wellin provides a smooth excuse, stating that Loghain took time to visit the Lord Dragon, and both will return shortly. Jonath's persistent and honest questioning makes Pervara anxious, and through their strange, unwanted bond, Androl senses her fleeting impulse to magically silence the man. Lind, the proprietor of the tavern, cleverly intervenes, diffusing the tension by suggesting the travel-weary Wellin be left to his drink. As the situation calms, Lind approaches Androl, sharing her own deep suspicions about Wellin's sudden and complete change in allegiance. Androl, knowing the true depth of the danger, warns her not to have her husband follow Wellin, instead advising her to lock herself and her husband in their sturdy cellar for the night. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by the arrival of three of Taim's most prominent followers, Atal Mishraile, the transformed and hollow-eyed Mazar, and the brutish Kotarin. Mazar, having overheard Androl's warning, chillingly questions why anyone would need to hide in a cellar within the supposedly safe Black Tower. The confrontation intensifies as Kotarin shoves Androl aside and announces that Time has officially demoted him from the rank of dedicated back to a common soldier. Wellin confirms this from across the room, adding that the Lord Dragon supposedly approved the decision. This demotion is a profound blow to Androl, who felt he had finally found his purpose at the Black Tower after a lifetime of searching. In a moment of defiance and fear, he seizes the male half of the One Power, but his attempt to form a gateway, his signature talent, fails completely. It feels as if he is trying to scale a sheer wall of glass, confirming that some external force is preventing traveling. Overwhelmed by a sense of encroaching shadows and madness, Androl relinquishes the power. In a final act of defiance, he rips the sword pin from his collar and drops it at Kotarin's feet before walking out into the stormy night with his allies. Outside, Androl dismisses any notion of an open fight, explaining they must not let their enemies choose the battlefield. He declares that Time's faction must be holding Loghain captive, and their only option is to rescue him that very night. The perspective then shifts to Rand al'Thor, working by the light of a magical globe in his tent. He reflects on his newfound peace with the One Power, now that it is cleansed, and his recent pleasant dinner with his father, Tam. His work is interrupted when he senses the three women bonded to him, Elaine, Min, and Avienda, approaching. He opens his tent to find Avienda there, while outside, the Maiden of the Spear are shouting elaborate and creative insults at him. Avienda explains this is a peculiar Isle custom, a sign of respect for him taking one of their number. She then reveals the true purpose of her visit. She, Elaine, and Min have become first sisters, an IL concept, meaning they have agreed to share everything, including him. Rand's initial hesitation stems not from a lack of desire, but from his fear of causing them pain through their bond. Avienda counters that the pain is theirs to accept. Convinced, Rand accepts their decision, and after a kiss, he pulls her into his tent, beginning their new shared relationship. The chapter returns to the Black Tower, where Androl and Pavara are hiding in a dusty storeroom. They discuss the gateway problem, with Pavara speculating that a powerful Terangreal is responsible. Androl's frustration is palpable as he reveals his unique talent for creating exceptionally large gateways despite his relative weakness in the power. They then spring a trap, luring in Dobza, one of Time's turned men with a known weakness for wine. They successfully capture him, but his compatriots, Wellin and Leames, arrive unexpectedly. A chaotic fight erupts. Pavara, drawing on her Red Arger training for combating channelers, expertly shields and incapacitates both powerful Ashaman, though she is thrown against a wall and injured in the process. Androl, deeply impressed by her skill, knocks the two men unconscious. As he tends to her head injury using field medicine he learned in his varied past, she asks him to tell her a story to help her stay awake, and he begins to recount his time as an apprentice to a village wise woman. Chapter 4. Advantages to a bond. The chapter opens in the aftermath of a confrontation, with Pavara and Androl sequestered in a storeroom, the air thick with the foul stench of suddenly spoiled grain. They are guarding three unconscious men, followers of Time, while they await Emerin, who believes he can successfully interrogate one of the captives named Dobza. Pavara, in a moment of quiet vulnerability, concludes the story of how her family was murdered by friends who had secretly turned to the shadow. She confesses a measured but persistent hatred for all dark friends, expressing a grim satisfaction that those responsible died long before the last battle, their lifelong servitude to the Dark One ultimately proving fruitless. Her conviction in the Light's eventual victory is absolute, a necessity she feels they cannot afford to question. Androl, sensing her lingering pain and a profound loneliness through their unique bond, feels compelled to share a personal tragedy of his own. He reveals that his father took his own life by leaping from a cliff. For years, his mother maintained it was an accident, but eventually confessed the truth. She had been terrified of him in his final years. Androl explains that his father, who had an uncanny and unnatural talent for finding valuable mineral deposits, had begun to see things in the shadows and was succumbing to the madness associated with the taint on Sidene. Androl now understands that his father's suicide was not an act of despair, but a desperate sacrifice to protect his family from what he was becoming. This revelation has given Androl a sense of closure, as it explains the source of a fear he remembers seeing in his father's eyes, a fear he now recognizes in himself. Emerin finally arrives, relaying that the tension within the Black Tower is escalating and that Time's faction, led by a man named Kotaren, will not tolerate their dissidents for much longer. Pavara expresses skepticism about Emarin's ability to make Dobza talk, drawing on her own difficult experiences interrogating dedicated dark friends. Androl, however, believes Dobza has been fundamentally changed, possibly by having his soul replaced, rather than simply being converted. He finds the idea of being forcibly turned to the shadow abhorrent, a violation of the ultimate choice between light and dark. Emerin then initiates a clever and elaborate ruse. He has Pavara slightly loosen the weaves on Dobza's ears, allowing the man to overhear a staged conversation. Emerin adopts the persona of a powerful, arrogant nobleman, discussing plans to establish a rival Grey Tower with Androl and Pavara as his subordinates. When Dobza is fully released, Amarin presents him with a sack of coins not as a bribe, but as an apology for Androl's rough handling. He masterfully plays on Dobza's simple nature and greed, convincing him that he, Amarin, is secretly a High Lord of Tyr, who has been hiding his identity by associating with Loghain's faction. Dobza, completely duped by the performance, eagerly swallows the story. He reveals critical information. Loghain has been captured and is currently undergoing the process of being turned to the shadow, a process that is taking several days due to his strong will. Dobza also discloses the location where Loghain is being held, a series of secret rooms and tunnels built into the new foundations of the Black Tower, explaining that a recent collapse was merely a cover for the clandestine construction. Once he has divulged this location, Pavara swiftly rebinds him with the One Power. Meanwhile, Rand al'Thor unexpectedly finds himself drawn from his sleep into a dream shard, a pocket reality created by a powerful dreamer. The landscape is an infinite, desolate meadow of dead grass. He is soon joined by a presence he recognizes as Elan, better known as Moradin. Moradin speaks nihilistically of the world's end and reveals that their connection through the pattern draws them together irresistibly. Their conversation is tense, touching upon Lanfear, who Moradin reveals is now called Sindane and harbors a grudge against Rand. Moradin attempts to frame the coming conflict as a personal duel between the two of them, a continuation of their eternal battle across the ages. Rand, however, dismisses this notion, asserting that he has a far greater enemy to face. In a stunning display of his newfound power and integration with Lews Therin, Rand exerts his will upon the dream shard itself. He forces the dead grass to turn green, brings flowers blooming from the earth, and banishes the dark clouds, bathing the world in brilliant sunlight. This act, performed within Moradin's own creation, leaves the Forsaken visibly shaken and horrified. Before Moradin flees, Rand commands him to deliver a message to the Dark One, that this fight is different and that he is coming for the Dark One himself. The chapter then returns to Androl and Pavara's group as they put their rescue plan into action. Under the cover of a rainy night, they infiltrate the foundation works of the Black Tower. They silently eliminate 2 guards using coordinated fireballs, an act of lethal efficiency that momentarily startles Pavara, highlighting the stark difference between Aes Sedai and Asherman methods. Using Androl's keen observational skills, they locate a hidden entrance to the secret tunnels. Inside the dark earthen corridors, they encounter another guard, Kotarin, whom Joneth dispatches with a silent arrow from his 2 Rivers longbow. They discover a chamber containing a series of crude, grave-like cells, and find Loghain imprisoned in one of them. He is weak, filthy, and has clearly been starved. But Androl confirms through their shared sense of the power that he has not yet been turned. Their relief is short-lived, however, as they are immediately discovered. Time's voice echoes from the tunnels, and the door to the cell block explodes inward. A fierce battle erupts, with Pavara and Nalam flinging weaves down the corridor against a powerful, unseen opponent. Loghain is too weak to channel, and Androl, under immense pressure, struggles to form a gateway to escape. Just as he feels he is about to succeed, a powerful weave shakes the very earth, and the strained tunnel roof collapses, burying them all in darkness. Chapter 5. To Require a Boon. The chapter commences with Rand al'Thor awakening in his tent on the field of Merilor, the air damp and reminiscent of his youthful mornings as a farmer. He reflects on the simple new world of his past, with its crisp frost and the familiar sounds of his father, Tam, at work. This nostalgic memory is sharply contrasted with the present reality, a tired old world filled with the grim preparations for war. The field of Merilor is a sprawling military camp, teeming with soldiers oiling armor, smiths sharpening weapons, and the pervasive sense that these are the final moments before the last battle begins. Rand closes his eyes and extends his senses, feeling the life of the land itself, a connection like a faint warder bond. He perceives the crawling grubs, the slumbering trees, and the huddling birds, sensing that the land is alive but clinging precariously to existence, like a man dangling from a cliff. He summons his clerks to meet with the other rulers in 1 hour. Inside his tent, he is surprised by Avienda, who has snuck up on him. She explains the difficulty of doing so, given their bond, and kisses him passionately. A light-hearted exchange follows about the practicalities of intimacy in a warmer climate, which leads to a discussion of her fulfilled tow regarding Elaine, a shame she insists is now forgotten. Rand, still perplexed by ale customs, shifts the mood by using the one power to create a sophisticated, warm and soapy mist for them to wash in, a relic of the Age of Legends. Avienda finds the display both crack-brained and irresponsible, prompting Rand to reflect on that long-lost era. He muses that their ancestors had eliminated suffering and war, only to grow ignorant and weak, perhaps making the eventual conflict inevitable. Avienda then grows serious, warning Rand that she will require a boon from him later that day, a request that may drastically alter his plans. The perspective shifts to Egwene Alver, who awakens in her study in the White Tower from a disturbing dream of the world cracking and her frantic efforts to hold it together with cords. She recalls that Goyne, her warder, had insisted she return to the tower from the camp for a proper night's sleep, a precaution she now grudgingly accepts after the recent assassination attempt. Dressed and feeling slightly better despite a lingering headache, she finds Goyne reading a report from his sister Elaine about the fall of Caemlyn. He confesses to reading it, citing his concern for his home. The news is grim. The city is lost, with potentially hundreds of thousands dead and Andor's food supply gone. Egwene immediately dictates a note for her keeper, Sylviana, to organize healing and aid for the refugees. She also learns from Goyne about a Shonchan woman, vouched for by Nynaeve, a potential source of information, but another complication. Noticing a note at the bottom of the report, Egwene realizes Rand's meeting is in a half hour and hastily finishes her breakfast. She dismisses Gowen's suggestion to arrive late as a show of defiance, recognizing that Rand currently holds all the power, and she cannot afford to let him meet with the others without her presence to counter his influence. They travel by gateway back to her tent on the field of Merilor, emerging into the clamour and tension of the converging armies. Egwene sees the situation as dangerously volatile, a stew pot full of fireworks. She gathers her contingent, allowing only the sitters of the hall to accompany her, and rides out toward the centre of the field. The scene is one of unprecedented scale. Armies from nearly every nation are present, their flags flying over vast encampments. The Borderlanders, Perrin's forces, the Tairens, and the Ilionaires are all converging. Egwene is surprised to see the seafolk arrive via gateway, and even more so to spot the flags of Arad Doman and, unexpectedly, Morandi. She intercepts the Morandian king, Rodran, a boorish and corpulent man who claims he invited himself to avoid being left out of events. Through sharp questioning, Egwene deduces he came at Elaine's behest in exchange for a promise of non-aggression. With a subtle, menacing smile, she implies that the White Tower has been responsible for his recent political successes, leaving him deeply unsettled as she rides away. Rand's arrival is a spectacle of immense power. He walks across the brown, dying grass of the meeting ground, and with each step, the turf greens and revives, spreading a wave of life through the entire area. As he walks, a massive bundle of canvas and poles floats beside him, held by the power. Without breaking stride, he unravels it, weaving the cloth, wood, and metal through the air with invisible threads of sardine. In mere moments, a grand pavilion is erected, bearing both the dragon banner and the ancient symbol of the Aes Sedai. He announces that each ruler may bring 5 attendants inside. Egwene enters with her keeper, her warder, and 3 of the most influential satyrs, a politically balanced selection. Inside the bare pavilion, Rand stands with Min, awaiting the others. The rulers file in, some timid, others bold like Elaine and the Borderlanders. Egwene notes with relief that several Ale Wise Ones, including Amy's and Sorelea, stand with her, a clear sign that Rand does not command the loyalty of every ale. A strange moment occurs when King Rodran enters. Rand and his Ashaman tense, studying him intently. Rand approaches the king, stares him down, and then declares with disappointment, "You're not him, are you?" leaving Rodran and everyone else confused. With all assembled, Rand begins, stating that with Kandor and Caemlyn fallen, the end is upon them. He recalls the first war against the Shadow, explaining that even with the wonders of the Age of Legends, they barely won because they were an army of generals, each acting independently. He declares that he will not allow that to happen again, nor will he let the nations turn on one another after he sacrifices himself. He then unrolls a large document on a table, calling it the Dragon's Peace. This treaty, his first demand, proposes to lock all national borders, forbid war between signatories under penalty of collective retaliation from all other nations, and establish other economic and political controls. The rulers react with immediate outrage, arguing that it strips them of their sovereignty and right to defend their interests. While they argue, Rand turns to Egwene for his second demand, the seals on the Dark One's prison. He states that he possesses them and intends to break them before he confronts the Dark One. Egwene vehemently opposes this, arguing that weakening the seals has already caused chaos, and breaking them could release the Dark One entirely or destroy the world. The known, safer path is to mend the prison as he did before. Rand counters that a patched prison will only lead to another breaking in the future and reveals his true, shocking intention. He plans to kill the Dark One, to end the threat for all time. He believes this requires breaking the old, imperfect seals to confront him directly. Egwene is horrified by this insane gamble and vows to fight him on it. The arguments among the rulers continue, with factions forming. The desperate borderlanders, along with Mayene and the White Cloaks under Galad, seem willing to sign. The Tyrens and Illianaires, however, are staunchly opposed. At this point, Rand announces his third and final requirement. He will take complete and utter command of all their armies for the last battle. This demand causes an even greater uproar. As the pavilion descends into chaos, Rand remains serene, watching the discord he has sown. He tells the assembled rulers that they cannot force him to fight, and that failure to sign his terms means death for them all. He frames his demands not as extortion, but as the price for his life, his payment for securing a legacy of peace to balance his legacy of destruction. Egwene breaks through the noise, challenging Rand directly. She calls him a fool, refusing to believe he would truly abandon the world to the Shadow if they defied him. The confrontation becomes intensely personal, their formal titles dissolving as they revert to the dynamic of their youth in Eamon's Field, trading insults. The tension reaches a breaking point, and Rand, declaring the meeting a waste of time, begins to turn away, an act that would shatter the fragile alliance. Just as all seems lost, the pavilion flaps part, and a new figure enters, silencing the entire assembly. It is Moiraine Damodred. Chapter 6. A Knack. The chapter commences within a pavilion where a pivotal meeting of world leaders is taking place. Perrin Ibara's attention, along with much of the rooms, is captured by the woman who has just arrived, Moiraine Damodred. Perrin feels a rush of relief and happiness, realizing his friend Mat Cawthon must have succeeded in his quest to rescue her. This thought triggers a brief, swirling vision of Mat on a horse, but Perrin dismisses it, his focus entirely on Moiraine's miraculous return. Rand al'Thor, the Dragon Reborn, is visibly shaken by her appearance. His face pales, and he stumbles toward her, abandoning the tense negotiations. He reaches out to touch her face as if to confirm she is real, whispering in disbelief before falling to his knees. Moiraine comforts him, reminding him gently that the pattern of the age weaves as it will, not according to the desires of any single person, not even the Dragon Reborn. Her words are both a solace and a subtle rebuke of his attempts to force his will upon the world. Elsewhere in the tent, the reactions are varied. King Rodran of Morandi, twice tries to question who Moiraine is, only to be silenced by flicks of the One Power, first from a satisfied Egwene Alver, and then from one of Rand's Ashermen, demonstrating the quiet network of support Rand commands. Nynaeve and Min are described as smelling utterly shocked, a state Perrin hopes will prevent an immediate outburst from Nynaeve. As Rand rises, laughing with a mix of relief and fondness at Moiraine's unchanged demeanour, Tom Merrilin slips into the tent behind her, offering Perrin a knowing wink. Egwene, in her capacity as the Amyrlin's seat, formally welcomes Moiraine back to the White Tower, to which Moiraine responds with a dry wit, noting that her discovery of a future Amyrlin likely saved her from being stilled or executed. One by one, the Borderlander rulers, who all seem to have a personal history with her, show their deep respect. The most surprising reaction comes from Nynaeve. Instead of her usual anger, she pulls Moiraine into a fierce, emotional hug, shocking the Aes Sedai. After wiping away tears, Nynaeve gruffly warns Moiraine never to tell her husband, Lan, about the display of emotion. With Moiraine's arrival as a catalyst, the discussion returns to Rand's proposed treaty, the Dragon's Peace. Egwene frames Rand's position as holding the world for ransom. Moiraine, however, takes the document and begins to quote extensively from the Carathan cycle, the prophecies of the dragon. With each verse, she systematically dismantles the objections of the various factions present. She addresses the monarchs, Egwene, the Borderlanders, and others, using the ancient words to frame Rand's demands not as tyranny, but as the painful, necessary fulfillment of destiny. She posits that the pattern seeks balance, and after an age that ended in the breaking of the world, the new age must begin with a forced peace. Despite Moiraine's powerful rhetoric, practical objections remain. A brown sister points out the enormous flaw that the Shonchan are exempt from the treaty, making any peace meaningless. Elaine Trakand expands on this, delivering a sharp political analysis. She argues that the treaty, while well-intentioned, is fundamentally untenable because it lacks any mechanism for enforcing the peace or resolving disputes short of all-out war. She predicts that small grievances will fester and eventually explode, leading to a far more destructive conflict in the long run. The debate takes another unexpected turn when Aviendha, one of the Isle Wise Ones, steps forward. To everyone's surprise, her objection is that the Isle have been excluded from the treaty, which she declares an insult. She demands, as her boon from Rand, that the Isle be included. All the other Wise Ones and clan chiefs, including Ruark, stand with her. They explain that with the last battle approaching, the Aiel will need a new purpose, and they would rather not return to their old blood feuds. A stunned Rand agrees to their demand. This leads to the chapter's central breakthrough. Perrin pulls Rand aside for a private conversation, shielded by a weave of air. Using a blacksmith's analogy, Perrin describes the ale as a tool that will grow rusty if left unused. He connects their need for a new purpose with Elaine's critique about the treaty's lack of an enforcement mechanism. The solution becomes instantly clear to Rand. He announces two new provisions for the document. First, it will be void unless signed by the Shonchan Empress, and second, the Aiel will be established as the official enforcers of the peace, acting as impartial mediators and a police force with the authority to cross national borders. This brilliant solution addresses both Elaine's practical concerns and the Aiel's existential crisis. The discussion then shifts to military command and the seals on the Dark One's prison. Moiraine argues against Rand leading the armies himself, pointing out he will be unavailable at Shayol Ghul. When the White Tower is proposed as the command authority, Rand refuses. The topic of the seals arises, and Moiraine reveals another critical interpretation of prophecy and Egwene's own dreams. She convinces everyone that it is not Rand's destiny to break the seals, but Egwene's, in her role as the Amyrlin seat, the Watcher of the Seals. A hesitant Rand relinquishes the 3 remaining Quendia seals into her care. With these final points settled, Egwene signs the treaty. Fael whispers to Perrin an analysis of Rand's clever political strategy. By bringing his own allies and allowing Egwene to gather the opposition, he ensured that he only needed to convince her for the rest to fall in line. Indeed, the other rulers sign one after another. When only Elaine is left, Rand makes a final offer, her signature, in exchange for supreme command of all the armies of the light. The others reluctantly agree, and Elaine signs, solidifying the dragon's peace. Rand then declares he must deal with the Shonchan and makes a final request for aid for a dear friend in need. The narrative then cuts abruptly to that friend, Lan Mandragoran at Tarwin's Gap. The scene is one of utter desperation. Lan's small army, having made a heroic initial charge, is now exhausted, decimated, and on the verge of being annihilated by an endless horde of shadow spawn. Holding the narrow pass, his forces have been whittled down to less than half their original number. Realizing they cannot withstand another defensive stand, Lan makes the grim decision to lead a final suicidal charge onto the plains to inflict as much damage as possible before they are overrun. As he leads the charge, he internally recites the oath of a Malkieri soldier, a promise to stand when all others fall. Just as his small force is about to be swallowed by the tide of Trollocs, the battlefield is transformed. Dozens of massive gateways slash open in the air, and from them pour 100,000 cavalry from all the borderland nations, their charge perfectly timed to hit the Shadowspawn flank. Ashaman weaves tear apart the enemy's front ranks. The hopeless last stand becomes a thunderous, winning battle. Overwhelmed by the sudden reversal of fortune and the impossible rescue, Lan, a man who rarely shows emotion, throws his head back and laughs. Chapter 7. Into the Thick of It. The chapter commences immediately following a momentous meeting, as Elaine Traken steps from the pavilion to discover an astonishing transformation of the landscape. Where there was once an open field, a grove of a dozen colossal trees now stands, each hundreds of feet tall with immense trunks and vibrant green leaves. This sudden, miraculous growth leaves everyone, including Elaine and a nearby Egwene, in a state of stunned silence. Perrin Ibarra, however, recognizes them, touching the bark and identifying them as great trees, similar to those found only within the sanctuary of an Ogier steading. The mention of a steading prompts many of the female channelers, including Elaine, to instinctively embrace the one power, only to find it present and accessible. Egwene, seeming to find solace in the idea, asserts that even Rand al'Thor cannot simply create a steading out of nothing. It is revealed that Rand simply strolled into the grove he had created and vanished, and soldiers now wander among the massive trees in awe. One Shin'aran soldier swears to his lord, Agelmar, that he witnessed the trees burst from the ground and reach their full height in less than 5 minutes. Shaking off her amazement, Elaine seizes the mantle of leadership that Rand bestowed upon her. Recognizing that the initial acceptance of her command granted in Rand's powerful presence might waver, she immediately directs the assembled rulers and commanders, calling for maps to begin planning for the war. Though some rulers appear displeased with her authority, she gives them no time to stew, immediately seeking out Master Norri. It is Gareth Bryne, the former Captain General of Andor, who provides the necessary maps. His presence is a complicated one for Elaine. He now serves the White Tower, a fact made plain by his uniform, and Siuan Sanche's protective posture beside him. Elaine senses the breached trust between them, a remnant of her mother's decision to dismiss him, but resolves to focus on the future. The great captains of the Westlands, Gareth Bryne, Lord Agelmar of Shianar, Davram Basha of Saldaya, and Rodel Ituralde of Arad Doman, assemble to strategize. They identify 4 distinct and urgent battlefronts: the invasion of Caemlyn, the overrun nation of Kandor, the ongoing fight at Tarwin's Gap, and the impending assault on Shaiol Ghul itself. The initial discussion focuses on reinforcing Lan Mandragoran at the Gap to contain the Shadowspawn forces there, thereby allowing the bulk of their armies to concentrate elsewhere. The grim reality of Kandor's situation is voiced by Prince Antol, who urges the council to prioritize the defense of Andor, as his own country is already effectively lost. The conversation then turns to the Aiel and Shaiol Ghul. Ruach reminds the captains that Rand will need support for his direct confrontation with the Dark One. When Amys suggests the Ale will handle that front themselves, Elaine forcefully intervenes. She insists on a unified effort, refusing to allow any single group to fight alone, a principle central to the dragon's peace. Brine supports her, pointing out the Aiel's inexperience with the kind of protracted, defensive warfare that holding a position at Shayol Ghul might require. Faced with this direct command and the logic behind it, Ruach concedes, acknowledging his toll. This leads to the realization that they have 4 great captains for 4 battlefronts. A plan solidifies. Agelmar will command at Tarwin's Gap. Brine will lead the White Tower's forces in Kandor. Basher will join Elaine in Andor to retake Caemlyn, and Ituralde will command the forces supporting Rand at Shayol Ghul. After an exhaustive, hours-long planning session, Elaine steps outside, her mind reeling with logistics and troop movements. In a private moment, Gareth Brine approaches her, not with resentment, but with praise for her leadership in keeping the tense coalition focused and united. His words are a profound encouragement to her. Her quiet reflection is then broken by the sound of a beautiful, powerful song. She discovers 36 Ogier, including Loyal, singing to the great trees Rand created. An elder Ogier, Haemon, informs her that the great stump has finally made its decision. All Ogier who can wield an axe will join the fight against the Shadow. During this exchange, a surprised Perrin learns that Loyal is now married. Following this welcome news, Elaine attempts to task Perrin with the monumental duty of coordinating the supply lines for all their armies, a crisis made acute by the loss of the stores in Caemlyn. Perrin, however, declines, explaining that Min's viewing has shown he is indispensable to Rand's survival at the last battle. In his place, his wife, Fail, steps forward and accepts the responsibility. Elaine is hesitant, but reveals the true, secret nature of the task. It is not just about supplies, but about covertly transporting the Horn of Valere to Mat Carthon. The Horn is a prime target for the Shadow, and Perrin argues that Fail, having no direct ties to the White Tower, is the perfect, unsuspected person for the job. Elaine agrees to the plan, which will involve creating decoy envoys to mislead the enemy. The chapter's final section shifts perspective to Lan at Tarwin's Gap. He is consolidating his position after the Borderlander army successfully pushed the Trolloc hordes back. King Issa of Shinar arrives and informs Lan that all the Borderland nations have agreed to fight under his command as the leader of the Malkieri. Though burdened by the immense responsibility, Lan accepts without hesitation. Seeing the grim, fatalistic mood among his soldiers, he delivers an impromptu, rousing speech, urging them to find glory and joy in fulfilling their life's purpose rather than dwelling on death. His words galvanize the troops. The chapter concludes as Lan and Issa ride toward a command tent, only for the horns of alarm to sound, signaling a fresh enemy assault. Fully embracing his role, Lan gallops toward the fight, ready to lead. Chapter 8. That Smouldering City. Elaine Trakand materialized through a gateway she had woven, seated upon her mare Moonshadow, on a hill overlooking the city of Caemlyn. She reflected grimly that the royal stables were now occupied by Trollocs, and that the horses she had known were likely being cooked in their pots, a thought she tried not to dwell on alongside who else might have met a similar fate. She maintained a look of firm resolve, unwilling to show any uncertainty to the troops she commanded. The position her forces now held was a safe distance from the city, a location previously used by mercenary companies who had since either joined the fight for the light or scattered into banditry. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, and the sight of her capital smouldering filled her with a bitter churning of emotions. The many columns of smoke rising from the city reminded her of farmers burning their fields in the spring. Having ruled for less than 100 days, she had already lost her city. She observed a breach in the wall made by Talmanes and his dragons, thinking that such weapons would forever alter the nature of warfare. Talmanes himself, recovering from a near-fatal ordeal, rode beside her. When she inquired about the enemy's numbers, he could only estimate tens of thousands hidden within the city. She noted his formal, carrying-in manner of speech, a sign of nervousness she found unusual for one of Matt Cawthon's trusted men. Her army assembled through numerous gateways, a large force composed of her Queen's Guard, Andorran regulars led by Birgitta, a contingent of IL warriors, and the Band of the Red Hand with their artillery. Perrin Ibera's forces were also present, including Mayeen's winged guards, Gealdanin cavalry, the White Cloaks, and 2 Rivers archers under Tam al-Thor. The army was further supplemented by Davram Bashere and his Legion of the Dragon. Bashere, who had devised their battle plan to draw the Trollocs into the surrounding forests, spoke quietly with Birgitte nearby. Elaine found his familiar manner with her, a queen, slightly irksome, though she rationalized it by remembering his niece was the Queen of Saldea. Bashere and Birgitte reported that the uncontrolled burning in Kemlin had subsided, with much of the smoke now coming from Trolloc cook fires. Basher explained that the Halfmen, unlike their brutish soldiers, were intelligent enough to control the destruction, potentially to use the city as a long-term strategic base. He then questioned Elaine's own drastic plan for the city, which involved using large quantities of oil supplied by the nation of Mayene. As they waited for the final preparations, Bashir confronted her about the parentage of her unborn children. He stated plainly that he recognized the look in her eyes when she saw the dragon reborn, and that the soldiers deserved to know they were fighting for Rand al'Thor's heir, not the child of some rumored dark friend. Elaine, initially defensive, considered his words. After giving Birgitta the command to proceed with their plan, she watched as kinswomen opened gateways through which men threw lit torches into the oil-filled basements of Caemlin's remaining buildings. The city began to burn with a new, furious intensity. As the Andorran soldiers watched their capital become a funeral pyre, some saluting it with grim respect, Elaine made her decision. She instructed Birgitta to make it known that the children she carried were fathered by the dragon reborn. The news spread quickly, and the morale of the Andorran men visibly soared. With Trollocs now pouring from the burning city, Elaine led her army northward into the forests, setting the trap. Elsewhere, Androl Genhald awoke in darkness, bound and with dirt in his mouth. He was in an underground chamber with Jonath and Emmerin, all of them tied. Through his unique bond, he sensed a groggy Pavara nearby, also bound and shielded from the One Power. A weeping young man named Evan confessed that Time's followers had captured him after Androl's group had left, and he had broken under their interrogation. Soon after, Mazrim Time appeared with his lieutenants, dragging a weakened Logain Ablar. Time, dismissing Androl as too weak in the power to be of any use, ordered his men to take the terrified Evan to be turned to the shadow. Androl could only listen in horror to the young man's distant screams. Communicating silently with Pavara, they desperately sought a means of escape, but his bonds were too tight to undo, and her shield was too strong to break. Their conversation was a mixture of strategic planning and an attempt to maintain morale, with Pavara asking about his past exploits to bolster his resolve. Their efforts were interrupted by the return of Evan, now horrifyingly changed. He wore a placid smile, his eyes holding something awful, and he spoke of how wonderful it felt to be free of fear. He told Androl that Nalam had died in the roof collapse, and chillingly offered to try and convince Time to have Androl turned instead of killed. Androl then watched in dread as 13 Myrdral, their cloaks unnervingly still, came to drag Emmerin away for the same terrible process. He could only think that Nalam was the lucky one. In another place entirely, Lan Mandragoran sliced a Myrdral's head in two, his horse Mandab dancing back as the creature convulsed in its death throes upon the blood-soaked rock. Chapter 9. Lord Mandragoran. The chapter commences with Lan Mandragoran on the front lines at Tarwin's Gap, where a burst of red light in the sky signals the end of his unit's shift in the brutal, rotating battle against an endless horde of Trollocs. The engagement is relentless, with the human armies fighting in 1-hour rotations to maintain their stamina. Aided by Kandori and Arafelin light cavalry, Lan and his Malkieri soldiers withdraw from the stinking battlefield, passing eyes Sedai and Ashaman, who are channeling to incinerate the mountains of Shadowspawn corpses, a tactic to hinder the next wave. Despite their successes in slaughtering the enemy, Lan is acutely aware that this war of attrition heavily favors the Trollocs. The Shadow's forces are vast, built up over years, and they sustain themselves by consuming their own dead, whereas the human armies are exhausted, required to fight multiple shifts per day, while also managing supplies and equipment. As Lan rides back, his focus is on the profound weariness of his men. He observes his faithful retainer, Bulan, sagging in his saddle, and makes a mental note to ensure the man gets more rest. In the next moment, however, Bulan collapses from his horse. Lan dismounts in a rush to discover that Bulan has been hiding a mortal wound to his side, having put his coat on over his ripped mail to conceal it. Lan's internal reaction is one of anguished frustration, recognizing that Bulan's loyalty was the cause of his death. He likely hid the injury to avoid leaving Lan's side on the battlefield, or to avoid burdening the already overtaxed channelers. With Bulan dead, Lan is overcome with a private grief, but maintains a stoic exterior for his men. Conscious of the watching eyes of his soldiers, including the young Kandori Prince Kaisel, Lan performs a brief eulogy for his friend, declaring that Bulan could not have died a better death, and that he will cheer for him rather than mourn. He understands that mourning breeds regret, something they cannot afford. To bolster morale, he initiates a ritual of remembrance, recounting the heroic death of another soldier, Bak, who fought with a crossbow and knives even after being unhorsed and mortally wounded. This prompts others to share similar stories of valor, such as the tale of Rhaegon, who sacrificed himself by charging a group of 30 Trollocs to save a dozen of his comrades. By the time they reach camp, the men are celebrating their fallen friends with words, transforming their grief into a source of strength and inspiration. Lan's private actions reveal the depth of his sorrow. He brings Bulan's body to the Ashaman Narishma and requests a gateway to a cold, high mountain peak. He refuses help, personally carrying his friend's body through to the snowy landscape to preserve it for a proper burial after Malkia is reclaimed. He takes Bulan's Hadori, the narrow headband of a Malkieri warrior, vowing to carry it into battle so that Bulan may continue to fight with him. This act is a deeply personal and traditional expression of honor. Upon returning to camp, Lan witnesses a disturbing phenomenon. A tremor shakes the ground, and the very rock splits open into hairline cracks that seem to be fissures into pure nothingness, absorbing all light before fading back to normal. Lan is chilled by this, realizing it is a sign that the fabric of reality itself, the Mother, is weakening under the strain of the Dark One's influence. He then seeks out Lord Agelmar, the Shienaran general, and finds him in a tactical argument with Queen Tenobia of Saldea. Tenobia, full of youthful fire and stories of glory, argues for a bold push into the Blight. Lan recognizes in her the same dangerous romanticism of war that he must fight in his own men. In a private conversation, Agelmar confronts Lan about his own motivations. He points out that while Lan's march to the Gap was an inspiration to thousands, his underlying purpose was to die for Malkia. Agelmar bluntly calls this goal selfish and stupid in the context of the last battle, where Lan's leadership is desperately needed. He turns Lan's own philosophy against him, reminding him that duty is heavier than a mountain. Agelmar argues for a strategic withdrawal when necessary, using their mobile cavalry forces to bleed the Trolloc army dry across Shinar, rather than making a final glorious stand at the Gap. Just as Lan is processing this hard truth, an emergency signal calls them back to the front. As he gallops toward the fighting, Lan accepts Agelmar's wisdom, realizing that leading his men to a pointless death is no different from Tenobia's rashness. He resolves to do what must be done, even if it means abandoning his personal dream of reclaiming Malkia in that moment. The narrative then shifts to Egwene Olvere's army, which has gathered on the field of Merilor and is now travelling to the border of Kandor. The logistical operation is immense. Gorn, now Egwene's husband after a simple ceremony, rides beside her, expressing his frustration at the delays while Candor burns. Egwene, however, trusts the judgment of her great captain, Gareth Brine. Upon arriving at their new camp, they receive a message from Elaine, who proposes establishing a single stationary hospital for healing the wounded, rather than sending Yellow Age sisters to various battlefields where they would be exposed. Egwene considers the suggestion. While it could be seen as Elaine overstepping, Egwene recognizes the wisdom in the plan. She agrees but modifies it, decreeing that the hospital should not be at the vulnerable White Tower, but perhaps in Mayene, far from the Shonchan threat. She also decides to send the novices and accepted to assist the Yellow Arja, allowing them to contribute their strength to the war effort in a safe and useful manner by being linked for healing. After settling these matters, Egwene and Gawain visit a tent where the Shonchan prisoner, Leilwyn, is being held. Upon Egwene's entrance, Leilwyn immediately performs a gesture of profound submission and swears an unbreakable oath of fealty, binding herself to serve and protect the Amirlin to repay her debt for failing in her duty. Egwene is taken aback but senses an authenticity in the woman's bitter humiliation. Though Leilwyn claims to have little useful military intelligence beyond the Shonchan navy, Egwene decides to interrogate her thoroughly, recognizing that any piece of information could prove valuable. Finally, the chapter moves to Rand al'Thor, who stands alone in Elaine's command tent, contemplating battle maps. He feels a deep sorrow for the lives reduced to statistics on a page, and reflects on his own transformation since his epiphany on Dragonmount. He is startled when Elaine enters, and their reunion is warm and affectionate. He feels her belly, and they speak of the twins she carries. In a moment of profound foresight, Rand asks her not to name either child after him, wishing for them to live their own lives free of his shadow. Elaine challenges his acceptance of his own death, reminding him that a leader must embody hope. They discuss military strategy, and Rand expresses his admiration for command, noting her skill in coordinating the various great captains. The conversation turns more personal, and Rand explains what happened on Dragonmount. He realized he had to allow himself to care, and therefore to feel pain, in order to win. He also confirms that he is one with Lews Therin, fully remembering his past life. He then demonstrates a new aspect of his power as the Dragon Reborn. He explains that as the Dark One actively injects evil and decay into the world, the pattern uses Rand as a balancing agent, causing spontaneous positive effects to occur around him. He proves this by taking Elaine's spoiled cup of tea and, without channeling, causing it to become fresh and wonderful again. They exchange gifts. Rand gives her a seed, a unique object that will allow her to use her talent to create an angreal. In return, Elaine gives him a terangreal dagger that will hide him from the Shadow's sight, a crucial tool for his journey to Shaiol Ghul. They remain together long into the night, sharing a final period of peace and connection before the coming storm. Chapter 10. The Use of Dragons. Perrin leads a combined force of light cavalry composed of White Cloaks, Mayanas, Ghealdanin, and a contingent from the Band of the Red Hand in a series of harassing maneuvers against the Trolloc army encamped outside the still smouldering city of Caemlyn. The strategy is not to engage in a direct, prolonged battle, but to execute swift, diagonal charges past the Trolloc lines. During these passes, his archers unleash volleys of arrows to provoke the enemy and chip away at their numbers. The goal is to bait the Shadow's forces into abandoning their fortified position and giving chase. After each quick assault, Perrin's riders pull back, observing the damage inflicted by their arrows. The Trollocs, however, initially remain steadfast and do not break formation, prompting Perrin to resolve that he will continue these hit-and-run attacks until the enemy finally reacts. Meanwhile, Queen Elaine waits impatiently in her command camp within Brame Wood, frustrated by the slow and indirect relay of information from the battlefield. She expresses a desire to view the conflict personally, suggesting she could use a gateway for a quick, distant look. Her warder, Birgitte, immediately and firmly shuts down this reckless idea, producing one of the Foxhead medallion copies and threatening to physically carry the queen back to camp if she attempts such a thing. During this time, Elaine also has a chance encounter with Uno, the one-eyed Shiennaran, who is serving as a messenger from the Amerlin seat. He provides a grim and profane report on the chaotic situation developing in Kandor before expressing his eagerness to return to the fighting. In her battle pavilion, Elaine convenes with her commanders, including the Chaldean general Davram Basher, to review the strategic situation across all 4 major fronts of the war. They learn that Lord Iturralde's forces remain poised near Shayol Ghul, awaiting the Lord Dragon. Egwene is contending with the escalating crisis in Kandor. Most critically, the Borderlander armies, under the command of Lord Agelmar, are being heavily pressed at Tarwin's Gap and are considering a tactical retreat. This news highlights the pivotal role of Elaine's army in Andor. It is the linchpin of the entire grand strategy. If she can achieve a swift and decisive victory, her forces can then move to reinforce the other beleaguered fronts. However, if she fails or is delayed, the other armies risk being overwhelmed and defeated in devastating war attrition. Recognizing the immense pressure and urgency of the situation, Elaine orders an escalation of Perrin's harassment tactics, determined to force the Trollocs to charge directly into her meticulously prepared trap. The narrative shifts to the dark confines of the Black Tower, where Androl is held captive by Tame's treacherous faction. He struggles against the effects of a mysterious drink that has been forced upon him, a concoction that seems to sever his connection to the One Power without any visible shield. He observes that Taim's followers, who are engaged in the horrific process of forcibly turning captured channelers to the shadow, are showing signs of extreme exhaustion. A new captive, Tovane, an Aes Sedai who is bonded to Loghain, is dragged in to be their next victim. Taim, after briefly observing the scene while handling a strange disc-like object, orders his minions to turn her to augment their own flagging strength. He then departs with several of his cohorts, ominously stating that it is time. At Tarwin's Gap, the situation deteriorates rapidly. Lan leads a charge against another massive Trolloc assault, but this time he hears the terrifying sound of powerful explosions ripping through his ranks. He quickly learns from the Ashaman Narishma that 24 or more enemy channelers, referred to as Dreadlords, have joined the battle. Their coordinated weaves of the One Power are overwhelming, and the Borderlander lines begin to shatter under the onslaught. Realizing that the position is untenable, and that his forces face complete annihilation, Lan makes the agonizing decision to abandon the gap. He orders a full retreat and dispatches Narishma through a gateway with an urgent plea for Queen Elaine to send any available channelers to help cover their withdrawal. Back in Brame Wood, Elaine receives the welcome news that Perrin's relentless attacks have finally succeeded. The entire Trolloc army is in pursuit and heading directly toward the forest. Elaine's trap is sprung. The first phase of the defense is executed by the Two Rivers longbowmen, who unleash perfectly timed volleys of arrows with astonishing range and accuracy, sowing chaos among the advancing Trollocs. They are followed by disciplined ranks of crossbowmen from the Legion of the Dragon, who inflict even heavier casualties. The Andoran forces then execute a planned fighting retreat deeper into the woods, skillfully drawing the enraged Trollocs down a specific pre-selected roadway. There, Talmanes and the Band of the Red Hand are waiting with nearly 100 of Eludra's powerful cannons, which they call dragons. On Talmanes' command, the cannons fire in successive, deafening volleys, unleashing a storm of metal and fire upon the densely packed enemy. The result is absolute devastation. The front ranks of the Trolloc army are obliterated, leaving behind a horrific scene of carnage and smoke where thousands of creatures had stood moments before. The chapter concludes with Elaine feeling a sense of triumph at the success of her plan, while a more sobered Birgitte expresses deep concern over the future of warfare in an age where such impersonal and terrifyingly destructive weapons exist. Chapter 11. Just Another Sellsword. The chapter begins with Egwene Alver riding through her army's camp alongside Adalorna Bastine, a regal and influential Aes Sedai from the Green Aja. Adalorna initiates a conversation to mend the fractured relationship between Egwene and the Greens, acknowledging past disagreements and foolish actions from some within her Aja. She implicitly reveals her authority as the Captain General, the head of the Greens, and declares that the Aja now fully supports Egwene. The justification for this change of heart is Egwene's demonstrated prowess during the Shonchan attack on the White Tower, where she displayed the spirit of a warrior and a general, qualities the Green Aja now wishes to embrace and claim as their own. This is a significant political maneuver, an attempt by the Greens to co-opt Egwene's immense power and prestige after having previously been a source of resistance. Egwene, ever the pragmatist, recognizes their opportunism but accepts the gesture, understanding the value of their support. The moment is also one of personal gratitude, as Egwene had saved Adalorna's life during that same battle. Egwene sees this as a calculated but necessary alliance. Egwene then proceeds to a meeting with General Gareth Bryne, who is in his command tent organizing maps. She finds him utilizing a novel and dangerous form of military intelligence. A horizontal gateway opened in the floor of his tent, providing a direct aerial view of the advancing Trolloc army. While Egwene acknowledges the brilliance of the tactic, she immediately points out its extreme foolhardiness. She warns Bryne that he is a valuable resource and that peeking through such a portal could expose him to direct magical attack from the Shadow's channelers or other aerial threats like Drakkar. Bryne defends his decision by citing the incredible informational advantage it provides, but agrees to be more cautious. The gateway is being maintained by Yukiri, a sitter from the Grey Aja, who explains that her Aja is taking a greater interest in the weaves for traveling, viewing it as an extension of their role as mediator and ambassadors. After viewing the enemy, Egwene asks to see her own army's battle lines. Looking down through the gateway gives her a sudden, intense bout of vertigo. She then critiques Bryne's troop formations, describing them as solid, but conventional, and lacking in one key aspect. They fail to properly utilize the full might of the Aes Sedai. She argues that the White Tower did not train for millennia to be relegated to a mere reserve force. Bryne, far from being offended, reveals that he had anticipated this and already drafted more dynamic, aggressive plans that incorporate the channelers more directly, but he had hesitated to overstep his authority. With her approval, he prepares to implement these bolder strategies. The narrative then shifts to Matrim Cauthon, who is entering the city of Ebu Dar in disguise. He has adopted the persona of a one-eyed sellsword, covering his ashandare and wearing simple clothes to avoid recognition. He observes that the city under Shonchan rule is noticeably different. It is more orderly, with far fewer of the casual street duels that once defined its culture. While waiting in a long line to enter, he spots Petra, the strongman from Val and Luca's menagerie, now serving as a Shonchan guard, a sight which reinforces how much has changed. Matt feels a surprising sense of nostalgia and comfort in the city, realizing it feels more like home to him than the Two Rivers ever did. After stabling his horse, Pips, he begins searching for a suitable tavern, one that is worn and lively, but not disreputable. He eventually finds a place called the Yearly Brawl. Inside, he is greeted with suspicion by a Shonchan man named Jaime, who acts as a guard, but is welcomed by the tavern's bustling, motherly owner, Cathana. Jaime suspects Matt is an assassin, noting the throwing knives hidden in his sleeves and questioning the purpose of his wrapped polearm. He warns Matt against making an attempt on the life of the Empress Tuon. This misunderstanding allows Matt to learn of a grave threat. He removes his bandage, revealing his eye is truly gone, and presses for information. Jaime reveals that there are indeed assassins in the city targeting Tuon. Crucially, he explains that they are foreigners hired by General Lunal Galgan, the head of the Shonchan armies, and are not expected to succeed. This suggests a complex political plot rather than a straightforward assassination attempt. Upon hearing Tuon is in danger, Matt drops his disguise, dons his signature hat, and declares Jaime a friend for the information. As he leaves, Kathana recognizes him as the very man every soldier in the city has been ordered to find. Matt exits into an alleyway, his purpose clear: to protect his wife. The final section follows Rand al'Thor in Lan Mandragoran's command tent in Shienar. He and Moiraine Damodred are debating his strategy. Moiraine argues passionately that he must not risk himself in lesser battles and should proceed directly to Shaiol Ghul for the final confrontation with the Dark One. Rand counters that he cannot abandon his friends to die when he has the power to help them. Their philosophical clash represents Rand's internal struggle between his monumental destiny and his human compassion. Lan arrives, and while siding with Moiraine's logic, ultimately accepts Rand's determination to aid his army. In a powerful, personal moment, Rand presents Lan with the restored crown of Malkia, a gift his smiths recreated from old drawings. It is a profound acknowledgement of Lan's kingship and their deep bond. Rand then opens a gateway and steps onto a burned battlefield to confront a massive Trolloc army alone. Tapping into his connection to the land and the pattern, he becomes a force of nature, summoning a great tempest and wielding lightning and death gates with devastating effect. However, the battle is a trap. Dozens of dreadlords who were lying in wait spring their ambush. They attack him with numerous small shields to distract him, setting him up for the true threat. A powerful shield woven by a full circle of channelers, led by Mazrim Time. Rand barely manages to rebuff the attack, realizing the enemy had anticipated his tactics and prepared a specific counter. He understands that he cannot win this war by fighting as a one-man army. Weakened and outmaneuvered, he is forced to retreat back through a gateway into Lan's tent, accepting the hard-learned lesson that he must find another way to protect his people, without making himself such a vulnerable target. Chapter 12. A Shard of a Moment. The chapter commences with Birgitte leading a company of 30 Aiel warriors through a forest, their bows ready. They move with an almost supernatural quietness, using fallen logs and stones to minimize their sound as they prepare an ambush. Birgitte directs them to a familiar cave, where the main force conceals itself, while 2 Aiel create a false, noisy trail to lure their prey. Inside the dark cavern, Birgitte is struck by a wave of anxiety concerning her own identity. Having been ripped from the world of dreams and forced into a physical body, she finds her memories of countless past lives fading. This erosion of memory brings a terrifying question to the forefront of her mind. What if this unnatural process has severed her connection to the Horn of Valere? If so, she fears she could lose her eternal bond with her beloved Gaidal Cain forever. Her troubled thoughts are interrupted by the loud approach of a fist of 50 Trollocs, who are drawn down the false trail. Birgitte and the Aiel burst from their hiding spot, launching a devastating surprise attack from the Trollocs' rear flank. Birgitte's archery is flawless, as she fells monster after monster with precise shots to the eyes, throat. The Aiel are equally efficient, and the sloping terrain forces the surviving Trollocs to climb over their own dead to reach the attackers. In mere moments, the force of 50 is reduced to 30, then 20. The Aiel engage the remaining creatures with spears, while Birgitte and other archers flank them, ultimately picking off the last 10 as they attempt to flee. The narrative then shifts to Rand al'Thor, who retreats into his dreams following a failure with Lan's army. He constructs a dream shard, a controlled haven within his own mind, manifesting as a peaceful valley filled with blossoming cherry trees. This is a skill he has inherited from Lews Therin's memories. However, his sanctuary is not entirely safe. He senses an intrusion, a cavern he did not create, which he recognizes as another attempt by Moradin to reach him. He enters the cavern and discovers Lanfear, appearing as a helpless woman drowning in a deep, clear pool. Rand, now integrated with Lews Therin's memories and wisdom, is not fooled by her theatrical display of vulnerability. He refuses to rescue her, recognizing the act for what it is. Lanfear abandons the pretense, and the pool vanishes. She is imprisoned within a dome of shadow, but requests asylum from Rand, positioning herself as his equal. Rand scoffs at this, confronting her about her past betrayals and her oath to the shadow. He challenges her to prove her sincerity by opening her mind completely to him. Lanfair hesitates, showing a flicker of genuine fear, but ultimately refuses, claiming she cannot make herself so vulnerable. In a profound reversal, Rand decides to show her what true vulnerability is. He opens his own mind to her, revealing his deepest motivations, his fears, and his core identity as the sheepherder raised by Tam. He shows her his pure love for Elaine, Min, and Avienda, which burns like a bonfire, contrasted with his preserved, crystalline memory of love for Ileana. Lanfair is stunned to discover that for her, he feels neither love nor hatred. He is simply done with her. Feeling only pity, Rand tells her he is finished with their long conflict and leaves her imprisoned and speechless. The final section focuses on Perrin Ibarra in his camp within the Brame Wood. The fighting has been relentless, and he is determined to confront his nemesis, Slayer. Believing that Slayer enters the world of dreams physically, Perrin seeks out the Isle Wise One, Idara. He asks her if she knows a way to enter Teleran Hayot in the flesh. Idara reacts with horror, calling the practice evil. She warns him that such an act costs a person part of their humanity, and, more critically, that death in the flesh within the dream world results in permanent annihilation, the soul's thread being cut from the pattern forever, with no hope of rebirth. Despite her grave warning, Perrin argues that such risks must be taken to defeat the servants of the shadow. Idara refuses to discuss it further and leaves him by the fire, contemplating the terrible choice before him. Chapter 13. What Must Be Done. The narrative opens with Egwene Alver at the head of a formidable force, advancing toward a confrontation in the hills of southeastern Kandor. The army parts before her as she leads more than 100 Aes Sedai, a significant number of whom belong to the Green Arja, the traditional battle Arja. General Brine's revised battle plans are in motion, designed to leverage the unique and devastating power of the Channelers. Instead of relying on conventional archers to break an enemy charge or heavy cavalry for raw destruction, Brine has positioned the Aes Sedai as the army's primary offensive weapon. This main group is flanked by two smaller contingents of sisters, ready to provide support. The landscape itself is bleak and desolate, the once green hills now parched and yellowed, offering at least the advantage of solid ground for the coming battle. Despite the ominous lightning that occasionally flashes across the sky, rain seems unlikely. The sheer scale of the approaching Trolloc horde is staggering, making Egwene's own considerable army feel dangerously small in comparison. However, she possesses a critical strategic insight. Trolloc armies are psychologically dependent on constant forward momentum. If they are halted, they lose cohesion, begin to quarrel amongst themselves, and quickly exhaust their supplies. Egwene's army is therefore positioned not just as a defensive barrier, but as irresistible bait, forcing the Shadowspawn to engage on her terms. As Egwene and her line of Aes Sedai crest a low hill, she retrieves a long, white fluted rod from a case at her belt. This is Vora's Sa-Angreal, a powerful amplifier of the One Power that she has used only once before, during the fight against the Shonchan. She feels an immediate and familiar connection to it, understanding for the first time the deep bond a soldier can feel for their sword. The women around her begin to glow with the power, and Egwene herself embraces the true source. The world sharpens around her. She can smell the oil on armor and sense the life of voles burrowing beneath the dying grass. The Trollocs finally charge, a terrifying wave of teeth and steel, likely spurred on by their Myrddraal commanders who have spotted the Channelers and aim to eliminate them first. Egwene waits for the opportune moment, then unleashes her attack. Foregoing the precision of a linked circle, the Aes Sedai are instructed to focus on pure, widespread destruction. Egwene, who has a strong natural talent for the element of earth, initiates the assault by violently heaving the ground upwards beneath the charging Trollocs, sending them flying with the ease of tossing pebbles, thanks to the amplification of her Sa-Angreal. The other sisters follow her lead, filling the air with devastating weaves of fire, wind, and earth. Egwene then shifts her focus, targeting the metal on the Trollocs' bodies. She shatters their weapons and armor, turning the metal into deadly shrapnel that rips through their ranks, causing chaos and carnage as the unstoppable momentum of the rear lines forces the front lines forward into the kill zone. She feels a profound and primal connection to the land, viewing herself as a cauterizing flame, purging the Blight's infection. The onslaught is so horrific that some of the human soldiers behind her vomit at the sight. After what feels like an eternity of slaughter, the Trolloc army finally breaks and flees, pursued by weaves that specifically target and eliminate the Myrddraal to disrupt their control. Egwene, exhausted but victorious, watches them retreat. Gorn praises the overwhelming display of power, and the human army, having been spared from fighting, erupts in cheers for a victory won entirely by the Aes Sedai. The scene shifts to Queen Elaine Trakan's command tent in the Briam Wood, where she is receiving a strategic overview from Marshal General Davram Bashir. He reports that Rand al'Thor has begun his reconnaissance of Shayol Ghul, and that the resistance in Kandor and Shi'enar is successfully drawing the Shadow's forces away from the blasted lands. While Bashir is confident in Egwene's ability to hold her front, he expresses grave concern for the borderland armies, which have been pushed out of Tarwin's Gap. The path of the Trolloc advance now threatens major Shienaran cities. Faced with this grim reality, Elaine makes the brutal but necessary command to implement a scorched earth policy, ordering the evacuation of civilians and the burning of cities and farmland in the Trollocs' path to deny them resources. Locally, her own forces are struggling. Talmanes reports that the dragons, their powerful artillery pieces, are ineffective in the dense forest. Basha proposes a strategic, fighting retreat eastward. The plan is to fall back to the River Erenin, construct temporary bridges for their forces to cross, and then destroy them. This would force the Trollocs to cross the river under fire from the dragons and cavalry, which are far more effective in open terrain. They would then repeat this process at the River Alguenya, drawing the enemy northward toward a defensible position with the city of Carrion at their back. Elaine is frustrated by the necessity of a continuous retreat, but ultimately accepts Bashir's counsel and gives the order. Finally, the focus moves to Perrin Aybara. He receives Elaine's orders for the retreat and understands that his own time with the army is at an end. He feels an undeniable pull northward, knowing that he is needed at Rand's side. In a decisive move, he addresses the assembled forces and formally passes his command to his father, Tam al'Thor, elevating him to the status of a lord and the steward of the two rivers, ensuring the men will follow him. As he prepares to depart, he is approached by Dane Bornhald, who delivers a shocking revelation. Bornhald confesses that it was not Trollocs who murdered Perrin's family, but a man known as Ordith, who is also Padan Fain. Bornhald admits his own guilt in remaining silent. The news reopens old wounds for Perrin, but he masters his rage and grief, focusing on his immediate duty to Rand, while vowing to make Fain pay for his crimes. Perrin travels to Rand's location on a desolate, cold ridge overlooking the distant peak of Shayol Ghul. There, he makes a desperate request. He asks Rand if there is a way, remembered from Luz Theron's ancient knowledge, to enter Teleran Riod, the world of dreams, in the flesh. He explains that he must confront an enemy there on equal terms. Rand acknowledges the extreme danger of such an act, but agrees, recognizing its necessity. He creates a unique gateway, explaining that the approaching last battle is compressing the worlds, making such a direct passage possible. The two friends share a final, poignant embrace, a farewell before they part to face their separate, perilous destinies. With Gaul insisting on accompanying him, Perrin hefts his pack and steps through the gateway, entering the world of dreams in his physical body. Chapter 14. Doses of Forkroot. The chapter opens with Perrin Aybara and the Isle warrior Gaul, standing within the wolf dream, which is in a state of violent decay. The sky is a thrashing, boiling blackness, heralding a storm that has finally broken. Unnatural winds tear at the landscape, eroding hills and causing new ones to swell up in an accelerated, chaotic fashion. Perrin, demonstrating a newfound ease with his abilities in this realm, creates a small pocket of calmness around himself and his companion. He notes that the land itself feels less real, with chunks of earth being ripped into the air and consumed by the storm clouds above. He suspects their proximity to Shayol Ghul is the cause of the intense destruction and shifts them to a more familiar, though still unstable plane where he once hunted with his wolf companion, Hopper. Perrin instructs Ghul on the perils of the wolf dream, emphasizing that idle thoughts can become reality and advising him to keep a clear mind. Ghul, surprisingly, adapts well, his clothing only changing shades slightly when startled. Perrin then explains their mission: to hunt a man named Slayer, whom Ghul knew in the waking world as Lord Luke. Perrin details Slayer's immense power within the dream, describing how he can manifest instantly to kill his prey. Ghul, however, is unfazed, explaining that as an Aiel warrior, he is accustomed to being surrounded by channelers who could kill him with a thought, viewing it as a simple reality of the world. Nevertheless, Perrin makes him swear an oath not to engage Slayer directly, but only to fight in self-defense, a task Perrin reserves for himself to avenge Hopper. After several attempts at shifting, they locate their destination, the Black Tower, shielded by a translucent purple dome that prevents gateway travel. Perrin explains to Ghul that this is the source of the problem affecting the Asherman Grady and Nield. Recalling the pain of wolves dying near a similar device, Perrin steels himself and steps through the barrier. The passage is arduous but easier than before, as being in the dream in the flesh grants him greater strength. When Ghul curiously touches the dome, however, he collapses instantly, seemingly dead. Perrin quickly pulls him through, and the Aiel warrior revives, groaning. Together, they proceed toward the distant walls of the Black Tower. Upon reaching the fortress, Perrin shifts them to the top of the wall. He is immediately confronted by a short, silver-haired woman he recognizes by scent as Lanfear. Calling her Moonhunter, the name the wolves use, Perrin prepares for a fight. Lanfear, however, acts nonchalantly, claiming she seeks vengeance, but not against Slayer, whom she dismisses as an errand boy. Her attention is drawn to the chaotic sky, and she vanishes in a state of alarm. Shaken, Perrin and Ghul continue their infiltration. The perspective shifts to Androl, a captive within the Black Tower's dungeons. He watches in horror as Loghain is tortured, the process of being turned to the shadow overseen by Tavain, an Aes Sedai who has already been forcibly converted. The process, which involves 13 Myrddraal and 13 channelers, is proving difficult with Loghain, who continues to resist despite nearly a dozen sessions. Androl learns through his bond with the captive Aes Sedai Pavara that he is next. His dose of forkroot, a substance that blocks channeling, is wearing off, and he is being shielded. Thinking desperately, Androl concocts a plan. He uses his knowledge of his friend Evin, who has been turned but still suffers from the lingering madness of the taint on Saidin. Feigning a coughing fit, Androl gets Evin to remove his gag. He then whispers to the paranoid man that Arbors, one of Time's loyalists, is plotting against him. The seed of doubt, planted in a mind already racked with madness-induced fear, takes root. Evin attacks Arbors in a blast of the One Power, and in the ensuing chaos, Androl's shield drops. He immediately channels, burning his ropes and freeing Pavara and another captive, Emmerin. His attempt to create an escape gateway is blocked by the Dreamspike's barrier. Time, furious at the disruption, turns his attention to Androl and attacks him with a weave of balefire. By instinct, Androl weaves again, creating a gateway the size of a coin that catches the deadly stream. At that exact moment, the storeroom door explodes inward as Canler and a group of 2 Rivers men storm the chamber, having heard Androl's desperate pleas through the tiny portal. Back in the wolf dream, Perrin scouts the central construction area of the Black Tower, where he believes the dome is centered. He nearly stumbles upon 2 Ashaman guards before Lanfear appears beside him again, this time masking her scent. She explains that the men have been turned and that she has dosed their wine with forkroot, causing them to pass out. Perrin finds the dream spike, a silvery metal spike, and Lanfear shows him how to deactivate it. As the purple dome vanishes, she reveals that the Dark One is hunting her for attempting to aid Rand, and she now needs Perrin to win so that she can be free. Perrin scoffs at her offer, distrusting her motives completely. She vanishes after sharing a chilling theory that the turning process may kill the original soul, leaving an empty vessel for something else to inhabit. Perrin retrieves the dream spike and rejoins Gaul on a rooftop to wait, hoping Slayer will be drawn out by the dome's collapse. The climax occurs as these two events converge. As Candler's men fight a losing battle against Time's forces, the barrier against gateways suddenly vanishes, the direct result of Perrin deactivating the dream spike. Freed from this restriction, Androl unleashes his full, unique talent. He creates a massive gateway that intercepts the attacks from Time's channelers and redirects them, causing them to kill their own allies. With a series of smaller, precise gateways, he severs Logain's bonds and transports him to safety. As the enemy forces are thrown into chaos, Hessalam, the lead Black Aja sister, flees through a gateway, followed closely by Time. Androl then opens a vast gateway in the floor beneath the remaining Dark Friends, sending them plummeting to their deaths and reclaiming the chamber for the forces of the light. Chapter 15. Your Neck in a Cord. The narrative opens with Matrim Cawthon in an extremely dangerous position, dangling from a marble ledge 3 stories above the gardens of the Tarasin Palace in Ibu Dar. He reflects internally that this is far from the most secure location he has ever infiltrated, recalling his successful breach of the Stone of Tyr. His current task involves climbing the exterior of the palace to reach the 4th floor quarters that formerly belonged to Queen Tylin, which he assumes are now occupied by Tuon. He is motivated by an urgent need to warn her that her own general, a man named Galgan, has hired assassins to kill her. As he clings to the building, he internally curses a pair of Deathwatch guards on a balcony above him, who are taking an infuriatingly long time to move on. He mentally mocks their leisurely pace, thinking they might as well sit down for tea, all while an assassin could be lurking just outside. Once the guards depart, Matt scrambles onto the balcony, his muscles aching from the strain. He pauses, recalling a piece of wisdom from his father, Abel Cawthon, about always knowing your escape route. Matt had spent his 2 months as a resident of the palace, learning every secret way in and out, which now serves him in his infiltration. He decides against entering the building on the 3rd floor, reasoning that the interior is always more heavily guarded than the exterior. He begins the arduous climb up the stonework toward the 4th level, his ashandere occasionally bumping against his legs. He tries to distract himself from the terrifying height with nonsensical thoughts, like why heads might smell better than feet. After a harrowing climb, he finally reaches the balcony of what he presumes are Tuon's new quarters. Using a wire hook, he easily opens a familiar loose screen latch and collapses onto the balcony floor, exhausted but triumphant. Upon entering the room, Matt is immediately met with a crossbow bolt slamming into the door just above his head. He drops and rolls into a defensive posture, knife and ashandere ready. The person who fired the bolt is revealed to be Seleucia, Tuon's Sojin. Matt, far from being angry, grins and exclaims that he knew she was a bodyguard all along. Seleucia, with her characteristic sternness, demands to know what he is doing there. After a brief exchange of witty and sarcastic banter, during which Matt teases her about her near-total lack of a sense of humor, he learns that Tuon is not present. Seleucia has been acting as a decoy, lying in the Empress's bed with a crossbow at the ready to ambush any would-be assassins. When Matt reveals his urgent news about General Galgan's plot, Seleucia dismisses it with surprising nonchalance. She informs Matt that Galgan is not the primary threat. Rather, another individual named Creaser has brought in 3 highly skilled assassins from Shonchan. Seleucia coolly reveals that she has already caught 2 of them and had initially mistaken Matt for the 3rd. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Matt demands to know Tuon's location. Seleucia hesitates, weighing whether she should disclose this information, but ultimately relents when Matt reminds her of his status as Tuon's husband. She tells him Tuon is in the palace gardens, despite the late hour and the obvious danger. As Matt prepares to climb back down the way he came, Seleucia stops him, offering him a safer way out. She reveals a secret passage hidden behind a wardrobe, a passage that has been there all along. As Matt enters the dark tunnel, Seleucia delivers a chilling parting shot, telling him that the only way to stop being the Prince of the Ravens is to find his neck in a cord. The chapter then shifts its focus to Rand al'Thor, who is walking through Elaine's army camp near Braham Wood. The camp is operating with quiet efficiency, preparing for a morning departure toward Cairhien. Rand feels the immense weight of his responsibility for these soldiers, wishing he could better protect them. He has come to accept the constant pain of his wounds and his burdens as a part of himself. He makes his way to his father's tent, where two men from Emmons Field stand guard. He enters to find Tam al'Thor studying maps. Rand presents his father with a long, cloth-wrapped bundle. Inside is a magnificent, ancient sword with a dragon-decorated sheath, intended as a replacement for the heron-mark blade Tam gave him, which Rand was unable to return. Tam is taken aback by the quality of the gift, recognizing it as a well-used, masterfully forged blade, and initially tries to refuse it. Rand insists, framing it as a thank you from the entire world for teaching him the flame and the void, the mental technique that kept him sane through his darkest times. Tam reluctantly accepts, and then, to Rand's surprise, suggests they go to the practice grounds to try it out. At the practice grounds, lit by lanterns, Rand watches in awe as his father, a man he has only known as a gentle farmer, moves through the sword forms with the fluid grace of a master. Rand feels a pang of jealousy, knowing that with his own lost hand, he can never again experience that kind of peace and perfection in the forms. Tam, noticing Rand's melancholy, challenges him to a sparring match. To make the fight fair, Tam binds one of his own hands with a handkerchief. Rand is hesitant, acutely aware of his new limitations, but cannot refuse his father's authoritative tone. The spar begins poorly for Rand. His muscle memory constantly betrays him, as he instinctively tries to use a second hand that is no longer there, leaving his grip weak and his balance compromised. Tam easily gets the better of him, landing a solid blow on his thigh. Frustrated, Rand sees the fight as pointless, a reminder of what he has lost. But then he notices that Tam is fighting one-handed with practiced ease. Tam tells him to let go, and Rand, seeking the void, attempts to clear his mind. He begins to adapt, learning to use his stump and his remaining arm in new ways, blocking a blow with his elbow and stabilizing his sword grip differently. The duel becomes a genuine contest. While Rand knows he is not as skilled as he once was, and that Tam has the advantage, he finds a profound focus in the fight. For a short time, he is not the dragon reborn, but simply a student sparring with his master, finding a rare moment of peace. They fight until Rand is pleasantly exhausted. When they finish, they find a small group of warders has gathered to watch, who now applaud respectfully. Tam then delivers a poignant observation, stating that the lost hand Rand has been carrying was a heavy weight. And Rand agrees, acknowledging the deep psychological burden he has finally begun to release. Returning to Matt's perspective, he emerges from the secret passage into the palace gardens. The gardens are withered and dying, a reflection of the state of the world. After a brief search, he locates Tuon, who is surrounded by a dozen Death Watch guards. She is practicing a series of hand-to-hand combat forms, moving with deadly grace under the light of two strange blue lanterns. Watching her, Matt is forced to confront the question of whether he loves her, thought that makes him deeply uncomfortable. As he observes, he notices a seemingly ordinary gardener step between two of the guards, who pay him no mind. Matt's instincts scream that something is wrong. The man's utter lack of remarkable features is, in itself, suspicious. Matt draws a knife just as Tuon's eyes snap open, locking onto him. She sees his knife, but instead of panicking, she follows his gaze over her shoulder. Matt throws his blade, striking the gardener, now revealed as a grey man assassin, in the shoulder just as the man raises a weapon of his own. Tuon leaps to attack the wounded assassin, who manages to escape into the darkness. The Death Watch guards, finally reacting, tackle Matt and pin him to the ground before Tuon furiously orders them to release him and pursue the real threat. After the guards sheepishly let him up, Matt and Tuon have a tense conversation. She is unshaken by the attempt on her life, and he confronts her about their relationship, stating firmly that he will not be her toy, as he was with Tywin. He points out that her first reaction to seeing him with a raised knife was not to fear him, but to look for his target, calling it the most loving gesture a woman could show a man. She responds with the coldness of an empress, stating that an empress does not love and that she is with him only because omens dictate it. However, she softens slightly, admitting that it is, perhaps, good to see him. For Matt, this small concession is enough for now, and he pulls her into a passionate kiss, solidifying their complex and newly defined relationship. In this chapter, Loial, the Ogier, contemplates the concept of hastiness, a human trait that both fascinates and slightly eludes him. He finds himself amidst a forest where a disturbing silence, akin to screaming, pervades the trees. This unnatural quiet is a stark contrast to the vibrant harmony he usually perceives within healthy stands of trees, a melody that guides his tree singing. The forest is also a site of ongoing conflict, as Queen Elaine's forces strategically retreat eastward, intending to destroy bridges and unleash fiery attacks to hinder the pursuing Trollocs. Joining the fray, Loial leads a charge alongside other Ogier, consumed by rage at the Trollocs' desecration of the trees and their imposition of discord. Fueled by the Ogier war song, Loial unleashes his fury, hacking through Trollocs with his axe. He, Erith, and Elder Haemon fight with unmatched ferocity. Witnessing the Ogier's devastating attack, Galad, a white cloak, marvels at their strength but is unnerved by their rage. While Goleva remains suspicious, Trom acknowledges their invaluable contribution to the fight. They mow down the Trolloc lines, pushing them back and invoking terror in the hearts of the Shadowspawn. Meanwhile, at Merrilor, Rand reflects on his conversation with his father, Tam, and grapples with the concept of letting go. He reveals his possession of the deer-horn-hilted dagger, which shields him from the Dark One's detection. His focus shifts to the Shonchan and their potential inclusion in the Dragon's Peace. Moiraine engages Rand in a probing discussion, attempting to unravel his plans. Rand discloses his intent to permanently end the Dark One, a notion Moiraine deems impossible, as the Dark One is an intrinsic part of the Wheel of Time. Rand remains steadfast in his resolve, declaring his willingness to face yet another impossible challenge. Moiraine recognizes Rand's growth and maturity, but cautions against overconfidence. Rand recounts his encounters with Cadsuan, highlighting his increasing skill in navigating complex social interactions. As Rand prepares to depart for Ebu Dar, Moiraine expresses her concerns about his focus on the Dragon's Peace, suggesting that the dragon's true purpose lies in destruction, not peace. Rand acknowledges his debt to Moiraine and departs, leaving Moiraine to contemplate the complexities of his character and the unpredictable nature of the wheel's weaving. Lan, riding with his army, prepares to strike back against the Shadow. They are retreating after a long, hard fight. He orders the burning of Shionar's grandest cities, Faldara and Fal Moran, and their surrounding lands to deny sustenance to the invading Trollocs. Deeper, an Ashaman, protects the company by destroying incoming balls of fire. Lan leads a fierce cavalry charge against the Trollocs. The surprise attack and the devastation wrought by the Channelers disrupt the enemy's ranks. Lan and his troops inflict heavy casualties, but the Trollocs, driven by their language called Murdru Ka, rally and attempt to overwhelm the Borderlanders. Amidst the chaos, Lan witnesses the fall of his banner and the attack on Andere by two Myrddraal. With swift and decisive action, Lan intercepts the Fades, displaying unmatched skill in combat, disarming and ultimately slaying them. He rescues Andere, who is severely wounded. Lan surveys the field, the Shadowspawn falling back. Lan, recognizing the dire situation and the Trollocs' hunger, plans a morbid counterstrike. He leads his forces back onto the battlefield, where the Trollocs are distracted by feasting on corpses. The Borderlander armies converge, unleashing a devastating assault. The tide turns as the Borderlanders exploit the Trollocs' disarray, trampling and slaughtering them. However, the Dreadlords, led by Taim, intervene, unleashing devastating attacks. Dipe is killed by Taim. The battle intensifies with lightning and explosions erupting around Lan and his troops. Lan, momentarily stunned, is rescued by Prince Kaisel and his guards. As they retreat, Lan orders his forces to withdraw, intending to use the casualties as bait for the final battle. His plan is to fight the Trollocs until they are all dead from starvation. Lan directs his men to signal, marking the beginning of the final phase. He surveys the battlefield, recognizing the grim necessity of their strategy. Chapter 17. Older, more weathered. The narrative begins with Mat Cawthon waking from a pleasant dream to a state of profound confusion, initially believing he is on a terrible inn mattress. He quickly realizes he is completely undressed and lying in a patch of weeds within the palace gardens, beside an equally naked Empress Tuon. To his immense frustration, she is calmly conversing with a member of the Deathwatch Guard about a mysterious assassin who cannot be tracked. After a frantic search for their clothes, which had been used as a makeshift blanket, their secluded morning is interrupted by news that another intruder has been captured. Mat's pity for the unfortunate person turns to dread when the captive is brought forward and revealed to be Rand al'Thor, who appears noticeably older and more weathered since Mat last saw him in person. Tuon instantly perceives this as a threat, accusing Mat of orchestrating a betrayal and luring her into an ambush. As her domain is summoned and shields Rand, Mat finds himself magically seized and lifted into the air. He realizes his protective foxhead medallion is gone. Tuon, with a brief look of shame, reveals she had taken it from him while he slept. Placed beside his old friend, both now effectively prisoners, Mat engages in a brief, sarcastic reunion with Rand. They trade barbs about their recent hardships and then launch into a quiet bragging contest, comparing feats such as killing a golem and marrying an empress, which culminates in Rand declaring victory by mentioning his cleansing of the male half, the One Power. Rand then turns his full attention to the Empress, powerfully asserting his own authority. He dismisses her claim to the lands through her ancestor Arta Hawkwing by declaring his prior and superior right as Luz Therin Telemon, the dragon, who ruled a unified world millennia before. His words are accompanied by a breathtaking display of power that is separate from channeling. The dead garden around him explodes into vibrant green grass, and the dormant trees sprout leaves and blossom spectacularly. He then kneels and formally offers a peace treaty for the upcoming last battle. Mat supports the offer, vouching for Rand's integrity and pointing out the strategic necessity for her forces. A tense negotiation follows, hinging on the Shonchan practice of enslaving female channelers. A compromise is finally reached where Tuon may keep her current domain, but agrees to capture no more from Rand's allies. As Mat leaves with the Empress to prepare for war, he gets in a final jab about having rescued Moiraine, eliciting laughter from the Dragon Reborn. Chapter 18. To Feel Wasted. The chapter begins with Gawain positioned on a war-torn Kandori plain, a location where the Aes Sedai had been battling Trolloc forces for a week. The fighting has been surprisingly successful, with the forces of the light managing to halt and even slightly push back the Shadow's main army. The battlefield itself is a scene of carnage, so littered with the bodies of Shadowspawn that not even the Trollocs can consume them all. Gawain's duty is to guard Egwene, who is mounted nearby. He stands with a sword and shield, a combination he feels is necessary against Trollocs, even though he prefers a two-handed style. He internally reflects on his choice of weapon, contrasting the personal control and skill of swordplay with the impersonal, barrier-like nature of fighting in a pike or halberd formation, which others in the army favour for the safety of distance. His thoughts are interrupted when a ram-faced Trolloc attacks, wielding a stolen mace bearing the flame of Tar Valon. Gawain expertly handles the creature's frenzied assault, recognizing the standard Trolloc tactic of overwhelming an opponent with rapid, powerful blows. He deftly sidesteps, parries, and then, with a burst of speed and a sword, form known as Whirlwind on the mountain, he severs the creature's hand. Almost simultaneously, he dispatches a second Trolloc that had managed to get past the Aes Sedai's defenses before finishing off the first. This brings his kill count for his shift to 4. He feels a sense of dissatisfaction, as this duty, while important for Egwene's safety, feels like a waste of his considerable combat prowess. The strategic situation is explained. The Aes Sedai fight in rotations to ensure they are always rested. They use the one power to shatter large Trolloc formations, allowing the conventional soldiers to engage the scattered and disorganized remnants. Egwene is accompanied by Sylviana, the Keeper, and their combined power creates a formidable defensive zone, though Gawain suspects Sylviana occasionally lets a few Trollocs through just to keep him occupied. After his 2-hour shift concludes, he and the 2 women withdraw from the battlefield. Gawain senses Egwene's deep exhaustion through their warder bond and worries she is overexerting herself. He is also responsible for her security in the camp, a task he takes extremely seriously due to the constant threat of assassins, specifically the Fades. He ensures she sleeps in a different tent each night and stays awake to guard her personally. They proceed to the command tent, where Gareth Bryne and Suan Sanche are managing the war effort. Bryne is using a gateway held open by a Grey Sister to observe the front lines. A strategic discussion ensues about the need to press their advantage and advance into the hills, preventing the Trollocs from regrouping. Egwene asserts the White Tower's crucial role in the war, which Bryne acknowledges. The conversation shifts to the threat of dreadlords and the situation at the Black Tower. Acting decisively, Egwene orders the Aes Sedai contingent camped outside the Black Tower to retreat and join their forces here, anticipating that Mazrim Taim and his corrupted Ashaman will soon become a factor on this battlefield. Afterward, Gawain escorts the weary Egwene to a borrowed tent in the Green Ages section of the camp. Outside, they are met by Leilwyn and Bael Doman. Egwene's distrust for the Shonchan woman is palpable, as she worries Leilwyn could be a vector for assassins. Gawain, however, finds himself trusting Leilwyn's straightforward nature. While Egwene rests inside, Gawain has a tense conversation with Leilwyn, who is frustrated at not being allowed to serve the Amirlin as per her oath. She then notices Gawain fiddling with one of the 3 black rings he took from the Shonchan bloodknives who attacked Egwene. Leilwyn issues a grave warning, identifying the ring as a dangerous ter'angreal bestowed only upon the Empress's most elite assassins. She cautions that the rings are said to kill their users and that allowing his blood to touch one would activate it with deadly consequences. Gawain is deceptive in his response, masking his intentions and later telling Doman to have his wife avoid the topic around the Amirlin. The chapter's first section concludes with Gawain's internal conflict. He knows his duty is to protect Egwene as a warder, but the temptation of the rings, representing a more direct and powerful way to fight, remains strong. He keeps their existence a secret from Egwene. The perspective then shifts to Rand al'Thor, who is fighting on a different front alongside Elaine's army. He is disguised as the Ashaman Jur Grady, using an angreal to channel massive weaves of fire that incinerate packs of Trollocs. His thoughts drift to the Age of Legends and the creation of the Shadow Spawn by the Forsaken Agenor. He is tormented by the possibility that Trollocs might be human souls reborn into monstrous forms. Feeling he cannot hide for long, he dispels his disguise, the Mask of Mirrors, and reveals himself by creating a massive column of light, a beacon to raise the morale of the soldiers. He then immediately travels away, a tactic he uses on all fronts to inspire the troops without remaining long enough to be trapped. He arrives back at his main camp at Merilor and is met by Min. He voices his doubts, mentioning Moiraine's disapproval of him risking himself in these brief appearances. Min comforts him, affirming that his refusal to stand by while others die is precisely the quality that will enable him to defeat the Dark One. Their moment is interrupted by Cad Swan. who confronts Rand about his recent habit of giving away significant items: a sword to his father, a ter'angreal to Elaine, a crown to Lan, as if he is preparing for his own death. She pulls him aside and warns him that while his death may be inevitable, he must not fully accept it or stop seeking to live. The conversation concludes with Rand discussing the defense against the Forsaken at Shayol Ghul and his lingering indecision about the Black Tower. At this moment, Katswana reveals startling news. The Ashaman loyal to Rand have freed themselves from time's control. Rand is struck by a wave of both elation at their success and guilt for not having gone to their aid himself. The final section follows Lan Mandragoran in the Borderlander camp. It is night, and the soldiers are engaged in a new tradition of toasting their fallen comrades, a ritual that has begun to bridge the gap between the ordinary soldiers and the once aloof Ashaman. Lan steps away to the horse lines to care for his warhorse, Mandarb. In a rare moment of vulnerability and hope, he speaks softly to the stallion, promising him a future of peace in a reclaimed and restored Malkia, with Nynaeve and children. He reflects on his own life, a life chosen for death and sacrifice, and recognizes a deep similarity between himself and Rand al'Thor. His solitude is interrupted by Lord Baldheer of Kandor, who expresses grave concerns about their commander, Lord Agelmar. Baldheer believes Agelmar is exhausted and that his fatigue is leading to uncharacteristic and costly tactical errors, citing the recent annihilation of 2 cavalry squadrons. Lan promises to investigate and later finds Agelmar in the command tent. Lan observes that Agelmar does indeed show signs of extreme tiredness. When confronted, Agelmar admits to making a mistake, but firmly rejects the notion that he is unfit for command. He tells Lan to either relieve him or let him be, asserting that he knows his own limits. Lan acquiesces, but the chapter ends with this tension unresolved, leaving the question of Agelmar's judgment hanging over the Borderlander army. Chapter 19. The Choke of Apache. Elaine sought out Marshal General Bashir on the eastern bank of the Alguenya River, a place that, unlike the dying lands around them, still felt vibrant, alive. The powerful flow of the water reminded her of a lesson from Gareth Brine about the deceptive placidity of river surfaces, which often conceal deadly undercurrents. This lesson felt particularly relevant to their current military predicament. Though she and Bashir had successfully withdrawn their forces from Andor, executing a strategic retreat and inflicting heavy casualties on the pursuing Trollocs at various river crossings, they had just discovered that the Shadow had outmaneuvered them. A second, previously unknown Trolloc army had been spotted to their north, marching directly on the defenseless city of Karian. Bashir admitted his grave error in planning, explaining that he had calculated the enemy's movements based on human limitations. He had not accounted for the Myrdral's willingness to drive their Trolloc forces on a brutal, punishing march through terrible terrain, losing thousands to exhaustion alone, simply to achieve a strategic advantage. This inhuman tactic had allowed the northern force to outpace Elaine's army and create a pincer, trapping them between the two hordes and placing Karian in imminent danger of being sacked. Facing this dire situation, Bashir proposed a perilous solution. He argued they must immediately force march to engage the northern Trolloc army, which would be exhausted from its trek. A swift, decisive victory was their only hope, as it would allow them to then turn and face the southern army. Delay would mean being crushed between the two forces. Trusting his military genius, Elaine agreed to the high-risk plan. Meanwhile, Egwene entered Teleran Hyod, finding the world of dreams in a state of decay and turmoil, reflecting the fracturing state of the real world. She met with the Ale Wise Ones, Amys, Bear, and Melaine, within the relative stability of the Stone of Tyr. They showed her a disturbing new phenomenon, fractures appearing in the very fabric of the pattern, manifesting as cracks that opened into an unnatural, absolute blackness. These occurrences were most common, where dreadlords used the forbidden weave of balefire, indicating that its overuse was dangerously weakening reality itself. They all agreed the weave must not be used by their own forces. The meeting concluded with an emotional farewell, as the Wise Ones prepared to march with Rand to the last battle, and would not be returning to the dream world. Upon waking in the White Tower, Egwene met with Rand, who had requested to see her not as a political leader, but as an old friend. He attempted to make amends for their recent arguments, offering her a simple hair ribbon as a nostalgic reminder of their shared youth. During their conversation, Rand confirmed to a stunned Goin that he was the son of Tigraine, making him Galad's half-brother. Rand then made a final request, to see the seals on the Dark One's prison one last time. As Egwene reluctantly presented them, Rand, the one who had created them as Luz Therin, instantly recognized that they were fakes. A horrifying realization struck them both. At some point, the genuine seals had been stolen, and the Dark One now possessed the very keys to his own prison. In the Shonchan-controlled city of Ebu Dar, Mat Cawthon found himself struggling with his new status. His wish to go unnoticed had been ironically granted, as servants and soldiers now averted their gaze in extreme deference, a practice he found infuriating. He was subjected to a complete wardrobe overhaul by a personal tailor named Nata, who intended to dress him as the Prince of the Ravens. Despite his protests, particularly concerning the potential destruction of his iconic hat, he was fitted for new military attire and dressed in a ridiculously ornate and bulky ceremonial uniform with inhumanly wide, stiff shoulders. As servants adorned him with a fortune in rubies and other gems, it finally sank in that he was now unimaginably wealthy. This troubled him, as it removed the thrill and necessity of gambling, a core part of his identity. Resigned but defiant, Mat placed his worn hat atop the absurdly lavish costume, deciding to embrace his ridiculous new look with his own style as he marched off to a war council. Chapter 20. Into Thakari Dar. The narrative commences later in the day, following Egwene's prior meeting with Rand. She stands at the battlefront, wielding Vora's Sa'angreal, a powerful artifact that amplifies her ability to channel the One Power. With intense focus, she weaves intricate threads of fire, culminating in the creation of a massive, roaring ball of flame, described as being as large as a boulder. This fiery projectile soars through the air and crashes upon a distant hilltop occupied by Trolloc archers. The resulting explosion is devastating, violently casting the Shadowspawn aside and leaving behind their scattered, lifeless bodies. Immediately after this display of power, Romanda, a Yellow Ager Aes Sedai, who has been instrumental in providing healing on the battlefield, opens a gateway. Egwene, accompanied by Goin, Lelaine, and several other key figures and their guards, steps through onto the very hilltop she just obliterated. The ground is still hot and charred, and the air is thick with the sickening scent of burned flesh. This strategic position places them directly in the heart of the Trolloc army. While Sylviana weaves a protective dome of air to deflect incoming arrows, the other Aes Sedai begin launching their own offensive weaves into the surrounding enemy forces. The Trollocs are initially slow to react, caught completely by surprise. Their strategic advantage, which was to use the high ground of the hills to rain down projectiles and identify weaknesses in Egwene's army, has been violently turned against them. With the Aes Sedai now occupying the hilltops, the Trollocs' position becomes a killing field. Egwene's heavy cavalry thunders through the valleys below, now free from the threat of archers, and begins to slaughter the Shadowspawn with brutal efficiency. However, the Trollocs soon rally with an uncharacteristic resolve. Coordinated groups begin to charge the hills, attempting to retake them from the channelers. Egwene observes that this renewed tenacity is a clear sign that the Myrddraal, or Fades, have re-established their psychic link with the Trollocs, compelling the beasts to fight with a discipline they do not naturally possess. This tactic forces the Trollocs towards near-certain death, but makes them a much more formidable foe. Realizing they are being closed in on, Egwene orders a strategic retreat back through Romanda's gateway to their camp. Back in the relative safety of the camp, Goin uses a looking glass and voices a troubling observation. He notes that the Trollocs are fighting with an unnatural desperation, holding their ground and dying for hills they should not care about. This behavior is contrary to their typical nature of either overwhelming an enemy or scattering in defeat. He astutely suggests that the Fades seem to believe they are in a strong position, even after suffering such a massive rout. Egwene, too, feels a deep sense of wrongness, a premonition that her army is in grave danger. Her instincts are proven correct in the most terrifying way possible. An enormous gateway, far larger than any she has ever witnessed, tears open on the opposite side of her camp. Through it is revealed not the familiar landscape of Kandor, but a foreign place with alien-looking flora. An immense, unknown army stands ready, flying banners with unfamiliar symbols. The soldiers wear strange, padded and coin-like armor and wield uniquely designed weapons. Most alarmingly, Egwene senses hundreds of female channelers among them, women with tattooed faces wearing distinctive stiff, black silk dresses. Before she can fully process the threat, the enemy channelers unleash a devastating barrage of fireweaves upon her camp, instantly killing Ramanda and forcing the others to scatter amidst the fiery destruction. Egwene and Goin manage to find cover under his color-shifting warder cloak, hiding from the Sharon soldiers who swarm through the camp, executing survivors. Pinned and surrounded, Egwene is forced into an agonizing state of inaction, knowing that to channel would mean immediate death. She resolves that her survival as the Amelin seat is paramount. For as long as she lives, the White Tower endures. The perspective then shifts to Aviendha, who is scouting the approach to Shayol Ghul with Ruach and other Aiel. The land is a cold, desolate wasteland, a place that feels like a tomb. They look down into the valley of Thakandar, a horrifying vista dominated by the Dark One's great forge. The air is filled with foul steam and smoke, and they witness brutish, lifeless creatures working the forges, using the blood of human captives to temper their blades. The sight is one of pure, unadulterated evil. They are joined by the great captain Rodel Ituralde, who helps them formulate a plan. While the Aiel, suited for swift attacks, will create a distraction by raiding the forge and freeing the prisoners, Ituralde's forces will seize and hold the narrow pass into the valley, preparing for a long siege to give Rand all the time he needs. Returning to Rand, Aviendha finds him deeply troubled, despite his recent success in securing an alliance with the Shan Chan. He reveals the source of his anxiety. The seals on the Dark One's prison have been stolen by the Shadow. While they have not yet been broken, he fears they will be used at the most inopportune moment to give the Dark One a critical advantage during their confrontation. He then outlines his strategy. He cannot take his allies into the cavern with him, as he will be completely vulnerable while facing his enemy. He tasks Aviendha with a crucial role. She is to command all the channelers at Shayol Ghul and defend the entrance to the cavern at all costs, acting as his spear and his shield against the Forsaken, who will inevitably be drawn to the confrontation. In the final moments of the chapter, Nynaeve reports that she has found no way around the dangerous flaw in Kalandor, the crystal sword that is not a sword. She warns Rand that using it is a trap. As long as he channels through it, any other channeler can seize control of him and the power he wields, potentially burning him out from the source. Rand acknowledges the immense danger, accepting that it is a trap he must willingly walk into. With grim resolve, he takes the sword and gives his final command. They will invade Shayol Ghul on the morrow, determined to face the ultimate evil, even if it means being consumed in the process. Chapter 21. Not a mistake to ignore. The chapter opens in the grim aftermath of a devastating battle, finding Siwan Sedai in a makeshift camp on Arafelin soil. Her shoulder aches from a fall, a lingering reminder of the chaotic retreat and a healing weave from Yukiri, a grey sister, that she deems imperfect. The scene is one of brutal wartime triage. Yukiri conserves her strength, leaving a man who has lost his hand to mundane healers because he can no longer fight. The logic is harsh but necessary, as the Yellow Aja sisters are overwhelmed in Mayene, and the few eyes Sedai with any energy left must focus on those who can return to the front lines. The entire camp is a landscape of suffering, filled with the groans of the wounded, Most of the Aes Sedai had exhausted themselves creating the gateways that allowed what was left of their army to escape the pincer attack of the Sharans and the Trollocs. Siuan, despite her own fatigue, attempts to heal a soldier with a severe side wound. Using an angreal, she manages to pull him back from the brink of death, but the effort drains her completely, leaving her as unsteady as a novice. Yukiri takes the angreal and urges her to rest. As the one power leaves her, Siuan feels a mixture of relief from the strain and sadness at losing its beautiful sensation. Lying on the ground, she pieces together the blurry memories of the battle. Gawain Trakan's sudden appearance with Egwene's order to retreat, and Lord Brian's immediate, almost pre-prepared, execution of the command. She recalls Brian's restlessness and his suspicion that the Shadow's forces were manipulating them. Then came the explosions and Yukiri's mad-seeming command to jump through a gateway in the floor of the command tent, a move that saved their lives by cushioning their 300-pace fall with a massive weave of air. Refusing to remain idle, Siuan finds Lord Brian sitting on a stump, looking utterly depleted. In front of him are 2 wrinkled battle maps he rescued from the exploding tent. They are joined by General Herm, who reports no sign of the Emerlin's seat. Siuan, with a flash of her old authority, insists they keep searching, certain Egwene is alive. After dismissing the general, Brian and Siuan are left alone in the exhausted camp. The conversation turns to the staggering losses. Nearly half of the soldiers are gone, and 120 Aes Sedai are dead, a catastrophic blow to the White Tower. Siuan tries to feign indifference, but Brian senses her profound grief. He then confesses his own deep-seated guilt, believing he failed as a commander. He feels he should have recognized the Trollocs' defensive posture as a stalling tactic and attacked sooner, preventing the Sharan army from trapping them. He declares that it is not a mistake he can simply ignore, as the fate of the world is at stake, and the battle seems to have stolen decades from his life. The perspective shifts to the Black Tower, where Lyrell of the Blue Arger waits with a contingent of sisters, her patience worn thin. The entire mission to bond Ashaman has been a sequence of disasters, culminating in the news that the Black Tower had been infiltrated by the Shadow. Now, a young Ashaman claims they have cleansed themselves of the traitors. Lyrell and her companions, representing various ages, debate their next move. Despite her mistrust, Lyrell decides to proceed, reasoning that if the men were hostile, they would have attacked when the sisters were trapped without the ability to make gateways. Her true motive, however, is political. She hopes to bring the Black Tower under her authority and finally escape the shadow of her rival, Lelaine. Upon entering the Black Tower's grounds, they are met by Pavara of the Red Arger, who has already bonded an Ashaman. Pavara warns Lyrell that her plan is a fool's errand. She explains that unlike normal warders, men who can channel cannot be compelled by the bond. She advises Lyrell to bond those who are willing, rather than attempting to force the bond on the most powerful, but Lyrell dismisses her counsel, determined to take the 47 strongest men as planned. They are then confronted by Androl Genhald, who presents them with a group of exactly 46 men, plus himself, who has already been bonded. Androl cleverly explains that while any soldier or dedicated would obey the Dragon Reborn's command to be bonded, all the others are conveniently either full Ashaman or away on urgent business. The men before them are volunteers. He delivers a final cutting message from the Dragon Reborn. They are to be treated as men with free will, not as weapons. Thwarted and furious, Lyrell is forced to accept the situation and orders her sisters to complete the bonding quickly. In a final scene, Pavara joins Androl and his inner circle. They discuss their future, their loyalty shifting decisively away from the Dragon Reborn, whom they feel abandoned them, and toward Loghain, who gave them hope. Androl declares that the Black Tower will fight in the last battle, not as pawns for anyone, but as their own men, fighting for their right to live. They have learned to survive on their own, and they will enter the fray as an independent power. Chapter 22. The willed Egwene was violently woken from a state of exhaustion by Gawain, who covered her mouth to prevent any sound. The harsh reality of their situation returned to her, as she remembered they were concealed beneath a shattered cart in the war-torn camp. The air was thick with the smell of scorched timber, and the landscape around them was blackened under the cover of nightfall. Gawain whispered his plan to create a diversion so they could escape, but Egwene insisted on accompanying him, sparking a quiet debate about who was the more stealthy. Gawain argued that his lack of channeling ability made him less detectable, as the enemy's channelers were actively patrolling the camp's perimeter and would sense her presence if she drew too near. Egwene was annoyed to learn he had already been scouting without her, discovering that their enemies were methodically searching the camp and taking prisoners, meaning their current hiding spot would soon be compromised. Their argument was cut short by the approach of two Sharan women, whose delicate and beautiful features belied the danger they represented. Egwene instinctively shrank back, knowing from earlier observations that they were likely channelers who could sense her. The women carried lanterns that illuminated intricate leaf-like tattoos spreading from their necks onto their cheeks. As they spoke in their foreign tongue, Egwene felt a strange, frustrating sense of near comprehension. She had to suppress the urge to use the one power to listen, as any act of channeling would be an immediate death sentence. A larger crowd of Sharans began to gather, moving with a solemn quietness that unnerved her. Egwene observed their unique attire, particularly the garments with open backs that displayed a vast array of tattoos. She began to analyze the social significance of these markings, initially assuming that more complex tattoos denoted higher status. However, she noticed that individuals who appeared to be officers, distinguished by feathered helmets and fine silken coats over golden coin-like armor, had only small openings in their clothing, revealing minimal tattoos. This suggested a more nuanced and perhaps inverse relationship between tattoo size and rank than she had first guessed. The final and most perplexing additions to the gathering were three individuals, two men and a woman, riding small donkeys adorned with precious metals. These figures were nude from the waist up, their chests laden with jewelry, but their exposed backs and shaved necks were completely devoid of tattoos. Their expressions were hollow and haunted, their bodies frail and skeletal, leaving Egwene to wonder about their role and the suffering they had endured. As Gawain urged her to use the distraction to sneak away, a Sharan channeler called out, and the entire assembly knelt. The very air near the captives seemed to warp and distort as if under intense heat. And from this disturbance, a tall, handsome man materialized. He was clad in glistening, silvery armor constructed of overlapping coins, and carried himself with an air of absolute authority. He identified himself as Bao, the Wild, their supposed savior, and addressed the assembled Sharans with a familiar condescension, even scratching the head of a male channeler as one would a pet. He then turned his attention to the captives, offering freedom to any who could identify him. When none could, he declared his purpose, to reclaim what was taken from him. Suddenly, he grew distracted, sensing Egwene's channeling ability in the darkness. Before he could locate her, a noise from a nearby tent drew everyone's attention. To Egwene's horror, Lean was discovered and brought before Bao, bound in invisible weaves of air. Bao interrogated Lean about the dragon reborn, and when she remained defiantly silent, he made a horrifying example of the other prisoners, causing them to erupt in flames and die screaming. Egwene could only watch in tearful horror, forcing herself not to reach for the source. Bao then commanded Lean to deliver a message to the dragon reborn, that he, Bao the Wild, had come to slay him and claim the world as his own, fulfilling prophecies of his people, just as Rand had fulfilled those of the West. He threatened to destroy everything Rand held dear if he did not face him. Finally, he revealed the name he had once been known by, a name Egwene recognized with dawning terror from her studies in the White Tower. Barid Bel Medar, the Forsaken known as Demandre. Meanwhile, in the Wolf Dream, Perrin and Gaul continued their hunt for the wolf killer, Slayer. The dreamscape of the Borderlands was surreal and chaotic, littered with debris displaced by a powerful, roaming storm. The passage of time was distorted, and Perrin found himself increasingly reliant on his real-world supplies for sustenance, as food created in the dream vanished upon consumption. He communicated with the local wolf packs, who greeted him as young bull and spoke of the last hunt, cryptically insisting that he must lead them. They had not seen Slayer recently, but they warned him of other powerful beings walking the dream. They spoke of Moonhunter, whom Perrin knew to be Lanfair, and another called Heartseeker, who had been spotted near Merilor. Perrin shifted himself and Gaul to the dream reflection of the Allied army's camp at Merilor. There, hidden by his growing mastery of the dream, they observed a painfully homely woman rummaging through documents in a general's tent. Perrin realized this must be Heartseeker, one of the Forsaken. He followed her as she rose into a black void dotted with pinpricks of light, which he understood to be the dreams of sleeping people. He overheard her muttering resentfully about someone named Moradin and speaking of a plan to destroy the head of the enemy rather than their legs, revealing a cold, strategic mind. When she sensed his presence, a fierce battle erupted. Perrin, now incredibly powerful in Teleran Ryod, found he could bend her weaves of power, including balefire, and create illusions to confuse her. His ingrained reluctance to harm a woman, however, caused him to hesitate. He attempted to capture her instead, but she managed to escape through a gateway, which opened into a massive army of Trollocs and Fades. Just as she vanished, Lanfair appeared, criticizing Perrin for his weakness in not killing his enemy. She confirmed the Forsaken's identity was Gryandal, who had been renamed Hessalam, meaning without forgiveness. Lanfair then tempted Perrin with knowledge, explaining that he could learn to travel between the waking world and the dream in the flesh, just as Slayer does, a power that would make him far stronger. She also delivered a chilling piece of information. Time was flowing much faster in the dream, and while he had been hunting, a week may have passed in the real world. As Perrin grappled with this, desperate to return, Lanfair delivered her final, devastating revelation. The dream Gryandal had been invading when Perrin found her, the one she was trying to influence or corrupt, belonged to Davram Basher, the father of Perrin's wife, Faile. Chapter 23. At the Edge of Time. The narrative opens in the immediate, chaotic aftermath of Demandred's display of power. Gawain Trakand is desperately trying to urge Egwene Alver to move from their hiding spot beneath a cart. His mind is racing with the terrifying realization that the man in silver disc armor, who identified himself as Bao the Wild, possesses the ability to detect female channelers. Having just witnessed him single out and capture Lean Sheriam from the darkness, Gawain is certain Egwene will be next. He resolves to physically carry her away if necessary, consumed by a fear that contrasts sharply with Egwene's demeanor. When she finally turns to him, her eyes hold a cold strength and grim determination. A reaction he senses through their warder bond was triggered by hearing the Forsaken's name. They crawl out from their cover, and Gawain, taking charge, outlines an escape route heading east around the ruined mess tent and toward the camp's perimeter. He insists on scouting ahead, planning to use tossed pebbles as a warning signal. Before departing, he dons one of the blood knife rings, a terangreal that blurs his form and makes him nearly invisible in the shadows, particularly in the moonless, overcast night. Though he had previously sworn off using the rings for personal glory, he justifies this use as a necessary measure to protect Egwene. The ring grants him enhanced speed and a heady sense of boldness, which he must consciously temper to maintain caution. As Egwene follows, she moves with the ingrained stealth of her Two Rivers upbringing. Her mind, however, is not on her footing, but on the horrifying implications of what she has learned. Demandred leads the entire Sharan nation. This threat feels even more profound than that of the Shonchan, who enslave channelers but do not slaughter common folk with such abandon. She understands the critical importance of her survival, needing to carry this intelligence back to the White Tower. While moving through the desolate remains of her camp, she reflects on the fragility of power and reaffirms her own strength, which she believes comes from control and understanding, not just the one power. Her escape is cut short when she is ambushed by a Sharan channeler. A shield is snapped into place, severing her from the source, and weaves of air restrain her before she can effectively use her belt knife. Her captor is a tall, slender woman with delicate features, facial tattoos resembling branches, and a strangely toneless accent. The woman expresses a kind of professional admiration for Egwene's quick resort to a physical weapon, calling her a dangerous little rabbit. In a calculated move, Egwene intentionally gives in to her terror, flooding the water bond with panic to alert Gorn. She relives the trauma of her capture by the Shonchan, the feeling of the Adam, and the degradation of being named Thule, until the fear becomes overwhelming. However, just as quickly, she wrestles her emotions back under control, meeting the Sharon woman's gaze with renewed eyes, Sedai calm. The captor is momentarily transfixed by this rapid shift, a distraction that allows a shadowy figure to strike her down from behind. This rescuer is revealed to be Leilwyn, the former Shonchan guard who swore an oath to Egwene. She quickly helps Egwene escape, stating that she takes her oath seriously. They soon reunite with a surprised Goin, who reveals he has already killed half a dozen Sharon soldiers who ambushed him. The group is then joined by Bail Doman, and together they flee the camp. Once a safe distance away, Egwene creates a gateway and skims them all to the safety of the White Tower. The perspective then shifts to Aviendha in the valley of Thakandar. She leads a diverse and somewhat resentful group of channelers, including Ashaman, Wise Ones, and Aes Sedai, in a surprise Isle assault. Their objective is to destroy the Shadow's forges and secure the area to protect Rand al'Thor's rear as he ascends to Shaiol Ghul. The Isle warriors overwhelm the disorganized Shadow spawn, while Aviendha's group focuses on the Shadow Forgers, beings who turn to crumbling stone when killed. After dispatching them and freeing the soulless captives nearby, Aviendha witnesses the arrival of Rand, Moiraine, Nynaeve, and Tom through a gateway. She and Rand share a final, silent farewell across the valley before he turns toward his own grim task. The battle is momentarily halted when the sun is completely obscured in a terrifying, unnatural eclipse. As light returns, Aviendha detects an extremely powerful female channeler attacking the Ael rear guard. She immediately has her group form a circle, funneling an immense amount of the One power into her. She unleashes a colossal column of liquid-hot fire and air, scarring the valley wall where the enemy was located. The unseen foe retaliates with a bar of balefire, narrowly missing Aviendha and obliterating the forge building behind her. Understanding the danger, Aviendha employs maiden battle tactics. She uses weaves to create cover, flanks the enemy with a gateway, and engages in a swift, brutal duel. She discovers her opponent is not one woman but three. She manages to kill two, later identified by the Aes Sedai Serain as the Black Aja members, Duhara and Phalion. The third and most powerful of the women, an unknown figure, escapes not with a gateway, but by seeming to fold into nothingness, a method that unnerves Aviendha. Realizing the need for new tactics, Aviendha reorganizes her forces into three smaller circles, planning to bait and trap their powerful adversary, fully embracing the difficult burdens of command. The final section follows Rand as he begins his ascent to the Pit of Doom. Accompanied by Moiraine and Nynaeve, with Tom Merrilin choosing to stand guard at the cavern entrance, Rand prepares for the final confrontation. He is dressed symbolically, wearing a coat from his early days in Fal Dara and a simple Two Rivers shirt, carrying both Callandor and the Sword of Laman. As he climbs the winding path, the old, unhealable wound in his side reopens, and he begins to leave a trail of bloody footprints on the stone, a stark fulfillment of prophecy. He acknowledges to Nynaeve that he does not expect to survive, his focus solely on the task ahead. At the entrance to the cavern, he has Moiraine and Nynaeve link with him, insisting on leading the circle himself, despite the risk of another seizing control of the power through him. As he stands at the precipice, a powerful, non-physical voice resonates through his very soul, declaring, "It is time. Let the task be undertaken." Unsurprised, Rand whispers his thanks and steps into the darkness of Shaiol Ghul, leaving his blood on the rocks behind him. Chapter 24. The throne lent her grandeur, but also gave an illusion of immobility. The chapter opens with Empress Fortuona, reflecting upon her station and the perceptions it creates, noting that an assassin would misjudge her capabilities based on her formal attire. Her thoughts are interrupted by Beslan, the tamed Altaran ruler, who expresses his confusion over Matrim Cawthon. Fortuona cryptically replies that Mat is what the pattern has sent them. After Beslan agrees to remain and govern his lands rather than march to war, Fortuona's longtime companion and now truth speaker, Seleucia, signs her approval of his developing restraint. This observation carries an unspoken contrast to Mat, who is heard cursing nearby among the Shon Chan commanders. Fortuona questions her own decision to marry him, a man who represents pure chaos, even as she reaffirms to herself that she followed the omens. She acknowledges the difficulty in teaching him the restraint that Beslan is learning. Fortuona internally considers the Shon Chan creed, "May she live forever," interpreting it not as a mere platitude, but as a mandate for strength. The Empress must be powerful enough to survive all threats, internal and external, proving her fitness to rule. Her death at the hands of a rival would simply prove she was too weak for the Crystal Throne. This philosophy frames her concern about Matrim, who is entirely unlike a typical rival. He wears his general's uniform poorly, snagging it on things, and his grace is that of a racehorse, not a courtier. He baffles the high blood, which is useful, but he also embodies a disorder that is antithetical to her own identity as a bringer of order. Her observations are punctuated by Mat's chaotic but effective command style. He publicly berates General Yulan for worrying about the sea folk, and then castigates another commander, Savara, for prioritizing cavalry over pikes, comparing her to a Tyran high lady. Yulan is left completely bewildered, pondering the logistical impossibility of hanging a man by his toenails. As this unfolds, Captain General Galgan, Fortuona's greatest rival and most formidable asset, approaches. Fortuona contemplates her relationship with Mat through the lens of Shonchan tradition. The Prince of the Ravens is meant to be a check on the Empress, a knife at her throat to keep her sharp. Mat fills no such role, and she considers that she should perhaps have him put away for that very reason, though she cannot until he has given her a child, as the omens demand. Galgan expresses his displeasure with the delays, subtly questioning Mat's understanding of military logistics. Fortuona perceives that Galgan is testing Mat, allowing him to give orders without truly ceding command to see how he handles the responsibility. A gust of wind revealing a rodent's skull serves as another omen of danger for Fortuona, compounding her sense of walking a perilous path. She feels the immense weight of her decisions, knowing they could doom the Empire, a burden Mat seems not to comprehend. She summons him, and upon standing from her throne, the entire camp prostrates themselves, signifying an official proclamation. Ignoring Mat's complaints about the bowing, she formally names him Knotai, a title for a destroyer of the Empire's enemies, and elevates him to the rank of Rodholder. This is a masterful political stroke. As Rodholder, Mat is now third in command directly behind Galgan, forcing the Captain General to include Knotai in all planning, and to constantly watch his back, lest his new subordinates surpass him. Knotai, characteristically, seems to miss the deeper implications, but likes his new name. Galgan, no longer smiling, offers a subtle insult by muttering about Knotai needing to learn to kneel without addressing the Empress directly, an offense Seleucia notes, but Fortuona chooses to ignore. The strategic gamble is immediately tested. A scout returns with news that Egwene Alvere's army of eyes, Sedai, has suffered a crushing defeat and is in full retreat. Knotai, misinterpreting his new rank as full command, insists they must move to support their allies immediately. Fortuona is presented with a monumental choice. She could seize the opportunity to capture hundreds of defeated channelers, creating a force of domain strong enough to crush all resistance to her rule back in Shonchan. It is the path of order and security. Knotai, however, quietly reminds her, "You gave your word." Torn between the known, measurable power of the domain and the chaotic, unpredictable path of honoring her treaty, she reflects on her decision to bet on her prince. She chooses chaos and honor, declaring that the treaty remains in force and orders General Galgan to move their armies to protect the retreating Aes Sedai. The perspective shifts to Lan Mandragoran, whose forces are facing a hopeless battle against an endless sea of Trollocs. The sky is unnaturally dark, with ominous clouds and unsettling lightning. He and his men are part of a strategic retreat that has bled the Trolloc army, but has failed to stop it. As the sun is mysteriously blotted out, casting the world into deep shadow, his men grow fearful. Lan, however, remains resolute, his hand over the letter from Nynaeve he keeps next to his heart. When the light returns, he gathers his personal guard, the newly formed High Guard of Malkier, and prepares for the coming charge. Their orders are to meet the Trolloc assault head-on, holding the centre while cavalry hit the flanks. It is a good plan against impossible odds, and as the trumpets sound, Lan leads his men forward into the fray. Elsewhere, near Kerhian, Elaine Traken's army is exhausted from a forced march to position themselves between the city and an advancing Trolloc force. As she prepares to give an inspiring speech, the sun is again eclipsed, plunging the battlefield into darkness and her army into despair. The prepared, eloquent speech she had memorized vanishes from her mind. Instead, she delivers a raw, passionate address, rejecting empty promises of victory. She declares that their blood is their fire, their passion, and their claim to the land, and that they must not merely resist, but destroy the shadow. The speech forges not excitement, but a grim, solemn determination in her soldiers. She then overrides Birgitte's objections, insisting on fighting on the battlefield herself, arguing she is worth 1,000 soldiers. The battle begins with Eludra's dragons unleashing a terrifying barrage, their explosions ripping through the Trolloc ranks. The sheer destructive power of the weapons unnerves even Elaine, before she and Birgitte ride down into the battle. The final viewpoint is that of Rodel Ituralde, who is commanding the defense of the pass into Thakandar, before Shayol Ghul itself. For the first time in a long while, he has adequate resources, but he still knows he is fighting a losing battle. He has become a changed man since the fall of Maradon. The professional soldier is gone, replaced by a man who now lusts for the death of the Shadowspawn who ruined him. His hand trembles, but his strategic mind is as sharp as ever. As the Trollocs charge into the pass, he springs his meticulously prepared traps. First, hundreds of flaming logs roll down the canyon walls, sowing chaos and death. When the Trollocs push through, they are met with a series of massive barriers woven from immense, dead thorn bushes. These abatis, 20 feet thick and 8 feet high, halt the advance, trapping the horde in the narrow pass. From the cliffs above, Ituralde's forces rain down boulders, arrows, and more burning logs, slaughtering the helpless Shadowspawn by the thousands. The initial Trolloc assault breaks and flees, granting Ituralde a victory. He knows, however, that it is only for one day. They will return, but he has made them bleed, buying precious time. Chapter 25. Quick Fragments. The chapter opens with Siuan's profound relief as the Emerlin, Egwene Alvere, finally returns to the Aes Sedai encampment, her presence a beacon of hope after her recent harrowing ordeal. Accompanying her are several prominent sitters, including Doezine and Saerin, signifying that crucial decisions have been made. Gareth Bryne, the commander of their forces, quickly confers with Siuan, informing her that their orders, sanctioned by both Queen Elaine and Egwene, are to hold their current position. Siuan expresses concern over their numerical inferiority, but Bryne grimly notes that every army fighting the Shadow is in a similar predicament. Their army is strategically positioned with their backs to a wide river marking the border between Kandor and Arafel, facing a massive combined force of Sharans and Trollocs that has been gathering for days. While the Shadow had previously limited its aggression to small raiding parties, the arrival of the main Trolloc host signals an imminent, full-scale assault. A retreat through gateways is deemed futile. This confrontation is inevitable. Bryne's choice of battlefield offers a slight tactical advantage. He has positioned their troops to defend a river ford, overlooked by hills, allowing them to engage the invading army from two directions as it attempts to cross into Arafel. This defensive setup provides a potential line of retreat across the river, which would hinder the Trollocs and give their own forces a defensible barrier. As the Sharan and Trolloc armies begin their advance across the western plains, Saiwan takes a moment to confirm the Amirlin's identity. The threat of clever imposters is a constant fear, so she challenges Egwene with a question about their first meeting. Egwene correctly recalls the specific details of a private lesson in Faldara, assuaging Siwan's primary fear. However, a deeper, more insidious worry lingers. Siwan scrutinizes Egwene's eyes, searching for any sign of the dark change that afflicted some at the Black Tower, a corruption that could turn an ally into the most dangerous of enemies. Unable to detect any such taint, she resolves to place her trust in the Amirlin once more. Egwene, for her part, quickly takes command, ordering the battle lines to be formed while acknowledging a message from the Dragon Reborn, delivered by Min, which states that the Shonchan are now fighting the Shadow. The presence of Shonchan Rakan flying overhead prompts Egwene to remain cautious, ordering her forces to watch them closely, even as they prepare for the Trolloc onslaught. Meanwhile, Rand al'Thor, accompanied by Moiraine and Nynaeve, descends into the pit of doom at Shaiol Ghul. The very atmosphere of the cavern is hostile and oppressive, physically and spiritually pressing down on them. The passage seems to warp reality, its dimensions shifting as if it were a living throat, trying to force them to their knees in submission before the Dark One. Rand defiantly resists this pressure, refusing to approach his enemy in a state of supplication. This act of will strains both him and the Dark One, revealing that even his great adversary is bound by the inexorable momentum of this final confrontation. Rand is bleeding from a previous wound, a stark reminder that his time is limited. As they proceed, he feels a sharp pang of pain through his bond with Elaine, or Avienda, a connection distorted by the warping of time and space in this accursed place. Their path is blocked by Moradin, who stands guard before an abyss of pure blackness, a void that Moiraine warns is the physical manifestation of the Dark One's power welling up against his prison. Moradin declares his intention to duel Rand, explaining that even slightly weakening the Dragon Reborn will aid his master. He rejects Rand's plea to step aside, revealing his ultimate motivation. He has been promised oblivion, a complete cessation of being, and he will not allow Rand to steal that final piece from him. With a chilling declaration, Moradin attacks, and their fateful duel begins. The narrative shifts to the battlefield, where Lan Mandragoran is leading a heavy cavalry charge against the Trolloc horde. The fighting is relentless, and Lan and his men are bone-weary. After a grueling engagement where he and his friend Andere expertly dispatch several Trollocs, Lan makes the difficult decision to pull his unit back, allowing fresh Shienaran troops to take the point of their triangular formation. From a nearby hill, he observes the wider battle, seeing the Borderlander armies fighting like silver spikes against a sea of shadow spawn. He spots a platform being used by dreadlords to direct lightning strikes into the Kandori lines, creating devastating gaps. While his own channelers retaliate, he notices a critical command error. Two separate reserve units rush to plug the same hole, becoming entangled and inefficient. Troubled by this mistake, Lan resolves to investigate the source of the confusion. In the Wolf Dream, Tel'aran'rhiod, Perrin Ibera, and the Isleman Gaul stand on a ridge overlooking Shaiol Ghul. They witness phantom-like fragments of the immense battle raging in the waking world below. Perrin senses that Rand has finally entered the pit of doom. His own task had been to hunt the forsaken Grandal, but she vanished after he tracked her here. Suddenly, a wolf's urgent sending warns him. Slayer has arrived. Perrin immediately shifts himself and Gaul to the entrance of the pit, arriving just in time to intercept an arrow Slayer fires at Rand. Perrin pursues Slayer, finding him in a nearby village populated by red-veiled Aiel loyal to the Shadow, some of whom are male channelers. A chaotic battle erupts, a strange dance of shifting through the dream and brutal physical combat. Perrin and Slayer engage in a duel of wills, their control over the dream world pitted against each other. Slayer eventually escapes by returning to the waking world. Perrin returns to find the wolves who aided him being slaughtered by the two remaining Aeol channelers. He easily neutralizes them by using his power in the dream to reduce their minds to a state of idiocy. Lanfear appears, offering cryptic advice and confirming that the channelers had been turned to the shadow. After Perrin fails to reverse their condition, Gaul, with great reluctance, executes them as a mercy. Lanfear then heals both Perrin and Gaul before disappearing. To protect Rand, Perrin enters the dream version of the cavern and places the dream spike to Angriel, creating a bubble that prevents gateways or shifting into the immediate area. This forces Slayer to approach through the main entrance, which is now guarded by a network of wolves Perrin organizes. Realizing that time is flowing differently near the boar and that he must continue his hunt for Grandal, Perrin prepares to leave with Gaul. The chapter closes with a brief return to Egwene's camp, where Gawain expresses his deep discomfort at the prospect of fighting alongside the Shonchan. Chapter 26. The narrative opens with Egwene Alver, the Amelin seat, preparing for a deeply unsettling meeting with the Shonchan Empress. She is acutely aware of her own dislike for the situation and knows the perceptive Empress will sense it. This alliance is a repugnant necessity, forced upon her by the Shadow's deployment of Sharan forces. Egwene feels she must utilize any and all available assets, even those she finds morally abhorrent. The meeting place is a field in Arafel, where her general, Gareth Brine, has already positioned the bulk of her army. Despite a recent tactical retreat, her troops are in better spirits, but her strategic success hinges entirely on the Shonchan engaging the enemy channelers. The entire arrangement makes her stomach churn, reminding her of cruel games where starving dogs are pitted against each other for sport. She sees the Shonchan enslaved channelers, the Domain, as victims, and the Sharan male channelers as little more than beasts. Every instinct screams at her to fight the Shonchan, not to treat with them. Upon arriving, Egwene finds the Empress Fortuona already present, a calculated move to establish dominance that irritates Egwene. The Empress is a diminutive figure, standing on a platform, dressed in an ostentatious gown, with a long train held by servants. She is surrounded by her elite guards and nobility. Egwene, approaching with her own retinue, reassesses her initial intelligence. Fortuona may have a childlike build, but her eyes are those of a shrewd and calculating ruler, not a pampered adolescent. The conversation begins with a volley of thinly veiled insults. Fortuona questions the propriety of speaking directly to Egwene, whom she considers a Marath Domain, an uncontrolled channeler. Egwene retorts that as a Myelin, she is accustomed to speaking with criminals and murderers, implying Fortuona belongs in their company. Fortuona then condescendingly offers to view Egwene as a pet, to which Egwene fires back with her own comparison. Egwene asserts that her very existence as a free, powerful, and sane channeler is the ultimate refutation of the entire Shonchan's social order, which is built on the lie that such women are inherently dangerous and must be leashed. The exchange takes a dramatic turn when Egwene reveals a shocking piece of her personal history. She was once captured and collared as a Domain herself in the city of Falm. This revelation visibly stuns Fortuona, who was completely unaware. In her anger, Fortuona turns to question a nobleman in her retinue, and Egwene is floored to recognize him as her childhood friend, Matrim Cawthon. Before Egwene can process this and attempt a rescue, a second, even more ludicrous truth is revealed. Fortuona introduces Mat not as a prisoner or impersonator, but as her husband, the Prince of the Ravens. Overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of the situation, Egwene bursts into laughter, attributing the impossible union to the pattern bending around a tavern like Mat. With these revelations clearing the air, they proceed to the grim business of their alliance. Fortuona agrees to honor the peace brokered by the Dragon Reborn and respect the current sovereign borders of the nations, claiming several conquered lands for the Shonchan. Egwene immediately challenges this, specifically demanding the release of the Sea Folk Islands, including Tremalking. She uses a clever legalistic argument, pointing out that since the Sea Folk have never accepted Shonchan rule, Their lands cannot be considered legitimately conquered under the terms of the treaty. Surprisingly, Fortuona concedes the point. In return, Fortuona adds her own condition. The White Tower must publicly announce that any woman who wishes to be collared and become a domain must be allowed to travel freely to Shonchan territory. Egwene, finding the notion that anyone would voluntarily choose enslavement to be insane, readily agrees. She pushes for reciprocity, asking if the Shonchan will free any woman who does not wish to be collared, but Fortuona dismisses the idea as tantamount to releasing a rabid beast in a city. The tension escalates when Egwene plays her final card, stating the truth that the Shonchan Suldam, the handlers of the domain, are themselves women who can learn to channel, making them Marath domain by their own definition. She dares Fortuona, a former Suldam, to wear a collar and prove her wrong. This accusation, unlike the others, strikes a deep nerve. Fortuona becomes enraged, and the two leaders nearly come to physical blows before Mat steps between them, physically separating them and chiding them for their short-sightedness in the face of the last battle. Fortuona ultimately agrees to commit her forces, though she makes it clear they will not be under Egwene's command, offering only an initial deployment of domain to aid in the defense of the ford. The perspective then shifts to the battlefield near Caerhien, where Queen Elaine Trakand is fighting alongside her troops. She is bone-weary and utterly drained of strength after a full day of channeling. Her army, under the command of General Davram Basha, has successfully executed a brilliant maneuver, completely encircling a massive Trolloc army. As Elaine is pulled back from the front lines by her warder Birgitte, she witnesses the success of the trap. The Aiel have closed the noose, and her forces are crushing the surrounded Shadowspawn. However, their victory is cut short by a horrifying development. A second, equally large Trolloc army appears on the southern horizon, arriving a full day ahead of schedule. As Elaine races to the command post to warn Bashir, she finds him in a furious argument with Tam Althor, Rand's father. Tam reveals a chilling truth. For the past several days, there have been no scouts watching their rear. The reports Elaine had been reading were falsified. Every contingent of their army had assumed another was handling scouting duties. The realization dawns on Elaine with icy certainty. The timing is too perfect. The exhaustion of her channelers, the full commitment of her army in the encirclement, and the sudden arrival of a fresh enemy force constitute a perfectly laid trap. In a moment of cold clarity, she understands that Davram Basher, one of the world's most respected generals, is a dark friend. She immediately relieves him of command and has him arrested. Taking charge herself, Elaine issues a flurry of desperate orders to her commanders, aiming to annihilate the surrounded army with overwhelming force while simultaneously forming a new defensive line to hold off the approaching reinforcements. Drawing on a final, meager trickle of the One Power, she prepares to lead them through the impending catastrophe. Chapter 27. Friendly Fire. Gareth Bryne moves with purpose through his makeshift military camp, which is situated on the Arafelin side of the border with Kandor. The entire area is racked with the sounds and tremors of the One Power being used in battle, creating a chaotic environment akin to a continuous rock slide. Bryne, accompanied by Siwan Sanche and a messenger named Holcomb, maintains a mobile command to avoid being an easy target for the enemy's gateways. He receives a battlefield update. The Aes Sedai posted on the various hilltops are generally holding their positions against the Shadows' forces, though the White Arja is reporting diminished strength, a fact Siwan attributes to their practical nature rather than weakness. The pikemen defending the hills are performing well, but require reinforcement, particularly those protecting the Red Arja. Bryne decides they must hold on longer, confident in the Red's own formidable abilities. He learns that a cavalry captain, Joni Chagrin, has been killed on the left flank, and the command has fallen to Uno Nomesta, a skilled but non-commissioned soldier. Recognizing the urgency, Bryne dispatches his own cavalry reserves to reinforce Uno's position at the river. Realizing he needs more support to protect the Aes Sedai, he decides to request aid from the Shonchan. He sends a messenger named Anna, but in a moment of battlefield tragedy, a Shonchan flying beast is struck from the sky and crashes directly on top of her, killing her instantly. With his messenger gone and time running short, Brine is left in a difficult position. Min Farshaw, who had been working as a supply clerk nearby, witnesses the incident and volunteers to take the message to the Shonchan herself. Brine accepts her offer and sends her on her way. Min makes her way to the army's travelling ground, a hectic area where Grey Age assisters are managing gateways for troops and supplies. To conserve their strength, the gateways are made incredibly small, forcing messengers to crawl through. After a brief, dismissive exchange with an Aes Sedai who recognizes her, Min is sent through to the Shonchan encampment. She emerges into a world of stark contrast, where Brine's camp is a chaotic mix of nationalities and frantic activity. The Shonchan camp is a picture of immense discipline and rigid order. She is immediately halted by guards and interrogated by a suspicious Suldam named Katrina, who notes the knives hidden up Min's sleeves. Min explains her purpose and how the previous messenger was killed by a falling Raken. After Katrina verifies this report, she cautiously leads Min deeper into the camp. Min is brought to the command headquarters, a surprisingly well-constructed temporary building. Inside, she is stunned to find Matt Cawthon, now sporting an eye patch and dressed in Shonchan silks, acting as a high-ranking commander known as the Prince of the Ravens. He greets her warmly, and she quickly delivers Brine's request for cavalry. Matt, displaying an innate grasp of the battle's flow, immediately concurs and, with a casual authority that bewilders the formal Shonchan General Galgan, arranges for a legion to be sent as reinforcements. In a brief private conversation that follows, Min shares one of her viewings with Matt, a dagger piercing a raven's heart, seen over Galgan. Matt grimly interprets this as a sign that the general plans to assassinate him after the last battle is over. Their discussion is interrupted by the arrival of the Empress Fortuona. The entire room, including General Galgan, prostrates themselves on the floor, but Matt remains standing, offering only a casual greeting. Min, showing respect, kneels. As Matt attempts to usher Min out of the room to avoid complications, Min sees a vision around the Empress, a death lily, and impulsively blurts out her warning. She is instantly seized by the Empress's elite guards. To save her, Matt is forced to explain Min's ability, revealing that she is a seer of the pattern, a doomseer. The atmosphere immediately transforms from one of hostility to one of profound awe. Fortuona, fascinated rather than fearful, commands Min to speak all the omens she sees. After hearing Min's visions, the Empress makes a stunning declaration. Min is to be her new Soefeya, or truth speaker, a sacred reader of omens. This is a position of immense religious and political significance that has been vacant for centuries, effectively elevating Min to a holy status, while simultaneously trapping her firmly within the Empress's power. Chapter 28. Too Many Men. The chapter opens on a chaotic and grim battlefield in Shi'enar, where Lan Mandragoran is questioning an Arafelin captain sent by Lord Agelmar. Lan learns that the captain's forces, a reserve unit, were sent to plug a breach in the lines. This order is unsettling because Lan has just learned from a Kandari leader that his unit, another reserve force, was given the exact same command. Lord Agelmar has committed 2 separate banners of troops to the same problem without coordinating them, a tactical blunder that resulted in confusion and inefficiency. Lan analyzes this as a small but significant mistake, noting that the more effective strategy would have been a controlled withdrawal and a single decisive cavalry charge. Deeply concerned by this apparent error in judgment from a veteran general, Lan rides to consult with Lord Baldair, the sword-bearer for Queen Atheniel of Kandor. Baldair reveals another questionable command from Agelmar. The Saldaean light cavalry has been ordered on a deep, high-risk, hit-and-run attack against the Trollocs' flank. On its own, the move is defensible as a way to stretch the enemy's focus, but combined with the earlier overcommitment of reserves, it leaves their army's eastern flank dangerously exposed. Sensing a pattern, Lan cautiously asks Baldair to entertain a dark hypothesis. How would someone subtly sabotage their entire army? Baldair, looking troubled, outlines a chillingly logical sequence of actions. A traitorous commander would first position the army with its back to a river, limiting its retreat options. Then, they would commit the forces to a brutal, draining fight. The next steps would be to mismanage reserves to create openings, and then, crucially, to pull the archers from the eastern hills. This would remove the army's eyes and first line of defense on that flank, allowing a hidden shadow-spawn force to encircle them, pinning the entire army against the river for a complete slaughter. Just as they conclude this grim analysis, a messenger arrives with new orders from Agilmar. He is commanded to move the Kandori archers from the eastern hills, the very step Baldir just predicted. Convinced now that this is not incompetence but betrayal, Lan uses his supreme authority as Dai Shan to countermand the order. He instead sends scouts to patrol the hills and warns the archers to be ready, averting the immediate trap before gathering 100 of his own men to confront Agilmar directly. The narrative perspective then shifts to Loyal, who is fighting with the other Ogier against a second, overwhelming army of Trollocs that has attacked from the south. The Ogier are singing a mournful dirge for dying forests, a song of inevitable loss as men fall all around them. After being bitten by a Trolloc, Loyal is overcome not with despair but with rage. He rejects the song of mourning and begins to bellow a powerful, unfamiliar song of life and growing. The song has a tangible effect on the battlefield, causing grass to sprout and the wooden hafts of Trolloc weapons to grow leaves, shocking the shadow spawn. Loyal fights with renewed purpose, determined to survive, because he still has a book to finish writing. Finally, the scene changes to Matt Cawthon within the Shon Chan command building. Frustrated by relying on potentially inaccurate maps, he declares his intention to observe the battle personally. He dramatically strips off his ornate Shon Chan robes in front of the stunned generals, revealing his own coat and shirt, which he had recovered through bribes. A tense yet insightful conversation ensues with Min, who is now dressed as a Shon Chan noblewoman. Matt cleverly persuades her to remain with Empress Tuon, arguing that her position is invaluable. He points out that by offering timely visions and advice, she can act as a trusted bridge between Tuon and Rand, fostering an alliance crucial to winning the last battle. As Empress Tuon arrives, she surprises her generals by not admonishing Matt, but by supporting his decision, declaring that she will accompany him to the front. The chapter ends with a brief, sharp cut to Egwene on another part of the battlefield, releasing a blast of the One Power and focusing her attention on a Myrddraal hidden amongst the Trollocs. Chapter 29. The chapter opens with the Amirlin seat, Egwene Alver, personally engaged in the brutal defense of her position on a series of hills. She unleashes a torrent of fire to incinerate a Myrddraal, watching with grim satisfaction as the eyeless creature and its contingent of Trollocs are consumed by the One Power. However, this small victory provides only fleeting comfort. A quick assessment of her forces reveals a dire situation. Her archers are nearly out of arrows, the lines of pikemen have been severely depleted, and many of the Aes Sedai fighting alongside her are showing clear signs of exhaustion from the continuous channeling. Just as one wave of Shadowspawn is eliminated, another surges forward to take its place, forcing Egwene to question how much longer her troops can hold out. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appears. A banner of lancers, flying the flame of Tar Valon, breaks away from General Brine's main army at the river. Egwene recognizes them as the elite heavy cavalry unit Brine had painstakingly assembled. The lancers bypass the Sharon forces opposing them and charge directly at the rear of the Trolloc army, assaulting Egwene's hills. They are followed by a second unit, this one from Ilion. It appears that relief is finally on its way, but Egwene's relief turns to confusion and then to horror. From her elevated vantage point, she realizes that this maneuver has left the main army's left flank completely exposed and vulnerable. She wonders if Brine has set some kind of elaborate trap, but no such trap materializes. Instead, Sharon cavalry exploits the opening, charging into Brine's unprotected infantry and inflicting devastating casualties. Simultaneously, an even larger force of Sharon horsemen breaks from their own flank and descends upon the rear of the very tower lancers sent to aid Egwene. She desperately shouts a warning, but it is far too late. The lancers are caught in a pincer movement, attacked from behind by the Sharan cavalry, and from the front by the rear ranks of the Trolloc army, who turn with long, vicious polearms. The charge dissolves into a bloody massacre. Egwene and the other Aes Sedai unleash all the power they can muster, but the lancers are overwhelmed and annihilated in minutes. Shaken by the swiftness and brutality of the loss, Egwene orders a tactical withdrawal, using gateways to pull her pikemen and archers back from the compromised hills, while she and the remaining channelers provide cover. Her resolve hardened by the disaster, she decides she must confront General Brine and understand why he allowed such a catastrophic failure to occur. At her side, Goin Trakand looks unusually pale, a detail she notes with concern. The perspective then shifts to Lord Lan Mandragoran, arriving at the Shienaran Command Center. The tent is a chaotic hub of activity, where General Agelmar Jagad directs the battle from a series of maps spread on the ground. Agelmar appears confident, explaining his strategy to Lan. He believes that a decisive, shocking display of force will shatter the Trollocs' morale, causing their numerically superior army to break and flee. He speaks of an army not as a single beast, but as a collection of terrified individuals whose fear can be exploited. Lan listens, but a sense of deep unease settles over him as he notices a critical error on the battle maps. The Saldean light cavalry, which he knows has been moved, is still marked as guarding the eastern flank. His suspicion turns to certainty when a messenger arrives, confirming a massive Shadowspawn force is attacking that very same exposed flank. Lan realizes that Agelmar has been deliberately manipulated. Without hesitation, Lan takes decisive action. He relieves a stunned Agelmar of command and places him under arrest. Under Lan's sharp questioning, the layers of compulsion influencing Agelmar begin to unravel. The great general is horrified as he realizes his own thoughts have been twisted to sabotage his army, his eyes widening in terror at the disastrous orders he has given. Overcome with shame, he draws his sword to commit suicide, but Lan intervenes, grabbing the blade and reminding him of his duty as a soldier. As Lan barks out new orders in a desperate attempt to salvage the situation, Agelmar has one last lucid thought, warning Lan that he has unknowingly sent Queen Tenobia of Saldea into a fatal trap. Lan rushes to a vantage point, but can only watch helplessly as the Queen's banner is swarmed and extinguished by Trollocs. He accepts the cold, hard truth. The battle is lost, and his only goal now is to save what remains of his army. Finally, the narrative moves to Mat Cawthon, who is observing the same battle from a rise with Empress Tuon and her entourage. Through his looking glass, he sees the chaos at the river ford and hears the forsaken Demandred challenging the Dragon Reborn. Mat quickly identifies the same tactical blunders Egwene and Lan witnessed, noting that General Brine's army is being systematically squeezed into a disaster. Most critically, he spots General Tylee's entire Shonchan legion standing idle, held in reserve by Brine's orders. Leaving Tuon, Mat gallops to Tylee and, overriding Brine's command, immediately deploys her forces. Donning a colourful suit of Shonchan armour but keeping his own wide-brimmed hat, Mat personally leads the first banner of the Deathwatch Guard in a charge that smashes into the exposed Sharan flank. In the ensuing melee, his foxhead medallion grows cold, alerting him to the presence of a female Sharan channeler. Immune to her weaves, Mat casually dismounts, knocks her unconscious with his Ashandaray, and takes her prisoner, an act that earns him the awe of the Shonchan soldiers. Returning to Tuon, Mat explains that he needed to feel the pulse of the battle. This intuitive understanding allows him to see the entire strategic picture with perfect clarity, leading him to a chilling and certain conclusion. Gareth Brine is a dark friend, deliberately trying to lose the war. Stunned by his declaration, but trusting his insight, Tuon grants Mat absolute command of her armies to avert the impending doom. Chapter 30, The Way of the Predator. The narrative opens with Perrin Ibera and the Isle Wise One, Gaul, as they continue their reconnaissance within the wolf dream. They are surveying the reflection of Iguane Alvera's military camp, but find it faint and indistinct. This is a direct consequence of her army's recent and rapid eastward retreat. The tents have not remained stationary long enough by the river to establish a strong, stable presence in this alternate reality. Perrin is frustrated as he knows the Forsaken Grandal has been active in this area, but he has been unable to intercept her. Simultaneously, he is contending with the threat of Slayer, who has made 3 probing attacks toward the boar, where Rand al'Thor is confronting the Dark One. The wolves have alerted Perrin to each attempt, and each time, Slayer has withdrawn before Perrin could arrive. Perrin interprets this behavior as the classic strategy of a predator surveying a herd, testing for weaknesses before committing to a final decisive strike. On a more positive note, Perrin's plan involving the wolves has proven effective. Due to the severe time dilation near the boar, Slayer's progress towards Rand is significantly slowed, which provides Perrin the crucial window he needs to intercept any genuine assault. Perrin expresses the urgent need to warn the leaders in the waking world about Grandal, suspecting she is using the dream world to communicate with and manipulate dark friends within their own camps. The conversation touches upon the possibility of contacting Nynaeve Almiara at the boar, but Perrin hesitates, unwilling to risk distracting her from her critical task. His thoughts then turn to his own limitations. He is trapped in the wolf dream in his physical body and yearns for the ability to shift back to the real world at will, a skill that the Forsaken Lanfear hinted he could learn, and one he has witnessed Slayer perform. He mentally revisits the moment Slayer vanished, searching for any sensory clue as to how the feat was accomplished, but finds no answers. This physical presence in the dream world is taking its toll. Time is distorted, and a deep, bone-wearying fatigue is setting in, yet sleep eludes him. His body understands it does not belong here. A survey of Lan Mandragoran's camp reveals it to be even more ephemeral than Iguane's, confirming that Lan's forces are also in a rapid cavalry retreat, likely falling back toward the field of Merilor. A sudden summons from a wolf redirects their attention. Perrin is told, "She is here," and he shifts himself and Gaul north to Shiol Ghul, assuming the message refers to Grandal. There, overlooking the valley, they are joined by a grizzled wolf, whose scent is familiar to Perrin. The wolf directs their attention to the command tent of Rodel Ituralde, one of the great captains. Moments later, Grandal emerges from the tent. She immediately creates a gateway back to the waking world, and as she steps through, she subtly uses compulsion on 2 Domani guards, who stiffen and salute her. Perrin feels a powerful intuition that stepping through the closing gateway would be akin to waking up, a tantalizing clue to the skill he seeks. However, he prioritizes his duty to protect Rand from Slayer and allows the gateway to snap shut. As he resolves to send a warning, the grizzled wolf reveals himself to be Elias Makera, the man who first taught Perrin about his connection to wolves. Elias explains that while he normally avoids the dangerous wolf dream, he felt compelled to check on Perrin. It is during this conversation that Perrin has a critical epiphany. He connects Grandal's presence at Ituralde's tent with the other great captains leading the other 3 major fronts, Bashir, Brine, and Agelmar. He realizes her strategy is not to defeat their armies with Shadowspawn, but to subvert the war effort by corrupting the minds of its brilliant commanders. At that precise moment, Slayer ceases his probing and launches a full-scale assault on the boar. Perrin issues rapid commands. He tasks Elias with warning the others about the compromised captains, orders Gaul to directly guard the approach to Rand, and summons his hammer as he shifts to finally confront his nemesis. The perspective shifts briefly into the Pit of Doom, where Rand is engaged in a sword duel with Moradin, right before the vast, empty darkness that is the Dark One's essence. Wielding Kalandor as a physical blade, Rand fights in a surreal environment where time and space are warped and unstable. The ground shifts beneath his feet as he parries Moradin's blows. After wounding his opponent, Rand stumbles on the treacherous terrain. As he falls to one knee, his back makes contact with the pool of darkness behind him, and his consciousness is immediately swallowed by blackness. The narrative then moves to the battlefield near Caerhyen, where Queen Elaine Trakan's forces are on the verge of complete annihilation. Exhausted after defeating one Trolloc army, they were immediately ambushed by a second, larger force from the south. The betrayal of Davram Bashir has left them in a disastrous tactical position. Her channelers are depleted, the protective Ogier are being slaughtered, and her army is fracturing into isolated pockets of resistance. Just as Trollocs are about to overrun her precious dragons, Logain Ablar arrives dramatically with over 100 Asherman. He explains that this was a long-foreseen trap laid by the Shadow, and that the Black Tower has come to stand with Andor. Elaine knows a simple retreat would be a massacre and challenges Logain to produce a miracle. He accepts, calling upon an Ashaman named Androl Genhald. They form a massive circle of 26 channelers, with a surprisingly weak Androl at its head. He then performs an act of incredible power, opening a colossal gateway not to another location on the ground, but directly into the fiery heart of Dragonmount. A titanic column of lava erupts onto the battlefield, creating an impassable river of fire that incinerates thousands of Trollocs and buys Elaine's army the time it needs. Androl creates 2 more lava flows to trap the remaining Shadow Spawn against the city walls. Filled with renewed resolve, Elaine declares that they will not use this chance to flee, but to regroup and utterly destroy the enemy. The chapter concludes as Egwene arrives back at her own camp, eager to rejoin the fight, but finding the command tent empty. Chapter 31. The chapter opens in the aftermath of the battle in the southern hills, with Egwene Alvera's camp steadily filling as Aes Sedai and the remaining soldiers arrive through gateways. The atmosphere is one of exhaustion mixed with a palpable urgency, as the sisters are eager to rejoin the larger conflict raging across the river. Egwene, taking command, instructs a messenger to inform the sisters they have less than an hour to recuperate before they must move. Her strategy is to march the Aes Sedai and the remaining archers downriver on their current side, positioning them to launch a flanking assault across the water against the Trolloc forces, attacking her army. Her attention is then drawn to Shonchan cavalry troops fighting on the far side of the river. She questions Leilwyn, who confirms their identity and points out a man who provided information. This man revealed that a legion under Lieutenant General Keirgan was summoned by General Gareth Bryne. Bail Doman adds the crucial detail that Matrim Cawthon is with them, not merely as an observer, but actively leading a cavalry banner that intervened at a critical moment to save the pikemen on the army's left flank. Just then, a group of soldiers is spotted emerging from the river, having clearly made a desperate escape. Egwene recognizes one as Uno Nomesta and gallops to meet him. Uno, cursing profusely, gives a furious and blasphemous account of what happened. He explains that a messenger, supposedly from Bryne, ordered his cavalry to attack the Trollocs in the hills from the rear. When Uno questioned who would guard their flanks, he was assured that reserve cavalry and Illianers would provide cover. This protection proved to be utterly inadequate, and his forces were ambushed in what he describes as an obvious trap, leading to a massacre. Uno is convinced they were betrayed by a traitor, but adamantly refuses to believe it could be Gareth Bryne's fault. Egwene, trying to rationalize the disaster, suggests the Shonchan reinforcements Bryne had apparently summoned may have simply been late. Following this disturbing report, Egwene and the other Aes Sedai engage the enemy across the river. Using Vora's Sa'angreal, Egwene creates a powerful tornado of scalding water, driving it into the Trolloc ranks. She is supported by Brown sisters who cause the earth to erupt, and a large group of Greens led by Myrell, who hurl fireballs into the enemy. The Shonchan cavalry also executes a swift and brutal charge, cutting down swathes of Trollocs before retreating. Despite these efforts, the sheer numbers and ferocity of the Shadow's forces are overwhelming, and Egwene can see that her army's flank is slowly being pushed back. The battle is being lost. Utterly drained, she finally allows Gawain to pull her back from the fight, resolving that she must find Gareth Bryne immediately. Back in the camp, which is now filled with wounded soldiers, a Shonchan noblewoman escorted by elite Deathwatch guards approaches. To Egwene's astonishment, the woman is Min Farshaw. Min, appearing uncomfortable in her fine silks, delivers a stunning message from Matt. He believes Gareth Bryne is a dark friend and is deliberately leading their army to destruction. Matt's proposed solution is even more shocking. He wants Egwene to turn command of her armies over to him. Gawain bursts into laughter, finding the accusation against a man as honourable as Bryne completely absurd. Egwene is inclined to agree, dismissing Matt's warning as his typical overprotective nature. She learns from Min that Matt has been named Marshal General of the Shonchan armies by the Empress herself, a fact that gives her a moment of pause. Nevertheless, she rejects his demand. The perspective then shifts to the battlefront at the Valley of Thakandar, where Lord Rodel Ituralde is commanding the defence. He employs sophisticated pike square formations to hold back the endless tide of Trollocs. However, Ituralde is not himself. He is plagued by horrific nightmares, debilitating headaches, and disturbing, bloodthirsty impulses that he must constantly fight to suppress. His internal struggle comes to a head when the enemy unleashes a massive, terrifying wave of hundreds of Murdral. The eyeless creatures flow through his defensive lines, shattering them. At this critical moment, a voice in Ituralde's mind commands him to order a retreat, a move he instinctively knows would be fatal. As he struggles against this compulsion, a man in furs appears on his command post, shoves him off before he can give the order, and wolves drag his unconscious form to safety. Returning to Egwene, she sits in camp, troubled by the day's events. She reflects on Matt's character, recalling his selfless, if sometimes clumsy heroism from their childhood. She realizes with a sinking feeling that despite his flaws, she does trust him with her life. Her resolve hardening, she summons the Hall of the Tower to meet with her and Gareth Bryne. Just as they gather, Gawain returns with devastating news from the battle at Caerhien. General Davram Bashir has betrayed Queen Elaine, revealing himself as a dark friend. This revelation acts as a key, unlocking the truth of the situation. Bryne is stunned by the news about Bashir. Egwene and the sitters then confront him about his recent series of disastrous tactical decisions, including the trap that annihilated Uno's cavalry and his failure to deploy the Shonchan in time. Bryne defends himself at first, but under pressure he breaks down. He confesses that his instincts have felt fundamentally wrong, as if every decision he makes leads to another mistake. Egwene, connecting this to Bashir's betrayal and Ituralde's likely plight, makes the chilling diagnosis. Bryne is not a traitor, but a victim of compulsion. The Forsaken are systematically targeting and corrupting the minds of the great captains of the light. Relieved of his command by the Hall, a shaken but grateful Bryne relinquishes his authority. The command structure is now in chaos. They cannot trust any of Bryne's subordinates, who may also be compelled. The Aes Sedai lack the military expertise to lead. Faced with this terrifying reality, and with Matt's warning now ringing with truth, Egwene makes a momentous and desperate decision. She announces to the Hall that they have only one choice. They must place their armies under the command of Matrim Cawthon. Chapter 32. A Yellow Flower Spider. The chapter opens with Mat Cawthon utilizing a unique vantage point to command the forces of the light, a hole in the floor of a command building created by a captured Sharon channeler, now a domain. This portal allows him a direct, aerial view of the battlefield below, a tool he has been using for hours to counteract a brilliant but subtle trap laid by the compelled Gareth Bryne. Matt has been reinforcing his flanks and using Shonchan domain to counter both Sharon channelers and the overwhelming tide of Trollocs. Despite the effectiveness of this command method, Matt feels a longing to be in the fight himself. He glances at his wife, the Empress Tuon, who sits on an immense throne. He feels a mixture of awe and intimidation, noting her natural command and thinking of her as being like an Aes Sedai in all but the ability to channel. His admiring gaze earns him a scowl. Matt reflects on the newly captured Sharan domain, for whose capture he is responsible. He is unsettled by how quickly and completely she has submitted to being collared, a process that usually takes months of training but took her mere hours. His focus returns to the battle, where his forces are holding a precarious position against a river. The trap set by Brine was as difficult to spot as a yellow flower spider on a flower, a level of military genius that Matt recognized could not be accidental. Demandred, meanwhile, relentlessly tests his lines. As night approaches, Matt discusses the situation with General Galgan, who is deeply impressed by Matt's command abilities, calling him a diamond of great worth to Tuon. In a chillingly friendly manner, Galgan then privately tells Matt that while he serves the throne well, Galgan will eventually try to have him assassinated, promising to send newly trained killers first as a sign of respect. Shaken, Matt issues orders for the night, establishing magical lights and a camp-wide lockdown on channeling to prevent infiltration by Sharon channelers. Recognizing their position is untenable, Matt and Galgan agree that a strategic withdrawal is necessary. Before they can arrange a meeting with the Aes Sedai leaders, Tuon engages in a tense interaction with Min, her new truth speaker. Tuon tests Min's visions, first using an omen of marriage to send a man to the front lines, believing the vision will protect him. Then, when Min sees an omen of a white boar for a young female soldier, Tuon interprets it as a sign of future betrayal and orders the woman's execution. Min forcefully objects, refusing to allow her visions to be used as justification for murder and threatening the Empress with the pattern's wrath. Impressed by her spirit, Tuon relents, agreeing that Min's interpretations will remain private and will not be used for punishment without further evidence. A gateway is opened, connecting them to Egwene and the Hall of the Tower. Matt, with Tuon's silent encouragement, bluntly informs the Aes Sedai of the need to withdraw. The discussion reveals the catastrophic scope of the Shadow's coordinated attack across all fronts. The great captains Davram Basher and Agelmar were also victims of compulsion, leading to the Borderlander army being crushed, losing 2/3 of its strength. Lord Ituralde has fallen in battle. Only Elaine's army was victorious, thanks to the timely arrival of the Black Tower. Elaine joins the meeting, battle-worn but resolute. Matt argues that they are too bloodied to continue fighting on separate fronts and proposes a desperate, final gamble to gather all remaining forces for one last stand at a single, defensible location. After examining maps, he chooses the Field of Merilor. The location is a tempting target that would draw both major Trolloc armies, but its terrain offers Matt a strategic advantage he believes he can exploit. Elaine agrees to the plan, and Matt feels the familiar tumbling of dice in his head. The perspective shifts to Galad Damodred on the corpse-strewn battlefield north of Cairhien. The scene is one of absolute carnage and exhaustion. The victory, secured by the Ashaman, feels hollow. Galad reflects on Elaine's hardening into a true queen and his own evolving sense of morality, recognizing that his rigid sense of right and wrong is a unique gift, not a standard to which all others can be held. He joins Elaine and other commanders, where they debate the nature of their recent battle. While some commanders see only the devastating losses, Elaine and Tam Althor insist it must be framed as a victory to maintain morale. The chapter concludes with Galad looking out over the fields of the dead, shivering with the grim certainty that the coming battle at Merilor will be even worse. Chapter 33. The chapter opens with a ferocious confrontation unfolding in the chaotic, storm-filled skies of the Wolf Dream. Perrin Ibarra leaps from a turbulent cloud, his hammer ready, to engage his nemesis, Slayer. The very air is a maelstrom of lightning and wind, assaulting Perrin's senses with a bizarre and illogical series of scents, from the mud of a distant city to the aroma of a burning pie. Slayer, landing on a cloud ahead, reacts with inhuman speed, loosing an arrow that cracks the air. Perrin manages to deflect the projectile with his hammer and lands on the same thunderhead, using his will to solidify the vapor into a stable battleground. He charges, and their fight begins in earnest. Perrin's hammer clashing against a sword and shield that Slayer summons from nothingness. Each blow of the hammer resounds like a peal of thunder, a violent percussion accompanying the storm. As Slayer attempts to retreat by shifting away, Perrin demonstrates his growing mastery over the dream, grabbing the man's cloak and willing them both to remain in place. For a moment, reality seems to stutter, but Perrin's will holds them fast. Growling in frustration, Slayer frees himself by slicing off the corner of his own cloak and turns to face Perrin, a newfound wariness in his posture. Slayer mocks Perrin, comparing him to a child playing with a powerful weapon he does not understand. Perrin counters, asserting that Slayer has only ever known how to slaughter defenseless wolves from a distance and is now facing prey that can fight back. When Slayer lunges, Perrin attempts a complex manipulation of the dream, imagining the sword blunting, the air thickening, and his own skin hardening, but his focus on defense leaves him vulnerable. Slayer changes the footing beneath them, sending Perrin tumbling through the cloud into the open sky below. Anticipating a volley of arrows from above, Perrin prepares to shift, but is caught off guard when a storm of arrows instead shoots up from the ground. He narrowly avoids them, shifting his position mid-fall and landing on the ground with enough force to crack the earth, having enhanced his own strength to absorb the impact. The world around them is in a state of decay, a testament to the weakening of the pattern. Hills disintegrate into dust, the landscape is torn and ravaged by ceaseless lightning, and the very ground shatters under Perrin's leaps. The fight becomes a deadly chase across this disintegrating terrain, with both combatants moving at incredible speeds. Perrin notes that his power here is magnified now that he has entered the dream in the flesh, allowing his will to have a direct and destructive impact on his surroundings. Their battle eventually takes them south to a primal coastline, where the land has been stripped bare, leaving only rock and crashing waves. Here, they clash again without either shifting away, fully committed to the physical struggle. After a near miss with his hammer, Perrin is caught by a blow from a massive axe summoned by Slayer, which sends him flying out over the sea. As Slayer dives down for a finishing blow, Perrin executes his most profound feat of will yet. He commands the ocean itself to recede. The water rushes away, creating a temporary dry arena on the seabed, surrounded by 30-foot walls of churning seawater. In this surreal amphitheater, the two pause, their dialogue revealing their core philosophies. Slayer explains his devotion to the Dark One, arguing that, unlike a human master, the Great Lord never discards a useful tool, but merely sets it aside for later use, citing the Forsaken as proof. He reveals a life of agony and fear that led him to embrace the role of the predator, believing that the only way to survive is to constantly move up the food chain by hunting and killing the world's finest hunters, namely wolves and men. When Perrin vanishes to avoid an attack, Slayer pursues him into the wall of water. Underwater, Perrin finds his movements lethargic while Slayer's are unaffected. In a desperate act, Perrin freezes the water solid around them, a feat that nearly crushes him, but holds Slayer for a critical moment, allowing him to escape to the beach. Exhausted and disoriented, Perrin is hit by a heavy blow to his shoulder before he can fully recover. He looks up to see that a hill behind him has split in two, revealing Slayer on the other side, knocking another arrow. Wounded and desperate, Perrin shifts away. The narrative then transitions to Tar Valon, where Fela Bashir is supervising the loading of a supply caravan destined for the field of Merilor. She listens with half an ear to the banter of two of her guards from the Band of the Red Hand, Mandevwin and Vanin. Mandevwin expresses a soldier's frustration at being on supply duty during Tarman Gaidon, while the portly Vanin pragmatically notes that they are not being paid for the last battle and that guarding supplies is an important job. Fail's true purpose, however, is far more critical than simple logistics. She is secretly transporting the Horn of Valere. She has been entrusted with this task and has chosen 50 of Matt Cawthon's most loyal, if roguish men for the job, believing their unconventional nature makes them paradoxically trustworthy. The narrative reveals a moment of cosmic irony when Laris, the mistress of the kitchens, brings out a chest that the Amelin's seat has added to the shipment. The chest, Fail learns, contains Matt Cawthon's personal supply of Two Rivers Tabak. Fail reflects on how she once left home as an arrogant youth on a grand quest to find the horn, and now, after life has humbled her, the pattern has unceremoniously dropped the legendary artifact into her lap, disguised as a box of pipeweed. She refrains from opening the chest, deciding to wait until she is in a more secure location. During the preparations, Fail observes Vanin, one of the scouts, and feels a flicker of suspicion, wondering if he was watching her. She questions another Red Arm, Hanan, about Vanin, who vouches for the man's skill as a scout, despite admitting he has a history of thievery. As the caravan departs Tar-Valon, it is caught in an earthquake while crossing an Ogier-built bridge. Fail remains calm, correctly assessing that the bridge is safer than the open ground. The event, however, adds to her unease about the world's growing instability. After a long wait outside the city for an Aes Sedai to create a gateway, their turn finally comes. Just as the Aes Sedai Berisha begins to weave, the ground erupts in a bubble of evil. Vicious spikes of black crystal, containing the horrifying, smoky images of screaming figures, rip through the earth, impaling a man and his horse and causing chaos throughout the caravan. Amidst the carnage, Berisha is wounded, but manages to open a gateway. Fail screams for everyone to get through, and the Red Arms heroically organize a frantic retreat. As Fail tries to help the fallen Aes Sedai, Mandavin scoops her up onto his horse and carries her through the portal just as it snaps shut. Safe on the other side, Fail realizes with dawning horror from Mandavin's words that the gateway did not lead to the fields of Merilor. They have been transported to the sweltering, corrupted landscape of the Blight. The final section of the chapter shifts to the valley of Thakandar, where Aviendha watches over the camp of the forces defending the entrance to the Pit of Doom. It has been days since Rand entered, and a strange time dilation is affecting the area. The defenders are weary, plagued by terrible dreams. In the pre-dawn quiet, Aviendha senses a faint, unauthorized use of the One Power within the camp. Assuming it to be a careless windfinder, she investigates, only to discover 3 Isle men lurking near the tent of King Darlin Cisnera. When she confronts them, they attack her. To her shock, she realizes one is a man who can channel. He shields her from the true source, rendering her powerless. Captured and bound by weaves of air, Aviendha deduces their horrifying origin. They are the Isle men who, over the years, were sent into the Blight to die fighting the Dark One, but have instead been turned to the Shadow. Just as one is about to kill her, Cadsuan Maligdrin appears. Initially unaware of the danger, Cadsuan's sharp senses and long experience allow her to perceive the threat. She acts decisively, using the One Power to stop the heart of the channeler holding Aviendha, freeing her. As they discuss the incident, Aviendha realizes the female channeler who originally drew her attention is still nearby. The woman, who has a face as ugly as a Trollocs, launches an attack on Cadsuan, which Aviendha intercepts. The mysterious attacker then vanishes without a trace. Immediately after, signals flare from the front lines. The Trolloc army is launching a massive assault. Simultaneously, Aviendha and Cadsuan sense dozens of male channelers attacking throughout the camp. Aviendha rushes to organize the Wise Ones and Aes Sedai into circles, warns King Darlin of the new threat, and advises a simple, unbreakable defensive strategy. They must hold their ground at all costs. Filled with rage at her earlier helplessness, Aviendha takes command of a circle and leads them into the burgeoning battle. Chapter 34. Drifting. Rand is positioned in a void that exists outside of time and the pattern itself, a hungry nothingness that seeks to consume all. From this vantage point, his mind interprets the fabric of reality as countless undulating ribbons of light, representing every possible timeline and existence. To prevent himself from being erased by the void, he anchors his consciousness to the pattern. Here, in this metaphysical space, he understands that the true confrontation with the Dark One will not be a physical duel, but a profound battle of wills. The Dark One communicates with him, acknowledging him as his adversary, and then unleashes the full force of his power, initiating the final battle. In the wolf dream, Perrin finds himself collapsing, grievously wounded by an arrow from the Slayer. His strength is so diminished that he is unable to manipulate the dream to heal himself or even remove the projectile. He is briefly visited by Lanfear, who expresses her profound disappointment in his defeat, dismissing him for his perceived weakness before abandoning him completely. Left alone, disoriented, and drifting toward nothingness, Perrin's consciousness begins to fade. His last thoughts focused on his duty to have protected Rand at Shayol Ghul. Simultaneously, Fael's caravan is stranded in the lethal landscape of the Blight after their gateway transit went horribly wrong. The corrupted environment proves immediately deadly, claiming 2 members of her party in gruesome ways. During a tense discussion around a meager campfire, Fael comes to suspect that the Aes Sedai who created the gateway, Berisha, was murdered specifically to trap them there with the Horn of Valere. A woman in their party named Setale, who reveals she has past connections to the White Tower, points out that they are dangerously close to Shayol Ghul. She proposes that their only chance for survival is to travel toward the mountain and seek out the Dragon Reborn's armies fighting there. Although Fael is intensely suspicious of Setale's motives, even considering she might be a dark friend attempting to deliver the horn to her master, she recognizes the grim logic of the plan as their only viable option. At the battle for Shayol Ghul, Aviendha leads a circle of channelers against the relentless onslaught of red-veiled Aiel, who have turned to the shadow. She is deeply disturbed to recognize a man she knew kindly in her childhood among the fallen traitors. After using the combined power of her group to eliminate 2 enemy channelers and save a band of Aiel warriors, she returns to her position only to discover a horrific scene. One of the Forsaken has ambushed them, leaving 2 Aes Sedai in her circle dead, and a third, Sarene, controlled by compulsion. The male channeler with them, Damer Flynn, is left alive but horribly mutilated, his arm burned away. Aviendha finds herself shaken and suddenly alone, her powerful circle shattered. The chapter concludes with a brief scene centered on Olver. He is frustrated while riding a slow, plodding mare named Bella, wishing he could charge into battle like a storm but instead feeling like a sturdy log floating placidly down a river. Chapter 35. He wiped his brow. The narrative begins with Olver accompanying Lady Fael's caravan on a harrowing journey through the Blight. The atmosphere is thick with dread, and the travellers, many of whom are on foot, move with extreme caution, fearing an attack at every step. Olver witnesses a grotesque display of the Blight's corruption when a caravan driver investigates a cluster of withered trees leaking a sap that resembles blood. In a horrifying instant, vines that appeared lifeless suddenly animated themselves like serpents, seizing the man and hoisting him into the branches. The trunk of the tree then split open to gruesomely ingest the man's body, confirming Olver's suspicion that the sap was indeed blood. The event freezes the caravan in horror, and Fael, though her voice trembles slightly, reinforces her prior warnings to touch nothing in this malevolent landscape. Deeply unsettled, Olver attempts to steel himself by fantasizing about fighting Trollocs, an enemy he feels he could confront with his knife, unlike the insidious plants and insects. He reflects on his difficult past, viewing his life in 3 distinct phases, and reaffirms his own resilience. His mind drifts to a detailed plan for revenge against the Shaido Aiel who murdered his father. This plan involves infiltrating the Aiel, learning their ways, and then seeking out the snakes and foxes for answers before hunting down his enemies, hoping his late friend Noel could have been his guide. The thought brings a fresh wave of grief, as Olver has only recently learned of Noel's death. This loss compounds his growing sense of abandonment, as Matt has gone to the Shonchan and Talmanis to another battlefront, leaving Olver feeling utterly alone. He clutches a bracelet Noel gave him, a warrior's token, and nudges his slow horse, Baylor, toward the front of the line, where he overhears a conversation between Fael, Vanun, and Aravine. They discuss their proximity to the blasted lands, noting that while the lesser dangers of the Blight are thinning, the Shadowspawn, nearer to Shayol Ghul, are far more formidable, and their only hope for safe passage lies in the main force of the shadow being preoccupied with the war. The perspective shifts to Cadsuane, who is meeting with the Aiel Wise Ones Avienda and Sorilea. They are analyzing the details of an attack Avienda recently survived. Cadsuane explains that the attacker's method of instantaneous travel, performed without visible weaves of the One Power, is a hallmark of channeling the true power, an ability granted directly by the Dark One. This confirms the assailant was one of the Forsaken, and based on the described cruelty, Cadsuane deduces it was likely Grandal operating under a magical disguise. Avienda is consumed by guilt, confessing that by holding her fellow channelers in a circle, she inadvertently prevented them from defending themselves. Cadsuane dismisses this as the fortune of war, but the three women form a pact to hunt this Forsaken together to protect the Dragon Reborn. Finally, the narrative returns to Fail, who has set a trap for a suspected traitor in her camp. For 2 nights, she has been aware that someone tried to steal the chest containing the horn of Valere. Tonight, she feigns illness and hides the actual horn outside the camp, leaving the locked, empty chest as bait in her tent. However, her plan is thwarted when a scream erupts not from her tent, but from the very spot where she concealed the horn. Rushing to the location, she discovers the thieves are Vanine and Harnan, who had anticipated her move. As she confronts them, monstrous, multi-limbed creatures with insectoid faces attack the camp. In the ensuing chaos, Vanine tosses the horn and flees with Harnan. Fail recovers the horn of Valere, but is forced to order an immediate retreat into the blasted lands to escape the swarming monsters drawn by the commotion. As they flee into the darkness, a terrible doubt plagues her. She cannot be certain that the horn she recovered was not a clever replica, left behind by the Dark Friends as they escaped with the genuine artifact, a possibility that could doom them all. Chapter 36. Unchangeable Things. The chapter opens with Nynaeve in the Pit of Doom, clinging desperately to a stalagmite to keep from being pulled into a terrifying void of pure evil. She identifies this nothingness as the Dark One's essence, a force so powerful it fills her with unparalleled terror and has already stolen her shawl. She fears that if she lets go, not only her life, but her very soul will be consumed. Nearby, Moiraine also holds on to a piece of rock, buffeted by the same unseen wind. In front of them, Rand and Moradin are frozen in a moment of combat, their swords locked together. They have been motionless for approximately 15 minutes, seemingly unaffected by the powerful suction that torments Nynaeve. Rand's foot has touched the edge of the dark void, and at that instant, both he and his opponent became like statues. Nynaeve is unable to channel, as Rand is drawing every bit of Sidar she can hold, though he does not appear to be actively weaving. Frustrated and feeling useless, she contemplates trying to strike the immobilized Moradin with a rock. Determined not to spend the last battle clinging to a stone, Nynaeve carefully begins to move sideways, scuttling from one stalagmite to the next, fighting the pull of the void. During this perilous maneuver, she discovers a woman huddled against the cavern wall, chained and weeping. Nynaeve recognizes her as Alana Mosvani. Upon closer inspection, she sees that Alana is pale and has a severe bleeding knife wound in her gut. Nynaeve immediately understands the horrifying truth. This is a trap. Moradin wounded Alana and left her to die, knowing that when she perished, the resulting shock and rage from the breaking of the Warder bond would drive Rand mad, leaving him vulnerable. Nynaeve tries to heal her but finds she cannot draw the One Power, as Rand's hold on the circle is absolute. She is left helpless, knowing that if Alana dies, Rand will likely lose himself, and with him, the entire last battle. The perspective shifts to Matt Cawthon, who is on the fields of Merilor preparing the armies of the light. He demonstrates how to sharpen stakes for a palisade, his mind filled with the rattling of dice, a constant companion since he was given command. He feels overwhelmed by the task of leading thousands of farmers and villagers whom he considers insane for volunteering to fight. While training a group of young, inept Tower Guard recruits in the use of the quarterstaff, he finds himself pursued by Shonchan Deathwatch guards. He flees from them and runs into Egwene Alvere. she initially misinterprets his flight as an attempt to defect from the Shonchan, leading to a conversation that highlights Matt's unchanged personality. He clarifies that he is running because his wife, the Empress Fortuona, has tasked him with sitting in judgment of criminal soldiers, a duty he wants no part of. During their walk, he asks Egwene if the Horn of Valere has been found, revealing that the crucial artifact has been stolen by the Shadow. Egwene confirms they are searching for it, but have had no luck. Matt has Egwene create a gateway to the top of Dashar Nob, his chosen command post. From this vantage point, his mind, filled with the memories of countless ancient generals, analyzes the battlefield. He explains to Egwene that there can be no retreat. The armies of the light are low on food and supplies and must achieve a total crushing victory now, or they will be whittled down and destroyed. As he formulates a strategy, he sees the Shadow's armies arriving on the horizon far earlier than any scout had predicted. The Trollocs, he realizes, must have marched through the night. The dice in his head stop tumbling as he makes a momentous decision. He immediately takes command, sending the very Deathwatch guards who were chasing him to act as runners, ordering them to warn the commanders that he is changing the entire battle plan. He tells a stunned Egwene that the final confrontation is upon them. The final brief section focuses on Perrin Ibera. He is drifting in a dark, silent void, hovering on the edge of death after his confrontation with Slayer in the Wolf Dream. He feels an immense exhaustion and numbness, except for a blazing heat emanating from the hammer at his side. This warmth spreads through him, anchoring him to consciousness. He perceives a choice before him, one path leading to final darkness, and another leading back to the waking world. Drawing on his remaining strength, he forces himself to awaken. The silence shatters, replaced by the shouts and chaos of a battlefront. He hears a familiar voice call his name and feels strong arms grabbing him. It is his old mentor, Master Luhan, who has found him. Chapter 37, The Last Battle. The chapter commences on a somber morning over Polof Heights, with a quote from Loyal's future writings establishing the grim stakes of the confrontation. The armies of the Shadow, a colossal force of Sharans and Trollocs, advance from the west and north, intent on securing a final victory to plunge the world into darkness. The action begins with Lan Mandragoran, his sword held high, leading a cavalry charge through the camp. Enormous fireballs, launched by the approaching Sharan army, arc across the sky, their slow, graceful ascent belying the destructive fury they unleash upon the camp of the light. Despite the explosions and rising screams, Lan's force continues to grow. Word has been spread by Matt Cawthon that more riders are needed for this vanguard, and he did not mince words about the cost. This unit would bear the brunt of the fighting and suffer the most severe casualties. Yet, volunteers flock to Lan's banner of the Golden Crane. The force is a motley collection of humanity, from aged borderlanders who should have long retired from the saddle, to merchants turned warriors, and a notable number of southern women armed with spears and armored in breastplates. Andere, riding beside Lan, expresses skepticism about the quality of these impromptu soldiers, many of whom look like farmers, but Lan retorts with confidence in the riding ability of those from the two rivers. As they approach the River Mora, they are met by Loghain, accompanied by 40 channelers, both Aes Sedai and Ashaman. In a stunning display of the One Power, Loghain casually dissipates a descending fireball into a shower of harmless sparks. He then commands the river itself, parting the waters to form an immense, arching waterfall over Howal Ford. This creates a temporary tunnel through which Lan and his cavalry thunder, the sunlight filtering strangely through the water above them. Emerging on the other side, they charge into the corridor of land between the heights and the bogs, aiming to strike the Sharan flank as dragonfire rains down on the enemy from the defenders atop the high ground. The perspective shifts to Elaine Trakand, who is within the Shonchan camp at the base of Dashar Nob, preparing to confront Matt about his battle plans. Her attention is abruptly diverted by an enchanting, yet terrifying song. Birgitta, her warder, urgently identifies the source as Dragkar. The monstrous creatures descend upon the camp, their crooning song mesmerizing the soldiers and leaving them helpless. Reacting with brutal pragmatism, Elaine weaves a massive thunderclap, deafening herself and her guardswomen to break the spell's hold. Though momentarily disoriented, they rally and begin slaughtering the now surprised Dragcar. Elaine observes that the attack was sloppy. The creatures, driven by greed, lingered to feed on the souls of their victims, leaving the bodies alive but vacant. Had they been more disciplined, they could have inflicted immense damage and escaped unnoticed. After the immediate threat is eliminated, Elaine has her hearing restored by a Shonchan domain, an interaction she fills with deliberate insults toward the Shonchan's rigid social structure. Elaine then proceeds to Matt's command center, a repurposed farmhouse. She storms in, unleashing a creative curse, only to find Matt completely unsurprised by her arrival. He has a cushioned chair and a cup of tea waiting for her. He calmly explains the drastic change in plans. He operated under the assumption that the Shadow had spies in their war councils and therefore knew their entire strategy. Consequently, he discarded the week-long plan at the last minute, believing that a bad, unpredictable plan is superior to a good, compromised one. Elaine is horrified to realize he is keeping the new strategy entirely within his own head to prevent any possibility of it being leaked. The fate of the world now rests on the secret machinations of one man.
Meanwhile, atop Pole of Heights, the Sheenaran soldier Anono Mesta endures the deafening roar of Eludra's dragons as they blast holes in the advancing Trolloc and Sharon forces. He commands a unit of tower, pikemen, and cavalry tasked with defending the rim of the heights. He successfully leads his men in repelling a fierce Trolloc assault, using disciplined pike formations to skewer the beasts as they charge uphill. Just as he feels they can hold the position indefinitely, a message arrives via a Shonchan flyer. They are ordered to retreat. Before he can fully process the seemingly insane command, the heights come under a cataclysmic assault from the One Power. Dozens of fireballs and lightning strikes, far more powerful than their own eyes said I can counter, shatter their defenses. Amidst the chaos, an enormous gateway opens, and Demandred himself steps through. Clad in brilliant silver armor and wielding a golden scepter, he radiates unimaginable power. He effortlessly disintegrates the lead-eyed Sedai Quamessa and calls out for Luce Theron to face him. His power is revealed to be amplified by a full circle of 72 channelers and a powerful The defenders of the heights are broken, and Ono leads his terrified men in a desperate flight, the order to retreat now making perfect, horrifying sense. From his position near the river, Logain Abler feels the staggering power unleashed by The experience of releasing his own large circle of channelers is deeply unsettling for him, dredging up the trauma of his He decides to disregard Matt's battle orders, choosing instead to follow what he calls Rand Altar's last command: to find and recover the stolen seals of the Dark One's prison. Believing Mazrim time possesses them, Logain dispatches his Ashimon and small teams to hunt Thames loyalists. He then forms his own circle, driven by a thirst for revenge against time, but also tempted by the prospect of testing his own strength against a Forsaken. In the main command tent of the White Tower, Gon Trekend watches the battle unfold through a viewing gateway created by the Aes Sedai. Alongside Egwene, Gareth Brine, and Siwyn, he witnesses the catastrophic loss of the Heights and Demandred's terrifying power. He feels a profound sense of uselessness and exhaustion hearing the distant screams of dying soldiers. Believing he cannot stand by while others fight and die, he makes a fateful decision. He quietly slips away from the tent and puts on the rings of the blood knives, instantly feeling his fatigue vanish and his strength surge, preparing to enter the fray against Egwene's wishes. Elsewhere, Tam Altor commands the Two Rivers Archers, holding a defensive line along the River Mora. Entering the state of oneness known as the Void, he becomes a perfect instrument of war, his arrows finding their mark with preternatural accuracy. Felling scores of Trollocs attempting to cross the river, he is supported by Galad Demudrid and the Children of the Light. The position seems secondary to the main fight, yet Matt continues to send them reinforcements, a puzzling strategy that underscores the secrecy of his overall plan. Finally, the focus returns to the hunt for time. Pavara, Androl, and their small team move along the base of the heights, using Androl's unique talent with gateways to rescue retreating soldiers and hunt for enemy. They make their way to the top of the now overrun heights and deliberately draw attention, hoping to lure out one of Tame's followers. They are soon attacked by an immensely powerful channeler in a circle. A blast of lightning nearly kills them, and in the ensuing chaos, something unprecedented occurs. While linked in with Andro leading the circle, Pavara's mind momentarily merges with his. In that instant of connection, she instinctively weaves a gateway for their escape, an act that should be impossible for anyone but the circle's leader. The chapter concludes back in Matt's command center. He curtly dismisses Galad's questioning of his orders and ignores the concerned protests of Elaine and Tuan, the Empress of the Shit. Min provides a chilling viewing of Matt lying as if dead on a battlefield. Matt remains resolute, conceptualizing the battle as a grand composition, a dangerous duel of wits against demons. He is intentionally presenting a picture of weakness and making seemingly poor decisions as part of a subtle feint, walking a razor's edge to lure his powerful adversary into a hidden trap. His final command is to move the Ogier to reinforce the ford, another deliberate stroke in his secret masterpiece of a battle plan. The chapter opens on Matt Cawthon orchestrating the battle from his command tent. He has ordered a strategic withdrawal from the heights, with the Isle providing a rearguard for the White Tower's forces and the Band of the Red Hand. He mentally wishes his Ogier friend loyal safety, marking his position on the map. Matt then issues a critical order for Lan, who is on the western side of the battlefield. The plan is for Lan to circle around the now-occupied heights and position his forces behind the second Trolloc army attempting to cross the River Mora, all while remaining undetected. As he works, a Sojan serves him cough, but Matt is too engrossed in the conflict to acknowledge her. He utilizes a small gateway created by a damane on his tabletop to get a direct, albeit precarious, view of the fighting below, carefully keeping a hand on the table to avoid being pushed through. Through his looking glass, he confirms that his opponent, Demandard, is a masterful general. A formidable force of powerful Trollocs descends the heights toward the bogs, their advance slow but inexorable, like a Simultaneously, Sharon Light Cavalry moves to intercept Matt's troops at Howell Ford, a move designed to prevent them from striking the Trolloc flank. Matt reflects on the nature of battle as a complex series of moves and counters, a grand-scale sword fight where positioning is everything. Despite being outnumbered, he sees an opportunity. He sends a cryptic message to his second-in-command, Talmanes, referencing an old bet about throwing a coin into a cup, a signal they had Matt's strategic thinking is almost immediately validated when he observes Sharon heavy cavalry moving to intercept Lan's forces, even though the order for Lan to move has only just been given. This confirms his deepest fear. There is a spy, likely a channeler, inside or very near his command tent, relaying his orders to Demandard in real time. A message returns from Talmanes, delivered with Shanchan formality, stating that the Dragon's Matt's artillery are completely ruined and will be out of commission for weeks, using the code phrase about a barmaid in... This is, of course, a deception for the benefit of the spy. While some dragons were damaged, Matt had secretly gatewayed a half-dozen functional ones to safety. He orders Aludra to use these remaining dragons to bombard Trollocs across the river, keeping her position mobile to avoid counterattack from He knows that the moment he reveals the dragons are still operational, they will become Demandred's primary target, so he must save their full power for the perfect, decisive moment. Elaine, present in the tent, grows impatient with Matt's secrecy and demands to be briefed on his plans, arguing that someone must be able to take over if he falls. Recognizing the validity of her point, but unwilling to speak in front of the spy, Matt suggests to walk outside. Once clear of the tent and shielded by Elaine's ward against eavesdropping, he explains his strategy. He compares the battle to a game of cards, not dice. Unlike dice, where one hopes for many small wins, in a high-stakes card game, the goal is to endure losses, letting the opponent grow overconfident and bet recklessly until the perfect hand appears. Then you bet everything. Matt confesses that he is not faking their losses. They are genuinely losing, but he is holding back his key assets for that one final game-winning bet. He assigns Elaine's Andoran forces a crucial role to establish a solid defensive line at the ford, preparing for the moment the Shadow succeeds in damming the River Mora. Once the riverbed is dry, a massive Trolloc surge is inevitable, and her forces must hold that line. Elaine, determined to be with her troops, resolves to ride into battle herself, Much to Burjet's chagrin, the perspective shifts to Galad Damadrid, leading the Children of the Light in a cavalry charge against Trollocs crossing the Najrunkan Mora. The fighting is a bloody, chaotic churn of mud and bot. 4 hours Galad and his men fight, breaking enemy formations and rescuing isolated groups of soldiers. He finds himself commanding a mixed force of mercenaries, Gildanen, and even 2 warders who have lost their eyes. He struggles to comprehend Matt's overarching strategy, particularly the decision to abandon the high ground of the heights. His understanding begins to crystallize when the river stops flowing entirely. Realizing Matt anticipated this and had positioned forces to meet the ensuing onslaught, he receives a coded message from Matt, authenticated by a prearranged cipher, ordering him and a dozen of his best men to move toward Hawile Ford and await further instructions near Elaine's banner. Galad complies, motivated by both duty and the desire to watch over his sister. The narrative then plunges into the metaphysical realm, where Rand al'Tar confronts the Dark One. The entity launches a direct assault, attempting to shred Rand's very essence. Rand endures the crushing, tearing pressure, his resilience forged by countless previous trials. The Dark One then changes tactics, weaving a vision from the threads of what might be, showing Rand a world where the shadow has already won. In this horrifying reality, the Two Rivers is a blighted wasteland, and Emmonsfield is a dark fortress. Rand watches aged and broken versions of his father, Tam, and his friends die in grotesque ways. The One Power is so deeply corrupted with a new, thicker taint that it is almost unusable. He is captured by a Nynaeve, who has been forcibly turned to the shadow, and now serves as one of the Forsaken. He learns that all his friends have been killed, turned, or are being eternally tortured. As he is about to be turned himself by a circle of 13 channelers and 13 Murdrawl, Rand refuses to succumb to despair. He rejects the vision, shouting that the fight has not yet begun. In a monumental display of power, he seizes the very threads of possibility that the Dark One used to create the nightmare. He shatters the false reality and declares that he will now show his own vision of the future. Back on the physical battlefield, Egwene Alvir prepares to lead the White Tower's forces. She notices strange, spiderweb-like cracks in the ground that seem to open into nothingness, a sign of the pattern itself unraveling. She instinctively weaves a new kind of ward to seal them. Her attention is then drawn to her bond with Gawain. She realizes with mounting dread that he has not gone to support Elaine's forces, but has instead gone to the heights, the most dangerous place on the battlefield. She dispatches Gareth Bryan to retrieve him and tasks Siyu and Sanche with observing Matt and the Shanshan Empress. The story follows Gawain as he uses the blood knife rings to move unseen through the smoke and ash atop the heights. He is on a desperate, self-appointed mission to assassinate Demandrit, believing it is the only path to victory. He finds the Forsaken and launches a surprise attack. The rings grant him unnatural speed, but Demandrit is a blade master of legendary skill. Adhuil! Ensuis! Demandrit, misinterpreting the strategic brilliance of the enemy army as the work of his rival, believes he is dicing with Lusterin himself, making Gallian a mere proxy. Despite Gawain's ringed-enhanced speed, Demandrit's technique is flawless. He counters every move, eventually explaining that one must not just wield a sword but become it. He then closes his eyes and, in a blur of motion, impales Gawain, leaving him to die. Mortally wounded, Gawain manages to crawl to a nearby horse and flee. Elsewhere, Thalbashir leads her small party, carrying the Horn of Valir through the blasted lands near Sheol Gil. They discover a massive supply depot for the Shadow's armies, complete with a village and functioning gateways. They also spot Isle warriors wearing ominous red veils. Faced with this overwhelming obstacle, they contemplate a risky plan, using one of the Shadow's own gateways to get to the battle. Perrin Abara awakens in a palace in Mayene, having been rescued near death. He learns he has been unconscious for 10 hours, and that his warning about the Forsaken Grandel's compulsion reached the Allied generals just in time. His relief is shattered when Berylane informs him that Fail's supply caravan was destroyed and she is missing. Refusing to believe she is dead, Perrin is consumed with the need to return to the fight and to the Wolf Dream to aid Gaul, but his body is completely spent. He reluctantly chooses to let himself sleep and recover. Finally, the focus returns to Androl and Pavara, who have regrouped after a failed attack. They conclude that direct assaults on time are futile and a stealthier approach is needed. Amidst the grimness of war, their unique bond deepens into a quiet affection. The chapter ends with Pavara asking Androl just how crazy he is willing to be, hinting at a new, unconventional plan to reach their target. A brief closing scene shows the Isle warrior Ruark fighting in the chaotic, broken battle lines within the Valley of Thakandar, where the defenders have been pushed back to the very base of Shea al Ghul. The ongoing battles in the pass and the lengthy siege had significantly thinned the ranks of the Trollocs at Thakandar, leaving their numbers roughly equivalent to those of the defenders. Ruark considered this a manageable problem, but he viewed the red-veiled traitors, the honorless, as a far more severe threat. These red-veiled Isle, along with True Isle, moved across the valley floor, a chaotic battlefield shrouded in fog and dust that severely hampered visibility. It was within this open killing field that Ruark conducted his hunt. He occasionally encountered groups of Trollocs, but observed that the Murdrol had largely directed them to engage the conventional armies of the Terrans and Damani. Ruark signaled to his two companions, and they navigated the tempestuous environment along one edge of the valley. He prayed that the regular soldiers and the channelers could successfully defend the path leading up to the mountain where the Karakarn Randaltor was engaged in his momentous battle against the Dark One. Ruark knew that Rand needed to conclude his fight quickly, as he suspected the forces of the Shadow were on the verge of conquering the valley. As they moved, he and his companions came upon a group of Isle fighting against the red-veiled traitors. Although many of the red veils possessed the ability to channel, this particular group did not appear to include any. Ruark and his two Isle brothers immediately joined the fray, their spears finding their marks. The red veils were skilled combatants. During the fight, an Isle named Trask was slain, though he managed to kill one of the traitors as he fell. The skirmish concluded when the surviving red veils broke and ran. In a departure from Isle custom, Ruark and Beldor used their bows to shoot down the fleeing enemies, an act they would never have committed against True Isle. They considered these traitors to be worse than even the three Isle they had aided offered a nod of gratitude and joined their group. Together, the five of them proceeded back towards the Pit of Doom to assess the state of the defenses there. To their relief, the army defending that position was still holding its ground. This force was largely composed of Dragonsworn who had arrived late to the battle, consisting mainly of ordinary men and women. While there were a few Aes Sedai, Samael, and a pair of Ashman present, the majority of the fighters wielded antiquated swords or staves that were likely repurposed farming implements. They fought with the ferocity of cornered animals against the Trolloc onslaught. Ruark reflected that if the people of Kirheen had demonstrated such savage determination, their king, Layman, might never have lost his throne. A sudden bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking down a number of the defenders. After the flash subsided, Ruark scanned the windy landscape and located its source. Instructing his companions to remain behind, he moved forward in a low crouch. He scooped up a handful of the gray, ash-like dust covering the ground, rubbing it onto his clothes and face to serve as camouflage. He then went prone, holding a dagger in his teeth. His target was a red-veiled man standing atop a small hill, observing the battle with a grin. This man did not have his teeth filed 2 points, a feature that Ruark knew signified some, but not all, of the channelers among the red veils. The man confirmed he could channel by conjuring a spear of fire and launching it at a group of tyrant soldiers. Ruark began an excruciatingly slow crawl towards him, using a rocky depression for cover.
He was forced to watch as the channeler killed defender after defender, but he maintained his deliberate pace. The red veil, arrogant in his power, remained oblivious. Ruark surmised that channelers like this one had likely never needed to learn the skills of stealth and quiet movement. Reaching the man's position, Ruark slid around a Trolloc corpse, sliced the man's hamstrings, and then cut his throat before he could retaliate. He quickly concealed himself between two corpses. When two Trollocs came to investigate the disturbance, Ruark dispatched them both before retreating. As he ran back to his men, he passed a pack of wolves finishing off a pair of Trollocs. The wolves, which had arrived with the strange, rainless storm, now fought alongside the forces of the light. They acknowledged his presence and allowed him to pass. Ruark had a limited understanding of the overall battle's progress. He could see that some of King Darlin's forces maintained their formations, and crossbowmen had positioned themselves near the Dragonsworn, though their supply of bolts was dwindling. The Aes Sedai and Ashaman were still fighting, but their energy was visibly waning. The Ael, however, continued to do what they did best. They killed. As long as the armies could hold the path for Rand al'Thor, Ruark thought, it might just be enough. Then he was struck by an unseen force, and he fell to his knees. A woman of stunning, yet unsettling beauty stepped out of the storm to examine him. Her eyes were strangely offset, a feature that made him feel nauseated by the perfect symmetry of everyone else's faces. He found her thinning hair far more marvelous than the full heads of hair on other women. She touched his chin, her fingertips feeling as soft as clouds. She spoke, declaring that he would be suitable, and beckoned him to join her other followers. Among them were several wise ones, a pair of Aes Sedai, and a man with a spear. Ruark felt a surge of possessive rage toward the man, ready to kill him for the affection of his new beloved. The woman Grandal chuckled, remarking that Moradin considered her new face a punishment, yet her new pet did not seem to mind. She prophesied that soon, everyone, including Moradin himself, would see her beauty through eyes she would grant them, just like Ruark. He then joined her retinue, leaving behind the men he had once considered his brothers. Rand stepped onto a roadway formed from threads of light, transitioning from a void into a majestic vision. The wide road was filled with vibrant, joyfully chattering people from all nations. Tall, elegant buildings, showcasing a blend of Ogier and human craftsmanship, lined the thoroughfare. This was Eamon's Field, transformed over a century into a great city, yet retaining its connection to nature with abundant trees and green spaces. 2 Rivers craftsmen and marksmen were now renowned worldwide. Rand walked through the city, feeling a sense of pride in the peace and happiness he observed. He passed a grand fountain in the central square, a monument crafted by the Ogier to honor the fallen of the last battle. He saw familiar faces among the statues and turned away, reminding himself that this future was not yet secured. His confidence wavered as he considered the people currently dying in the real battle. A pinprick of darkness appeared in a side street, expanding and consuming everything it touched. A voice, the Dark One's, declared his dream to be weak. Rand reasserted his will, and the vision stabilized, the people resuming their activities. He defiantly told the darkness that it could not win as long as he barred its path. He walked up the steps of a magnificent building, a school dedicated to knowledge for all, and entered. Inside, the Dark One confronted him again, appearing in a mirror, arguing that even in this paradise, suffering and evil still existed. It claimed that darkness was the only true honesty. The Dark One then launched a powerful assault, a wind that threatened to tear Rand's flesh from his bones. The beautiful vision was consumed, shattered back into mere possibility. Sylviana, holding the one power, felt a glorious sense of omnipotence, a feeling she knew was an illusion that had led many Aes Sedai to folly. Mounted on her war-trained gelding, she unleashed weaves of fire against Sharan's soldiers. Following Chubain's orders, the White Tower heavy infantry advanced past her to engage the enemy on the slopes of the heights. After Egwene's army had circumvented the bogs, it had divided. One group, including the Aes Sedai, attacked the heights from the west, while the other, mostly cavalry, struck the rear flanks of the Trollocs, attacking Elaine's forces at the river ford. Sylviana began targeting Sharan archers with precise lightning strikes. Suddenly, Chubain's voice rose in alarm. Sylviana turned to see Egwene, pale and trembling, not channeling. Figures appeared at the top of the slope and unleashed a devastating volley of lightning upon the White Tower army. Believing Demandred was attacking the Amayolin, Sylviana created a gateway and had Egwene's horse pulled through to safety inside a tent. Egwene weakly explained that it was not a direct attack. It was Goyne. The warder bond was telling her he was dying. She intended to use gateways to reach him on the heights. Sylviana argued against this reckless plan and suggested that Egwene pass Goyne's bond to her. This would allow Sylviana to find him and would protect Egwene from the shock of his death. Egwene was aghast at the suggestion, a typical Red Aegis solution that disregarded the personal connection of the bond. She refused, stating she would survive the pain and continue to fight. They agreed on a compromise. They would fight their way up the heights as planned, which would eventually lead them to Goyne. Sylviana reluctantly agreed, privately cursing the foolish man whose death could neutralize their leader. Across the battlefield, Elaine watched the Sharan troops gathered on the heights, trying to decipher their intentions. Birgitte speculated they were waiting for the Trollocs to be weakened. For 2 hours, Elaine's army had held the line at the Mora riverbed, preventing the Trollocs from crossing onto Shienaran's soil. The bogs protected her left flank, but her right was vulnerable. Egwene's cavalry attacking the Trolloc rear was providing crucial relief. In a moment of quiet, Birgitte confessed to Elaine that her memories of being a hero of the Horn were fading. She could no longer recall the world of dreams, or her eternal companion, Gydel Kane. The loss was like a gaping hole inside her, causing her immense pain. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Galad, now Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light. He made a typically condescending remark about her presence on the battlefield while pregnant. A messenger from Mat Carthon arrived, delivering a letter to Galad. The letter, written in a surprisingly neat hand, contained a copy of Mat's foxhead medallion, which protected the wearer from the One Power, and a single Tar Valon mark. In the note, Mat challenged Galad to kill 20 of the Sharan female channelers, cleverly framing the grim necessity as a wager that would appeal to a White Cloak's sense of righteous duty. Galad accepted the mission, articulating a new, more nuanced understanding of evil, that it is not defined by gender, and one should not hesitate to strike it down wherever it is found. Elaine was momentarily impressed. Soon after, Gareth Brine arrived, anxiously searching for Gorn, whom he believed was with Elaine's forces. In his command post near Dashar Nob, Mat Carthon directed the battle with intense focus, using a continuous gateway as an observation window. He felt an exhilarating thrill, playing a high-stakes game of strategy against Demandred, one of history's greatest generals, with the world as the prize. He ordered Lan and the Borderlanders to attack the rear of a Trolloc army near some ruins, coordinating with Tamal Thor's forces at the front. The command post was then entered by Logain Ablar, who exuded an aura of dark resentment. Logain declared that this was not his war, and that he should be fighting at Shaiol Ghul. He expressed a desire to confront Demandred himself, as a substitute for the Dragon Reborn. Mat, seeing no other immediate solution for dealing with the powerful Forsaken, granted him permission to choose his moment and attack. Mat then attempted to stage a fake argument with Tuon, part of a ploy to make the Shadow underestimate the Shonchan forces. The ruse was interrupted by a sudden, coordinated assault. A grey man, disguised as a guard, attacked Mat, while Sharan channelers and soldiers burst through a wall of fire into the command post. Min threw herself at Tuon, whose ceremonial robes broke away to reveal practical black fighting attire. As the post was consumed by fire and chaos, Siwan Sanche unexpectedly appeared, saving Min from a channeler by magically stopping his heart. Min frantically reminded Siwan of her viewing, that she and Brine must stay together to survive, but Siwan dismissed the warning, insisting that protecting Mat was the priority. In the burning tent, Min saw Mat fighting off several grey men. As one of them knelt over the fallen Tuon, Min threw her dagger, killing him. Mat, wounded but fighting recklessly, killed his own attacker and scooped up Tuon. But it was too late for Siwan. She was caught in a fiery explosion and killed instantly. Min watched, heartbroken, as the images above Siwan's head vanished. Mat broke through a wall, carrying Tuon, and Min followed him out just before the structure collapsed. Min knew that with Siwan's death, Brine's fate was also sealed. From his position on the heights, Demandred observed the battle through the eyes of a falcon, a skill granted by the true power. He analyzed the enemy general's brilliant tactics and became more convinced that he was facing his ancient rival, Luz Therin Telamon. He believed Luz Therin had sent a decoy to Shaiol Ghul while coming to face him personally. The assassins he had sent to kill the general had failed but had successfully disrupted his command. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Mihail Time, who arrogantly criticized Demandred's strategy. In a swift and terrifying display of power, Demandred used the true power to shield Mihail, drain him of his own connection to it, and unleash a massive stream of balefire that vaporized hundreds of soldiers in the riverbed below. He brutally reasserted his absolute command. warning Mihail to stay out of his way and away from his prize, Luz Therin. Rand stood firm against the psychic onslaught of the Dark One, who taunted him with the screams of the dying below. The Dark One then plunged Rand into another vision. Julin Sandar, a thief-catcher, found himself leading a squad of men protecting Aes Sedai on the western slope of the heights. He fought desperately amid the chaos of explosions and clashing steel, killing Sharans and trying to keep his men alive, all the while wishing he was somewhere safe. Meanwhile, Pavara, Androl, and a small group of their allies, disguised by the Mask of Mirrors as Black Aja and Dreadlords, infiltrated the Shadow's main camp on the heights. They navigated through hordes of Trollocs and tense Sharan soldiers until they were brought before Demandred himself. Mistaking them for Mihail's forces, Demandred furiously berated them for not being on the Western Front fighting the Aes Sedai. He unwittingly gave them the exact location they needed to find Mihail and, by extension, time. Galad and his small team of Whitecloaks moved stealthily up that same western slope. Amid the maelstrom of channeling from both sides, he spotted a trio of Sharan channelers and prepared his men for a coordinated assault. The chapter begins with Galad Damodred engaged in fierce combat against Sharan channelers. When a woman attacks him with a weave of fire, the flame strikes him but then harmlessly unravels and dissipates, a phenomenon caused by the foxhead medallion he wears. Galad recognizes the look of pure shock on her face. It is the expression of a soldier whose most trusted weapon has just failed them. He reflects that for a channeler suddenly unable to channel, the only outcome is death. He swiftly decapitates the woman as another attempts to bind him with air. The medallion grows cold against his skin, neutralizing the weave, and Galad kills the second Sharan. A third, more resourceful channeler slams him with a large, physically thrown rock, which he barely blocks with his shield, the impact injuring his arm. Before she can strike again, Galad's men, the Children of the Light, cut her down. As Galad recovers, he observes his men mutilating the corpses of the channelers, driven by superstitious fears that Aes Sedai can return from the dead. One of his men, Child Gulliver, helps him up, expressing zealous joy over their victory, proclaiming it the work the children have awaited for centuries. Galad, however, responds with weary solemnity, stating that there is no joy to be found in death. Suddenly, a scout named Alhanra arrives with urgent news, leading Galad to a devastating discovery: the body of his brother, Gawain Trakand. Galad kneels beside what he assumes is a corpse, only for Gawain to whisper his name, his eyes fluttering open. He is mortally wounded, with a severe gut injury, yet remains alive due to the warder bond. Galad attempts to carry him to an Aes Sedai healer, but Gawain, in his final moments, confesses his failures. He speaks of killing Hammer, of his regret for not picking a side sooner, and his inability to kill the Forsaken Demandred. He asks Galad to tell Egwene that he loved her. As his life fades, Gawain reveals a staggering secret. Galad has another brother, the son of their mother Tigraine, who was born on Dragonmount, Rand al'Thor. Gawain's final words are a plea for Galad not to hate Rand as he once did. With that, Gawain dies. Overcome with a grief more profound than any he has ever known, Galad feels an icy resolve settle within him. He orders Gulliver to take the men to safety, declaring that he will bring justice to the Forsaken. Simultaneously, Egwene Alvera feels the warder bond snap. The sensation is brutally violent, as if a piece of her soul has been physically carved out. She collapses, screaming in agony, and unleashes a furious, uncontrolled wave of fire from Vora's Sangreal. Her keeper, Sylviana, restrains her, warning that she will kill their own forces. The overwhelming pain extinguishes Egwene's will, and she allows herself to be carried away from the battlefield through a gateway. Elsewhere, Tam al'Thor finds himself in a desperate situation. His 2 Rivers archers have used their last arrows defending a palisade against a massive Trolloc assault. Refusing to retreat, Tam orders his men to form infantry wedges, arming them with spears, axes, and swords. He takes the lead position of one wedge and, entering the calm of the void, leads a charge into the rear of the Trolloc forces that are overwhelming the White Cloaks. Tam fights with the mastery of a true blade master. His movements a fluid dance of death as he holds the point of the wedge steady against the onslaught. Just as his men are about to be broken, Lan Mandragoran and his borderlanders charge in, routing the Trollocs. Lan formally salutes Tam, acknowledging him as the blade master who earned the heron-marked sword he gave to Rand. As the fighting subsides, gateways open, but instead of reinforcements, thousands of refugees from Keemlin pour onto the field, including children and tinkers, who immediately begin tending to the wounded and salvaging arrows. The scene shifts to the command post, where Empress Fortuona is dealing with the aftermath of an assassination attempt. In a calculated display of Shonchan's severity, she sentences her loyal Death Watch guards, including their commander Karede, to a suicidal charge against enemy channelers as punishment for their failure. Following this, she and Matt engage in a loud public argument. She accuses him of incompetence, and he retorts with insults about her and Shonchan protocol. The confrontation escalates until Fortuona declares she is withdrawing her entire army from the battle. This entire scene is a ruse, a piece of theatre designed to deceive a suspected spy within her ranks and set up a later, decisive return. The narrative then plunges into Rand's metaphysical struggle with the Dark One. He is shown another possible future, a vision of a technologically advanced Kemlin that appears prosperous. The illusion shatters when he witnesses a fruit vendor casually murder a starving child for stealing, and then continue her business without a hint of remorse. The surrounding crowd is equally indifferent. Rand realizes the Dark One's true victory is not a world of fire and darkness, but a world stripped of all compassion, empathy, and conscience. A world where good and evil no longer exist, only self-interest. The Dark One explains that he will remove not just the will to resist, but the very suspicion that something is wrong. This vision of a lightless world, a beautiful but hollow husk, fills Rand with a profound horror that solidifies his resolve. He rejects despair, shatters the vision, and declares to the Dark One that he will show him the opposite, a world without shadow. Back on the battlefield, Matt begins to enact his plan. After Fortuona's staged departure, he intercepts Karede and the Death Watch guard, convincing them to protect him rather than die pointlessly. He surveys Elaine's forces, who are barely holding their pike square formations against the Trollocs. He then gathers the ferocious Ogier, who have been fighting like woodsmen felling trees, and the Dragonsworn, a rogue army of those loyal only to the Dragon Reborn. There, he finds the eyes Sedai Teslin, who can create the large gateway he needs. Matt reveals his audacious strategy to transport his newly assembled force to the top of the heights, a position he had strategically abandoned earlier. He intends to ambush the Shadow's forces as they attempt to move across the heights to encircle Elaine's army from behind. Meanwhile, Elaine Trakand takes command of the forces at the ford after the body of Gareth Brine is recovered. Her command is immediately threatened when Demandred begins targeting her directly with devastating weaves of balefire and lightning, trying to draw Rand out. Birgitta rescues Elaine, galloping her to safety while sending a decoy in another direction. Seeing these attacks, Galad, now fueled by vengeance, rides straight toward Demandred, right into the heart of the Sharon army. He confronts the Forsaken, announces himself as Rand al'Thor's brother, and challenges him to single combat. The chapter concludes with Egwene awakening in a room in Mayene. Overhearing her allies discussing how her grief will render her useless, she defiantly rises from her bed. She declares that while Egwene Alvere grieves, the Amaelin seat must fight. Harnessing her grief into a cold fury, she embraces the One Power and, recognizing the necessity of the warder bond in battle, asks the former Shonchan Leilwyn to become her new warder, preparing to return to the fray. The chapter opens with Egwene creating a gateway to rejoin the fray, stepping back onto the battlefield with the full fury of the Amaelin seat. The focus then shifts to the duel between Galad Damodred and the Forsaken Demandred. Galad had correctly anticipated that Demandred was a master swordsman, The two engage in a deadly dance within a circle of onlooking Sharan soldiers. Galad, clad in lighter mail, is quicker, while Demandred's armor of interwoven coins offers superior protection against sword strikes. Demandred attempts to provoke Galad by callously mentioning the ease with which he killed Galad's brother, Gawain. However, Galad remains impassive and focused, maintaining a cold and careful demeanor. He recognizes that every moment he can keep the Forsaken occupied is a moment Demandred is not unleashing destruction upon Elaine's armies. Their duel is a masterful display of sword forms, with Galad employing moves like the courtier taps his fan, only to be expertly parried by Demandred. They circle one another under the torchlight, the initial verbal sparring from Demandred having faded into occasional taunts. Sensing Galad's delaying tactic, Demandred presses the attack with a swift and brutal series of strikes. Galad meets each blow, but is caught off guard when Demandred uses the one power to hurl a rock at him. Dodging the projectile leaves him vulnerable to a ferocious sword combination. The boar rushes down the mountain, which he manages to block. A subsequent twist of the blade, however, slices open his forearm. Despite the weakening effect of the blood loss, Galad empties his mind and anticipates Demandred's next move. He sidesteps the attack and lands a significant blow of his own, cutting deeply into the back of Demandred's leg. The Forsaken grimaces, acknowledging that it has been a very long time since an opponent had drawn his blood. In retaliation, Demandred causes the earth beneath Galad to fracture and heave. Galad desperately lunges forward, getting inside Demandred's guard to prevent him from channeling further. In the close quarters struggle, Galad attempts to bash Demandred with his sword's pommel and force the Forsaken's helmet down over his eyes. The two are locked in a stalemate until the muscle in Galad's injured arm rips with a sickening sound. His sword falls from his numb fingers, and Demandred seizes the opportunity, throwing him back and severing his right arm at the elbow with a single slice. Galad, on his knees and holding his bleeding stump, defiantly spits at the Forsaken's feet before Demandred delivers the final killing blow. Meanwhile, Andral moves through the smouldering, corpse-littered battlefield in search of Mazrim time. Disguised as the dark friend Nensen, he creeps across the terrain alone, trying to appear as a wounded man seeking safety. Through his bond with Pavara, who is also moving nearby, he learns she narrowly avoided a conflict by convincing some Sharans she was an ally. Andral discovers time within a protective ring of Trollocs, contemplating the battle while holding a thin, circular seal of the Dark One's prison. Andral bravely walks into the circle, improvising a story that Demandred sent him back. Time, dismissive and cruel, tortures Andral with a weave of spirit and fire taught to him by Moradin, causing excruciating pain that makes Andral scream in his own voice. After the torment ceases, a stumbling Andral is caught by another of Tame's men. Tame then decides on a new plan. He places an inverted mask of mirrors on Andral, making him look like his true self, and orders him to find and assassinate Loghain. As Andral scrambles away from the enemy command post, he reveals to his waiting comrades that, during his pained stumble, he managed to lift the pouch containing the Dark One's seals from Tame's belt. Elsewhere, Lord Arganda of Geldon receives a message confirming that Mac Colfin is alive. The orders instruct him to move his forces upriver and join with Tam Althor's 2 Rivers archers. They meet, and Tam confirms he has a fresh supply of arrows. Together, their combined forces march up the northeastern side of the heights to intercept a large Sharan army. They are soon joined by Lan Mandragoran and his borderlanders. A fierce battle ensues in the darkness. The 2 Rivers archers release volleys to soften the Sharan lines before Lan's cavalry charges. Arganda then leads his infantry into the fray, creating a powerful 3-pronged assault. The battle is a brutal, grinding affair, with men from formerly rival nations like the White Cloaks and the Wolfguard fighting side by side. Amid the chaos, Demandred's amplified voice echoes across the field, boasting of having defeated and killed Luz Therin's brother. Arganda is unhorsed and nearly killed by a massive Trolloc, but manages to crush its pelvis before being knocked unconscious. He awakens to find himself being rescued by Lan, who explains that their flank was saved by a surprise attack from another of Mat's hidden armies, which included Dragonsworn and Ogier. Looking at the overwhelming enemy numbers, and the destruction being wrought by Demandred, Arganda falls into despair. But Lan stoically reminds him that they will stand and fight until they are dead. The narrative shifts to Rand al'Thor's metaphysical battle with the Dark One. Rand weaves the threads of possibility to manifest a world that would exist if he were to kill Shaitan. He steps into a perfect, untainted Caemlyn. There are no guards, no weapons, and children play freely among blossoming trees. A child, confused by the sword at his waist, asks what it is, and he calls it a relic. The Dark One's voice, distant and unable to fully enter this reality, questions if this is Rand's idea of perfection. In this world, the blight is gone. The Ale are a people of peace who sing to Kora trees, and nations live without borders or conflict. Rand journeys to the palace gardens to find Elaine, who has not aged in the 100 years since the last battle. She is beautiful, but also vapid and simple, her vibrant personality gone. Rand looks into her eyes and sees a shadow, a hollowness akin to those who have been forcibly turned to the shadow. He realizes with horror that in removing evil, he has also removed choice, agency, and the very qualities that made people who they were. The Dark One's voice declares that by removing free will, Rand has become indistinguishable from him. This horrifying revelation shatters the utopian vision, and Rand is thrown back into the darkness as the Dark One's assault continues. Matt Cawthon observes the battle from his position on the heights. His strategic gambit has been partially successful in stalling the Sharon advance, but the situation remains dire. He feels his characteristic luck has abandoned him, but resolves to rely on stubbornness instead. He witnesses a surge of power from the western side of the heights, where the Aes Sedai are fighting, and is pleased to see Sharan forces fleeing from the display. This is followed by the harrowing journey of Fael and Olva. Disguised as captives in a supply caravan, they successfully infiltrate the Shadow's forward camp at the base of the heights. The deception is nearly perfect, with Aravine playing the part of a callous merchant and Fael convincingly acting the part of a broken slave. Once inside the chaotic Trolloc camp, however, Aravine reveals herself as a dark friend, compelled to betray them. She has a channeler bind Fael and her guards in flows of air, and she seizes the sack containing the horn of Valere, intending to deliver it to Demandred. Just as all seems lost, young Olva, whispering Matt's motto, "It's time to toss the dice," bravely stabs the channeler in the back, freeing Fael. In the ensuing chaos, Aravine flees on horseback with the horn. Fael gives chase on the shaggy mare, Bella, who runs with the speed of a champion. She is aided by Vannin and Harnan, who had also infiltrated the camp. Fael manages to fell Aravine with a thrown knife and reclaim the horn, but she is immediately beset by hundreds of pursuing Trollocs and dark friends. Realizing she cannot escape, she makes a selfless choice. She finds Olva hiding beneath a wagon, thrusts the horn into his arms, and tells him to hide and deliver it to Matt. She then rides off on a different horse, carrying a decoy sack, drawing the enemy away, and sacrificing herself to protect the boy and the horn. Lean, fighting alongside the beleaguered Aes Sedai, experiences the overwhelming power of the Sharan channelers firsthand. Their defensive position is shattered, and her fellow sister Dezeen is decapitated. The Aes Sedai are losing badly, forced to fight against enemy channelers who use terrified civilians as human shields. Just as they are planning a desperate retreat, Egwene arrives on the battlefield. Glowing with the immense power of Vora's Sa'angreal, she single-handedly turns the tide of the engagement, unleashing a dozen streams of fire and becoming a powerful rallying point for the shattered White Tower forces. In a deep, isolated cavern, Talmanes and the remaining members of the Band of the Red Hand work furiously to repair their dragons. The atmosphere is tense and claustrophobic, but Talmanes maintains a front of gallows humor. To bolster the spirits of his men, he leads them in a defiant song, Jack O' the Shadows, their voices echoing in the stone tomb as they prepare for their moment to rejoin the battle. Finally, Loghain and Androl's team return from their mission. Loghain examines the fragile seals to the Dark One's prison that Androl procured. He promotes Andral to the rank of full Asherman, but dismisses Pavara's claim that the seals belong to the White Tower, declaring himself their steward. Driven by a renewed hunger for power and glory for the Black Tower, Logain decides to confront Demandred himself. His true motive is not heroic sacrifice, but a desire to seize the powerful Sangreal the Forsaken is using, which would grant him the power to make the world tremble. The chapter closes with Egwene continuing her relentless assault up the hillside, a figure of pure, controlled rage, leading the Aes Sedai in a desperate but valiant charge against the forces of the Shadow. Egwene finds herself under assault from enemy channelers amidst a blinding windstorm. Their magical attacks, or weaves, are rendered ineffective by the storm, their vision obscured by the pervasive dust. As 3 ordinary soldiers attempt a flanking maneuver, Egwene's warder, Leilwyn, dispatches them with cold efficiency. Egwene then seizes control of the windstorm itself, shaping the gales into immense invisible hands that scoop up the opposing channelers and hurl them violently into the sky. There, they are met by bolts of lightning, which consume them in fiery explosions, their smoking remains plummeting back to the war-torn hillside. Egwene relentlessly pushes forward, her unified army of Aes Sedai and recently committed Asherman at her back, unleashing their own volleys of light and power. The unnatural maelstrom abruptly ceases, snuffed out like a flame. Standing atop a rocky outcrop, Egwene identifies the source of this power, a man clad in black and red. She has finally drawn out the leader of this Sharan force, the man known as Taim, who has now adopted the title Mihael. As he prepares an attack, Jahar Narishma, an Asherman warder, cries out a warning that he is weaving lightning. Egwene reacts instantaneously, raising a spire of molten iron from the earth and rapidly cooling it to act as a lightning rod, safely diverting the immense electrical discharge. Confident in Narishma's ability to foresee Mihael's weaves, Egwene commands her forces to keep other enemies at bay, singling out Narishma and his Aes Sedai, Maurice, to assist her directly as she prepares to unleash her own storm against the traitorous Mihael. The perspective then shifts to the grim aftermath of a different part of the battle, where Ela of the Tuatha'an moves among the dead and dying. Accompanied by her husband Rhaen, she searches for survivors, pointedly ignoring the weapons that litter the field, artifacts of the violence she despises. They methodically check each body, marking the deceased with an X of blood on their cheek to prevent redundant efforts. The strain of their recent life, fleeing persecution, suffering from the land's decay, and enduring the loss of their grandson Aram, has aged them both considerably. Ila's adherence to the pacifist way of the leaf is tested when Rhaen pauses to contemplate a dead soldier's quiver of arrows. He questions the absolute non-violence of their path, arguing that creatures like Trollocs cannot be reasoned with, and that fleeing is not always a viable solution. He posits that submitting to the Shadow would be a far worse fate than any they have yet endured. This conversation forces Ila into a state of profound introspection. She finds her long-held certainties slipping away, even beginning to view the mercenaries who chose to tend the wounded not as enlightened men, but as cowards avoiding their duty. Her crisis of faith deepens, leaving her clinging to the one unambiguous good she can still perform: saving a life. Elsewhere, the young boy Olva is hiding under a wagon, clutching the horn of Valere after Lady Fail, and her riders have drawn hundreds of Trollocs away. Left alone and terrified by the sounds and smells of battle, he is discovered by a hoofed, snouted Trolloc. In a panic, Olva scrambles away as the creature overturns the wagon. He spots Baela, the sturdy mare, and manages to leap onto her back, fleeing through the chaotic camp with hundreds of Trollocs in hot pursuit. Baela runs with surprising speed and courage, unfazed by the monstrous beasts. Olva's escape is cut short, however, when a Trolloc arrow strikes the horse in the flank. She collapses and dies, throwing Olva to the ground. Heartbroken but desperate, Olva apologizes to the fallen horse and continues on foot, scrambling up a steep slope and wedging himself into a small, rocky crevice, still clutching the horn as Trolloc claws tear at him from the opening. Logain, the former false dragon, launches a surprise attack on the Forsaken Demandred, who is orchestrating the destruction of the Andoran and Ael forces. Logain's initial assault of fire is intercepted by Sharon channelers, who sacrifice themselves to protect their leader. Demandred, who appears far from weakened despite his immense exertions of power, retaliates with incredibly complex and powerful weaves that Logain has never encountered. He erects a defensive field that repels Logain's attacks and unleashes a death gate, a gateway that spews lava. Logain is battered and burned, narrowly avoiding death time and again. He manages to land a lightning strike on Demandred, but the Forsaken dissipates it with another unknown weave. As Demandred prepares to unleash balefire, Logain, in a moment of brilliant improvisation, hurls a piece of shale at him. The physical projectile distracts Demandred just long enough for Logain to escape through a hastily woven gateway, collapsing back in the Asherman camp, horrifically burned, but alive. He confesses his failure to Gabriel, admitting Demandred's strength is too great to overcome. Meanwhile, Egwene's duel with Mihail rages atop the heights. Their battle is a tempest of elemental forces, with Narishma calling out Mihail's weaves just moments before they are unleashed. Egwene presses her attack relentlessly, noting that her opponent is beginning to slow. Mihail, in desperation, unleashes a thin, white bar of balefire, a weave so destructive it warps the air and creates spiderweb cracks in the very fabric of reality. Horrified, Egwene screams at him for risking the destruction of the pattern itself. She counters his next balefire attempt by slamming a shield between him and the source. Though Mihail is weaker, he manages to release a small stream of balefire through a gap in the shield, destroying Egwene's weave before he vanishes, using a form of travelling linked to the true power, the Dark One's own essence. Left shaken by her near obliteration, Egwene realizes she has no counter for balefire and must rely on Narishma's warnings. Grieving for her fallen husband Gawain, she channels her fury and rejoins the battle against the Sharon forces. From another vantage point, the thief-taker Hurin fights alongside the Borderlanders on Polov Heights. He guts a Trolloc, but is overwhelmed by the sheer number of them. He fights to buy time for Lord Rand, feeling a renewed sense of purpose after Rand personally apologized to him. During a lull, Lanman Dragaran warns the troops that the next assault will be the worst, as the Trollocs prepare for a final, decisive push. In a palace now converted into a massive infirmary, Berelain struggles to manage the overwhelming flood of wounded. The sheer volume of casualties forces her to make grim decisions about who can be saved. Frustrated by a lack of able-bodied helpers, she attempts to conscript the Isle Gaishain, but is told that not even the Kara Khan could make them break their oaths and fight. A maid leads her to her own quarters, where she finds Anora, a formerly bonded Aes Sedai, sitting by the bedside of an unconscious and grievously wounded Galad Damodred. He is missing an arm. Anora explains that she rescued him from the battlefield, but was too exhausted to heal him, having used all her strength to create the gateway. As she speaks, she collapses, having burned herself out, a fate considered worse than death among Aes Sedai, leaving her with a youthful face, but severed from the one power forever. When Galad briefly awakens, he insists that any available healing be used for others who need it more. As he falls unconscious again, Berelain discovers the Foxhead medallion under his shirt. Rand, trapped in his metaphysical struggle with the Dark One, is forced to witness the deaths of his friends and followers. He weeps as he sees Davram Basher and his wife fall, as the faithful Hurin is slain, and as countless others perish. The Dark One taunts him, urging him to surrender to the overwhelming pain and loss. For a moment, Rand is tempted, but the thought of his remaining friends gives him the strength to hold on. The Dark One then presents a final vision, a potential covenant, a world of complete nothingness, an end to pain, suffering, and the cycles of the wheel, but also an end to existence itself. Rand contemplates this ultimate piece of the void, but rejects it, declaring that an end to existence is not peace. He chooses to continue the fight, and the true pain of his ordeal begins. In a distant, strange land, Min waits with the regrouped Shonchan army. Empress Fortuona hesitates to rejoin the battle, swayed by the counsel of General Yulan, who argues that Mat's forces are doomed and that it is wiser to preserve the empire's strength. Min, using her viewing ability, perceives a chain above Yulan's head, realizing he is being controlled through compulsion. She then spots the true spy, an unassuming Sojin, a female servant, who has an unusual number of images swirling around her. To expose the spy without alerting her, Min employs a brilliant feint. Acting in her official capacity as truth speaker, she publicly denounces the Empress for her inaction and then accuses the compelled General Yulan of being the traitor. The real spy relaxes, and in that moment, Min throws a knife at her. The knife stops in mid-air, held by the One Power, revealing the woman as a channeler. The spy escapes through a gateway, but her influence is broken. With the shadow's manipulation revealed, Fortuona gives the order for the Shonchan army to return to the field of Merilor. Back on the heights, the battle has taken a devastating turn. Egwene's forces are weary and dwindling. Suddenly, Mihail returns, empowered by a potent sangreal given to him by Demandred. He unleashes a colossal beam of balefire, erasing a half-dozen Aes Sedai and causing a cascade of temporal paradoxes that brings previously defeated Sharons back to life. The very ground cracks and opens into voids of nothingness. Mihail is a walking embodiment of destruction. Faced with this ultimate threat, Egwene resists the urge to fight with balefire. Instead, she conceives of its opposite, a weave of pure creation and restoration. She unleashes a majestic column of white light, a new weave she names the Flame of Tar Valon. It meets Mihail's balefire, and where his weave destroys the pattern, hers mends it. In a final, climactic struggle, she draws a fatal amount of the One Power into herself through her own sangreal. Her flame overpowers Mihail, turning him into a massive, multi-hued crystal. Knowing her end is upon her, Egwene pushes her new warder, Leolwyn, through a gateway to safety, with a final command to break the seals on the Dark One's prison when the time is right. Then, she becomes a pillar of pure light, her body and soul consumed in a beautiful, silent explosion that washes across the battlefield, sealing the cracks in reality and crystallizing all the remaining Sharon channelers. Egwene dies, her sacrifice saving the physical world from unraveling. The shock of her death sends a fresh wave of agony through Rand. Mat, too, is devastated by the news, but forces himself to focus on the battle. His army is battered and pushed to the brink of defeat. He learns of Elaine's supposed death and the collapse of her forces, along with the fall of Basher. As Demandred's taunts echo across the field, Mat sees Lan Mandragoran charge alone toward the Trolloc flank, a solitary figure riding to challenge the Forsaken. Aided by a volley of flaming arrows from Tam Althor and the Two Rivers archers that carves a path through the Trolloc ranks, Lan reaches Demandred. An epic sword duel ensues. Though Lan is a master swordsman, Demandred is his superior, bolstered by the One Power and decades of experience. Realizing he cannot win a conventional fight, Lan executes a final, desperate gambit. He allows Demandred to impale him, using the moment to drive his own sword through the Forsaken's throat. As Demandred falls, Lan whispers, "I did not come here to win. I came here to kill you." The world grows dark as Lan collapses, his life fading away. This final loss sends a spasm of anguish through Rand, and as the Dark One's pressure envelops him, his resistance finally breaks. Chapter 38. Let Go. The chapter opens with Rand al'Thor on the verge of spiritual collapse, enduring a direct assault from the Dark One that feels as if his very flesh is being torn from his bones. This psychic torment is amplified by the crushing weight of his guilt over the deaths of his allies, most notably the recent loss of Egwene. Amidst the agony, he hears the voice of his father, Tam, advising him to let go, a concept Rand initially resists with all his being, viewing it as a complete abandonment of his duty to protect everyone. The central conflict of this moment is his struggle to understand if relinquishing this burden is an act of failure or a necessary act of granting his followers their own agency and responsibility. The crucial turning point arrives in the form of a posthumous, mental conversation with Egwene herself. Her voice, described as being both fond and sharp, calls him a fool for his misguided perspective. She confronts his hypocrisy with a powerful question, asking why he believes that he alone is allowed the honor of a heroic, sacrificial death, while he actively tries to deny that same profound choice to others. She implores him not to steal their sacrifice, but to embrace it, to finally accept her death as a choice she made freely and for a cause she believed in. This plea from beyond the grave shatters his tortured reasoning. He weeps, whispering that he has failed, but her voice reassures him that he has not failed yet. This profound insight allows Rand to finally release the monumental burdens he has carried. In a powerful moment of catharsis, he consciously lets go of his guilt and the obsessive need to be the sole protector of the world. This spiritual act is visualized as a long list of names of those who died for him, streaming away from his mind like doves taking flight. The list, which had grown immense, is recited from Egwene all the way back to Ilyena, his wife from his past life as Luz Therin, signaling a deep healing of ancient trauma and a resolve to finally do better. With each name released, a weight is lifted from his soul, a process compared to Perrin smashing 1,000 chains with his hammer. Now whole and unburdened, Rand is able to stand and confront the shadow once more with a renewed spirit. In a brief but significant shift in perspective, the narrative shows the Sharan general Demandred's death being announced on the battlefield by the horrified shriek of his lover, a cry that stuns the forces of the shadow. Back in the timeless void, Rand faces the Dark One with a new and potent clarity, finally understanding it not as a singular being, but as a fundamental cosmic force of pure negation and nothingness. The Dark One's attacks, filled with all the pain and loss of the world, continue relentlessly. However, they no longer have any power over Rand. Because he has finally accepted that the fight belongs to everyone, the onslaught feels like nothing more than a meaningless, idle buzzing. He finds the inner peace of the void, and when the Dark One's voice insists he is lost, Rand calmly replies that its perception of defeat stems from its inability to truly see or understand humanity. This spiritual victory is mirrored in the physical world when Mat Cauthon receives the news from Loyal that Lan has died, but not before heroically slaying Demandred. Suppressing his own grief, Mat honors Lan's ultimate sacrifice by channeling his sorrow into a ferocious rallying cry. Shouting the old Malkieri war cry, he leads a unified charge of soldiers from all nations against the now stunned and leaderless enemy. The chapter closes on Rand's final silent challenge to the darkness, a question of whether it can possibly fathom why humanity continues to fight, even when it has been broken and ruined, a concept that the ultimate evil can never comprehend. Chapter 39. You. The chapter opens with Rand al'Thor confronting the Dark One in a formless void. As the very essence of the pattern swirls around him, Rand declares that he has discovered the Dark One's fundamental flaw and the reason the Shadow is destined to fail. He explains that the struggle has never been solely about him, the Dragon Reborn. Instead, it is about the indomitable spirit of countless individuals. He visualizes numerous figures who refuse to surrender to despair, a dethroned queen who endures humiliation but continues to fight, a gleeman who finds purpose in mentoring others despite repeated personal loss, a woman who relentlessly pursues truth, a man who protects others even after his own family is destroyed, and a healer who refuses to accept that some wounds are beyond her power. Rand sees the resilience of a hero who denies his own status, and a woman who stands unbowed against torment, her inner light inspiring all, including Rand himself. He articulates his ultimate realization to the Dark One. The Shadow cannot achieve true victory unless humanity willingly gives up. The entire conflict is not about military conquest, but about breaking the human spirit, a feat the Dark One has failed to accomplish. The scene then shifts to the physical battlefield at Merilor, where Matt Cawthon is leading the forces of the light. The situation is dire, with his armies outnumbered 3-1 by Trollocs and Sharans. The Dark One's voice echoes in his mind, gloating and claiming ownership of the grave. Matt fights desperately, feeling the immense pressure of the enemy forces and recognizing the urgent need for a breakthrough. Just as despair begins to set in, Rand's voice resounds across the entire battlefield, speaking to everyone at once. Rand directly challenges the Dark One, pointing out a man the Shadow has relentlessly tried to destroy. At that moment, Lan Mandragoran, the uncrowned king of Malkia, stumbles to his feet, gravely wounded, and holds aloft the severed head of Demandred, the commander of the Shadow's armies. This act of defiance stuns the enemy forces, and in the ensuing silence, the clear, golden note of the Horn of Valere sounds across the land. The horn's call precipitates the arrival of the heroes of the Horn. In one location, Elaine Trakand, captured by the dark friend Mela, is saved at the last moment by the newly resurrected Birgitta Silverbow, who appears as a hero and dispatches Elaine's captors with her silver bow. On the main battlefield, Arta Hawkwing and the other legendary heroes materialize from a mist and approach Matt. Hawkwing confirms they fight for the light, explaining that their presence is tied to the dragon's banner. They clarify that they are not invincible and can be defeated or incapacitated, meaning the living must still fight their own battle. The final scene reveals the horn sounder, the young boy Olver, cornered by Trollocs and blowing the horn in a last, desperate act. As he is about to be killed, he is saved by Noel, who reveals himself to be one of the heroes of the Horn, having returned from death to protect the boy. Chapter 40, Wolf Brother. The chapter begins with Elaine in the clutches of her captors. The sudden, impossible appearance of Birgitta Silverbow stuns the enemy soldiers, providing Elaine with a critical moment of opportunity. She violently twists her body, and despite the awkwardness of her pregnancy, manages to roll to her knees. The protective medallion Mela had been using against her falls away, and she immediately senses the welcome presence of the One Power. Filling herself with Saidar, she instinctively protects her unborn children before unleashing powerful weaves of air that send her assailants flying backward. At the same time, her rallied Queen's guards smash through the enemy lines, spurred on by Birgitta who, despite being dead, shouts orders and fells fleeing mercenaries with her bow. Elaine, overwhelmed with emotion, apologizes to her friend, but Birgitta is ecstatic. She explains that with her death, all of her memories as a hero of the Horn have returned, and she feels whole again. She dismisses Elaine's pained suggestion of renewing the Warder Bond, stating it would not work. Elaine, however, refuses to be sidelined, arguing that her soldiers believe her to be dead and their lines are collapsing. She insists on rejoining the fight to rally them. She declares that they need to see their queen is alive, and Birgitta, her friend though no longer her warder, agrees to ride with her. Meanwhile, near Shaiol Ghul, Avienda navigates a maelstrom of battle and chaotic weather. The Windfinders are nearing collapse, and the storm threatens to overwhelm all. She hears strange new howls and follows them, encountering a wiry man with golden eyes and a pack of wolves. He confirms Perrin is not with him and warns her that these new howls are not from his friends. He urges her to gather other channelers. Together, they witness the arrival of the Wild Hunt. Hundreds of massive, black darkhounds that cannot be harmed by mortal weapons. The man explains that the ordinary wolves are fighting a hopeless battle to slow the creatures down, buying time for Rand. As Avienda runs to find help, she spots the forsaken Greyandal, who is being fed power by a circle of captured women and is protected by Ale thralls under compulsion. Recognizing the immense threat, Avienda chooses to confront her, signaling for aid from Amy's and Cadsuan. A desperate fight begins. Greyandal's power is immense, and Avienda is forced to dodge deadly weaves, including compulsion. Using her wits, she creates a diversion with a weave of earth and then conceals herself, waiting for her allies. The scene ends as Katsuan and Amy's arrive and attack the Forsaken. Returning to the main battlefield, Elaine gallops through her broken and fleeing army. Using the One Power to amplify her voice, she commands them to stand. To galvanize them, she makes a reckless but effective charge, ineptly attacking a Trolloc with a sword. Birgitta saves her with a well-placed arrow, but the sight of their queen fighting so desperately shames and inspires the soldiers, who rally around her. Elaine then creates a luminous banner of Andor's Red Lion to illuminate the darkness, a beacon of hope that also makes her a prime target. From his vantage point on the Polov Heights, Matt Cawthon surveys the entire battle. Demandred's death has thrown the Shadow's forces into disarray, creating the opening he needed. He sees Elaine's successful rally below, but knows her forces cannot hold for long.
A dramatic shift occurs as dozens of gateways open in the sky, heralding the arrival of the Sintian army, flying Turrican, rain death upon the Trollocs from above. While a vast ground force begins a pincer maneuver, Matt instantly understands. To his right, he hears Talmains and Aludra firing the dragons through portals into the Sharoon army. Far to the northeast, Durgrady waits by a dammed river, resentful of Matt's command. He had been forced to watch dreadlords slaughter a contingent of Hinderstap villagers and soldiers of the band, forbidden from intervening. His orders were to open a gateway to Hinderstap dawn. With grim resolve, he obeys, and is astonished to see the same villagers and soldiers he saw die pour through the portal, alive and enraged. They overwhelm the stunned dreadlords. Realizing the genius of Matt's seemingly cruel strategy, Grady unleashes his power to destroy the dam, sending the rivers full force toward the main battle. Chapter 4. The chapter opens to the percussive sounds of battle. Pavara, Androl, and other Ashman join Loghain near Demandred's body. They witness the dragon's fury, but Pavara worries. The crews are vulnerable to channelers among the Androl counters that Matt has no other choice. Loghain appears with a new command. All unassigned Ashmen are to travel to where Egwine fought time and search the crystallized ground for a golden scepter, warning them not to touch it, but to send for him. This order frustrates Androl's group. Pavara feels they should be fighting, not searching for plunder, especially after hearing the Horn of Valir. Androl, however, finds a loophole. The order was for those without other instructions, and their mission to hunt Thames loyalists still stands. Though they are exhausted, Pavara formulates a clever plan that energizes Androl, who calls her a genius. They set off to find Thames men, guessing they will be targeting the dragons. Elsewhere, Moghedien stands over Demandred's body, mocking his failure. When she reaches for the One Power, she is instead given the True Power, a source 10 times stronger, which she takes as a reward for her survival. Her ambitions transform. She incinerates Demandred's corpse, uses the Mask of Mirrors to assume his form, and seizes command of his forces. Challenged by an old monk who recognizes her as an imposter, she vaporizes him, claiming such a feat proves her identity and cowing the Sharans into obedience. She then issues a cruel order for Trollocs to attack a nearby camp of defenseless Kemlin refugees to break enemy morale. As she organizes her army, a gateway opens behind her. The narrative shifts to Talmains, revealing a brilliant, horrifying new tactic. The dragon crews are hidden in a cavern, and an Ashman Nield opens fleeting gateways just long enough for them to fire with pinpoint accuracy, shielding them from counterattack. This makes the dragons a devastating artillery force, and Talmains watches with a grim, horrifying smile. The chapter ends with Avinda feeling the entire world beginning to crack apart. Chapter 42, the fight in Sheol Gul becomes utter chaos as uncontrolled lightning strikes friend and foe alike. The air is thick with the smells of burning, charred flesh and ozone. In this pandemonium, Avinda is hunted by the Forsaken Grandel, whose balefire attacks scar the valley. A massive bubble of evil warps reality. Rocks float, the ground ripples, and a terrifying mist consumes all it touches. A battered but determined Amy's joins Avinda, and they plan a coordinated attack as their only hope. As Avinda moves to flank Grandel, she feels Rand's battle against the Dark One influence the world. Vibrant plants erupt from the barren ground, and the ancient symbol of the Ease, Sedai, forms in the storm clouds. Drawing on her bond with Rand, she attacks, but is ambushed by a black-veiled man under compulsion. She kills him, only to be horrified when she pulls back his veil and sees the face of the Isle clan chief, Ruark. On the heights, a group of desperate dreadlords led by Alviarin spots a figure they mistake for an exhausted Randall Tor fleeing through a gateway. Seeing a chance for glory, Alviarin leads them in pursuit. They step through the portal into a trap. A steading, where they are instantly cut off from the One Power. Ancient Ogier capture them, revealing their target was Andril using an illusion. Back in Sheal Gol, the horror of killing Ruark almost breaks Avinda, but her bond with Rand fills her with unwavering purpose. She sees Grandel about to defeat Cadsuane and the others, weaving spear of fire and light. Avinda charges. Grandel unleashes a blast of earth, but Avinda leaps into it. The explosion shreds her lower body, but launches her through the air. In the instant before Grandel can escape, Avinda plunges her spear into the Forsaken, and they both vanish in a twist of reality. Chapter 43 opens with Logan Abler observing his scout's withdrawal. His bonded Aes Sedai, Gabriel, notes his disappointment, sensing through their connection that his ambition is not for the Black Tower, but for personal power. This accusation forces Logain to reflect on his torment, resolving that becoming universally feared is his only path to safety. He questions if his captors broke something inside him. His thoughts are interrupted by a Cinchin messenger with Egwene Alvier's final instruction. Bring the seals to the White Tower for their breaking. When a great light appears, Logain dismisses the message, intending to ignore the command and telling Gabriel the seals are now his to use as political leverage. Just then, an Ashman announces he has found their prize. A golden scepter encased in crystal. When channeling fails to break it, Logain prepares to use balefire. As he gathers the power, a horribly burned Andril arrives, pleading with Logain to save the defenseless Kemlin refugees from a Trolloc massacre. The chapter ends with Logain holding the weave, torn between seizing ultimate power and saving thousands of lives. Perspective switches to Matt Cawthon, riding among the heroes of the Horn, relieved to learn he is not destined to join them. He watches his battle plan conclude in triumph as Elaine's forces rally and the Sinche army reinforces them. The diverted river then floods the battlefield, splitting the Trolloc army and washing thousands away. With the Sharons retreating, the remaining Trollocs are encircled and destroyed by Cinchin war beasts and Eludris dragons. As the fighting ends, Matt feels a pull from Randon. Knowing the last battle isn't over, asks Arthur Hawkwing to speak to the Empress for him before riding north. In a metaphysical realm, Rand debates the Dark One, arguing the Shadow will always fail because it can only inspire fear, not loyalty. In another scene, a grievously wounded Avinda is on a ledge facing Grant. Her desperate gateway for rescue is unseen. Her strength finally fails, and the chapter ends with her being captured by Grandel's weaves of air. Chapter 44, Two Craftsmen, opens with Parang Abara, waking in Baralane's palace. He senses the Isle woman, Chiad, who admits her presence, strains her honor as God. When Parang questions honor's value, if the Dark One wins, she firmly replies that without honor, victory is meaningless. Parang learns she is there out of concern for Gaul, who remains in the dream world. Too exhausted to re-enter safely alone, Parang requires an Aes Sedai's aid to restore his strength. While Chiad fetches one, his old master Luhan visits. Luhan admires Parang's warhammer and gives him pivotal advice. This is the final effort, and there is no next day to conserve strength for. He urges Parang to stop holding back and finally unleash his full power. During their talk, Parang reveals that Padden Fane murdered his family. Chiad returns with the Aes Sedai Masuri. After a brief confrontation, Masuri heals him, suppressing his fatigue. Invigorated, Parang tells Chiad he will find Gaul, then shifts his physical body into the wolf dream to resume his hunt for Slayer. The perspective shifts to Tom Marilyn near the Pit of Doom at Sheal Galay. He sits smoking his pipe, acting as both chronicler for a future ballad and guardian, feeling Moraine's presence through their warder bond deep inside the mountain.
He rejects common, overused words like epic or momentous, seeking something unexpected yet true, in keeping with his philosophy as a performer. The scene he witnesses is a maelstrom of chaos. Ale battle their red-veiled kin. Windfinders duel with the Shadow for control of the storm-racked sky, and monstrous darkhounds tear through the ranks of the Light's defenders. After considering and discarding other options, Tom settles on a single surprising word to describe the magnificent horror of the last battle. Exquisite. It is exquisite, because it is exactly what the end of the world should be. A desperate, terrifying, and heroic struggle where victory will be earned by the narrowest of margins. His observation is interrupted by the approach of an Aes Sedai, who appears to be Katsuane. As she walks past him toward the entrance to the pit of doom, Tom, with casual precision, throws a single knife into her back. She falls, and he internally critiques the cliché, dropped like a sack of potatoes, preferring a more descriptive simile. As she dies, the illusion she wore fades, revealing her to be the Black Archer sister, Jane Cade. Tom's thoughts reveal that he identified her as an imposter by her walk, and that she is the fifth such assassin he has dispatched while guarding the entrance. After hiding her body with the others, he calmly returns to his perch, takes out paper and a pen, and, to the soundtrack of the world ending, begins to compose his great tale. Chapter 45. Tendrils of Mist. The chapter begins with Matrim Cawthon on the heights, having secured the area. He carries Rand al'Thor's banner, bundled under his arm, and finds the Asherman Grady, accompanied by Olva and Noel. Olva, though looking drained from being healed, proudly clutches the horn of Valere. Matt internally reflects on Noel's identity as the legendary hero Jane Farstrider, marveling at the fact but reaffirming his own staunch refusal to be bound to any command, even for immortality. He urgently requests a gateway to Shaiol Ghul from Grady. However, the Ashaman explains that direct travel to the valley is impossible. The pattern itself is warped and distorted around Shaiol Ghul, causing any gateway to be deflected. Frustrated by this and the insistent pull of Rand's Tavaran nature, Matt settles for the closest possible location, a Shonchan scouting camp a day's hike away. Olva insists on joining him, believing the heroes of the Horn will be needed, and Matt agrees to take the boy. The perspective shifts to the battlefield at Tharkandar, where the entity known as Shaisam, formerly Padan Fain, revels in the chaos. His consciousness now inhabits a vast, creeping mist that rolls down the valley, while his physical form walks at its heart. He is consuming the souls of the fallen, both Trolloc and human, to fuel his own growth and power. Finding that this feast is clarifying his madness, he uses mindless, mist-infected drones to sow distraction, while his true form, the insubstantial mist, moves through the battle, converting even Myrddraal to his cause. This new being is a terrible fusion of the man Fain, the corrupting evil of Shadar Logoth, and the Dark One's influence from the dagger he carries. His ultimate ambition is to consume the soul of Rand al'Thor and claim the valley as his own. Meanwhile, near the entrance to the Pit of Doom, the Aelman Gaul is engaged in a desperate fight against Slayer. The winds are unnaturally fierce, but Slayer seems to command the very storm, claiming the place as his kingdom. Gaul, allied with a pack of wolves, uses stealth to harry his opponent, but Slayer's power is immense. He tricks Gaul with a decoy and wounds him severely. Just as Slayer boasts of his power, the winds abruptly cease. Perrin Ibarra appears, transformed and radiating a profound, calm power. He declares that the valley belongs to the wolves, not to Slayer. After Slayer taunts him with the death of his family, Perrin opens his glowing golden eyes, and a storm far greater than the one before erupts from the sheer force of his presence, terrifying Gaul into retreating. Finally, the narrative returns to Matt, who is now soaring above the valley on a Shonchan flying creature called a Torakan, clinging on in terror while Olva laughs with delight. From the air, Matt witnesses the true horror of the battle below. The encroaching, silvery mist of Shaisam, and a pack of massive darkhounds, the Wild Hunt, attacking the soldiers, defending the path to Shaiol Ghul. As their rider attempts to find a safe landing spot, she is struck by an arrow from red-veiled Ael below. Matt desperately grabs the reins, but the wounded creature crashes to the valley floor. Though they survive, Matt discovers he has lost Rand's banner in the fall. Olva, however, points to the sky where the churning clouds have formed the ancient symbol of the dragon's fang and the flame, creating a banner for all to see. With that, the boy raises the horn of Valere to his lips and sounds a powerful, clear note. Chapter 46. to awaken. Rand breaks free from his contemplation of the pattern, returning to the cavern where only minutes have passed for him, though much more time has elapsed in the world outside. He immediately resumes his fight with Moradin, forcing him back with the immense power of Saidin flowing through him and Kalandor. In a desperate and cunning move, Moradin disregards their sword fight and instead hurls a knife across the cavern at the barely conscious Alanna. Nynaeve, who had just managed to revive the Green Sister, watches in horror as she is powerless to stop the blade. The knife strikes Alanna in the heart, a mortal wound. However, an herb Nynaeve had administered brings Alanna a final moment of lucidity. In this fleeting instant, as the light fades from her eyes, she manages to release her warder bond with Rand, sparing him the cataclysmic shock and agony of her death. Seizing the opportunity, Moradin then stabs his own hand with another knife. Through the strange connection that links them, Rand feels the pain as if it were his own, his hand spasming and forcing him to drop Kalandor, which falls to the ground, its light extinguishing. Meanwhile, in the wolf dream, Perrin finally unleashes the entirety of his suppressed rage against Slayer. He fully embraces the wolf within him, a fury he has held in check since the traumatic night he killed the White Cloaks. The dreamscape itself bends to his emotions, becoming a violent storm that mirrors his internal tempest. Perrin relentlessly attacks Slayer, hammering against his shield until it shatters, sending Slayer reeling. Fleeing in terror, Slayer shifts from the dream into the waking world, appearing on the battlefield in the valley of Thakandar. Perrin pursues him without hesitation, appearing in the midst of a brutal battle between Ale and Trollocs. The field is a muddy wasteland of blood and bodies, and a new disturbing type of shadow spawn with pocked skin has appeared. Perrin's pursuit is interrupted by the arrival of the Wild Hunt, massive dark hounds that tear through the lines of human soldiers with impunity. Driven by the instinct that Slayer must be stopped before he can return to the dream and assassinate Rand, Perrin begins a frantic chase. The hunt becomes a dizzying flicker between worlds, as Perrin shifts from man in the real world to wolf in the dream, heartbeat by heartbeat, closing the distance. The chase culminates in a moment where realities converge, and as Perrin's hammer descends, Young Bull's fangs simultaneously find Slayer's throat. The worlds crash together, and Perrin stands in the valley over Slayer's crushed body. Finding himself surrounded by Ale, who had followed his ferocious charge, Perrin learns that the battle is effectively lost, with command broken and forces in disarray. Undeterred, he uses his mastery of the wolf dream to transport himself and the Ale to the path leading up to Rand's location, forming a desperate last line of defense against the onrushing Darkhounds. Just as all seems lost, the distant sound of the Horn of Valera pierces the din of battle. In a stunning turn, the horn calls not only human heroes, but also the spirits of all the wolves who have fallen. A spectral pack of enormous glowing wolves materializes on the field to meet the Darkhounds, and Perrin, as Young Bull, leads them in the last hunt. Matt Cawthon arrives to find Perrin in the midst of this supernatural battle, and after a grim exchange about Fael's fate and a warning about the presence of Fain, their reunion is cut brutally short when a tendril of Mashadar's mist spears Matt through the chest from behind. The chapter ends with a brief glimpse of Aviendha, paralyzed and helpless on the slopes, trapped by one of Grandal's weaves. Chapter 47. She fought it off, but barely. The chapter presents a rapid and intense succession of climactic resolutions for several key characters. It begins with the forsaken Grandal, wounded and bleeding, confronting an equally weakened Aviendha on a rocky ledge overlooking the raging battle. Aviendha, recognizing she cannot survive a direct magical duel in her state, turns to a desperate and highly dangerous Aiel technique. She begins to mentally unravel the threads of the very gateway she created, an act known to have wildly unpredictable and often fatal consequences, from a quiet fizzle to a devastating explosion. Her goal is not survival, but a worthy death that takes one of the Forsaken with her. As Grandal prepares to enslave her mind with a weave of compulsion, Aviendha rips the final threads of the gateway apart, triggering a massive detonation of light and heat. This explosion catches the attention of the creature known as Shaisam, or Padan Fane, who is moving through his deadly silvery mist on the battlefield below. As he investigates, he comes across a body he finds strangely familiar. The corpse is a ruse. Matrium Cawthon springs to life, grabbing Shaisam by the throat. Matt explains with grim satisfaction that having survived Fane's corrupting influence once before has rendered him immune. He declares their long and painful debt paid in full as he drives the cursed ruby-hilted dagger into Shaisam's heart. The act destroys both the twisted man Padan Fane and the ancient evil of Mordath that inhabited him, causing them to die together as the mist dissipates. Meanwhile, Perrin Ibarra shifts into the wolf dream to locate the wounded warrior Gaul, who has been faithfully guarding the entrance to the Pit of Doom. After finding the exhausted Aiel and transporting him back to the safety of the waking world, Perrin is torn by a terrible internal conflict. His heart screams for him to find his wife, Fail, but his sense of duty tells him that Rand is now alone and unguarded in the dream. In an act of profound self-sacrifice, he chooses his duty to his friend and the world over his personal desires, returning one last time to the wolf dream to stand guard. The chapter culminates within the Pit of Doom. Moradin seizes the sword Kalandor, and to his astonishment, discovers it can function as a sangreal for the true power, intending to use it to bring about a final shared oblivion with Rand. This, however, is revealed to be Rand al'Thor's ultimate, desperate strategy. Kalandor's infamous flaw, which allows female channelers to control the male wielder, is the key. Nynaeve and Moiraine spring the trap, seizing control of Moradin through the sword. They force a link, creating an unprecedented conduit that channels three powers at once: saidar from the women, saidin from Rand, and the true power from a helpless Moradin. Wielding this impossible combination of forces, Rand reaches through the bore and seizes the Dark One's very essence, using the Dark One's own power as a weapon to finally defeat him in a brilliant lance of pure light. The scene ends with a brief glimpse of Elaine surveying the field of a hard-won victory. Chapter 48. So many dead. The narrative opens upon a scene of absolute carnage across Merrilor, where the bodies of hundreds of thousands of combatants, both human and Trolloc, are piled in grotesque monuments to the battle. The rivers are described as slaughterhouses, and the bogs have become mass graves choked with corpses. From her saddle, a numbed Elaine witnesses the catastrophic collapse of the entire plateau, known as the Heights, an earth-shattering event that buries countless dead. Her exhausted stupor is broken by an immense and sudden sensation of power emanating from Rand. This feeling, described as one of supreme strength and beautiful control, redirects her focus entirely. Her attention is drawn northward as a column of light, impossibly bright, erupts into the sky, signaling that the final confrontation has reached its climax. This same event is witnessed from multiple perspectives. At the very source, Tom stumbles back from the entrance to the Pit of Doom on Shaiol Ghul, shielding his eyes from a light as radiant as the sun itself, which melts the mountain's peak as it projects a beam into the heavens. Miles away, Min is tending to the wounded when she feels Rand's agonized determination and sees the distant lance of light illuminate the entire field of Merrilor, powerful enough to burn away the oppressive clouds. For Aviendha, the light is a source of profound warmth and hope, pulling her back from a state of despair with the certain knowledge that Rand is prevailing. Her personal situation takes a bizarre turn when the Forsaken Graendal, caught in the backlash of an unraveling gateway that warped her own weave of compulsion, falls to her knees and begins to worship Aviendha as a glorious being she must serve. Meanwhile, Loghain experiences a transformative character arc. After rescuing a toddler from the ruins and returning the child to his weeping mother, Loghain briefly despairs, believing the collapse of the Heights has cost him his coveted prize and that he was a fool to save people who would only hate him. This cynical belief is shattered when he witnesses the common people and his own Ashaman looking upon him and his followers, not with fear, but with overwhelming awe and gratitude. An elderly man praises him, and a young mother refers to the ability to channel as a talent, not a curse, promising to have her son tested for the Black Tower. This profound shift in public perception, coupled with the awe-inspiring sight of Rand's power in the northern sky, solidifies a new purpose within him. At Gabriel's urging, Logan embraces his destiny as the seal breaker, taking out the 3 remaining seals on the Dark One's prison and snapping the once unbreakable objects one by one. The chapter concludes with a final, ominous scene in the Wolf Dream, where Perrin stands in a desolate, lifeless wasteland as reality itself begins to fray, with the very ground beneath him crumbling and being pulled into an empty, black sky. Chapter 49, To See the Answer, commences with Perrin Aybara moving through the Wolf Dream, where the very fabric of reality is being consumed. The world is physically shrinking as Shayol Ghul and Dragonmount are pulled toward one another across a shattered landscape. Perrin enters the tunnel leading to the Pit of Doom, passing a barrier he had previously created. Inside, he finds Lanfear, who expresses annoyance at his dream spike but acknowledges its effectiveness. She informs him that a truly momentous event is unfolding, perhaps the most significant since the boar was first created. They proceed to the end of the tunnel and witness a surprising scene. Rand stands with Moiraine and Nynaeve, while the Forsaken he had been fighting kneels before them, holding the sword Callandor. Lanfear, seeing her opportunity, reveals her treacherous plan. She instructs Perrin that they must strike simultaneously to kill the 2 women, Moiraine and Nynaeve, so she can seize control of the link to Rand and save the Dark One, thereby earning a supreme reward. She uses compulsion on Perrin, twisting his thoughts and emotions to make him believe killing Moiraine is a just revenge for his family's fate. Despite the powerful mental control forcing his hands to rise, a deep part of Perrin recognizes the profound wrongness of the act. As Lanfear begins her countdown to strike, Perrin fights back against the compulsion. He focuses his entire being on the one pure truth he holds, his love for his wife, Fail. In the Wolf Dream, where belief becomes reality, this pure emotion allows him to shatter Lanfear's influence. Before she can act, he grabs her and snaps her neck. Perrin is horrified by his own actions and feels a sickening, lingering love for her, a remnant of the compulsion, even as he mourns the necessity of carrying this dark burden for his friend, Rand. Meanwhile, as the seals finally crumble, Rand holds the fully released Dark One. He perceives the entity not as a cosmic power, but as a pitiful, squirming thing built on lies. He understands that the Dark One cannot grant oblivion, only endless torment. Just as he is about to squeeze the life from it, Rand has a final, crucial epiphany. He realizes that the vision of a world without the Dark One is a world without choice, a form of tyranny no better than what the Shadow offers. Realizing the Dark One was never the true enemy, Rand grasps the ultimate nature of the conflict. With this clarity, he thrusts the entity into its prison, then channels Saidin, Saidar, and the true power through Moradin to weave a new, majestic pattern. He forges the boar anew, sealing it perfectly as a blinding, holy light consumes the mountain. In the epilogue, a disoriented Rand al'Thor emerges from the darkness of Shayol Ghul, vision blurred and body failing. He carries Moradin's inert form, and just as he reaches the air, the tunnel collapses behind him. The weight proves too much, and he falls. Through the haze, he sees an ale woman whispering encouragement. In this last moment of consciousness, Rand realizes that the ability to choose is the essence of humanity. Without it, one is just a puppet. Then, unconsciousness claims him. The perspective shifts to Mat Cauthon on the battlefield, where Mashadar's foul mists finally burn away in the sun. He greets it with his typical wit before looking upon the remains of Padan Fain, whose corrupted flesh melts as the Shadar Logoth dagger's darkness consumes him. Mat briefly considers the ruby-hilted weapon, but rejects the temptation as a fool's gamble. Turning his back on the horror, he retrieves his hat and walks away whistling, the chaotic dice in his head having finally fallen silent. Elsewhere, a weary Perrin Aybara enters the camp at the foot of Shaol Ghul, the weight of his smith's hammer immense. Moving through celebration and sorrow, he feels the farewells of his wolf pack as their spiritual link fades. A profound emptiness now exists where his Tavaran connection to Rand once pulled. He enters a tent to find Rand dying on a pallet, attended by a distraught Nynaeve, a helpless Dama Flynn, and a comforting Moiraine. Perrin learns Rand cannot be healed and that Egwene is also dead. He offers what comfort he can to a shattered Nynaeve, who weeps for the friends she swore to protect. In the tent also lies Moradin's body, equally beyond saving. The Ogier, loyal, attempts to chronicle the last battle, but his search for Mat and Perrin's stories is fruitless. Instead, he observes the immediate aftermath, witnessing Aes Sedai pressure the noble general Iturralde to accept the crown of a leaderless Arad Doman. He also notes the strange composure of Min, Elaine, and Avienda, whose lack of outward grief for the dying Rand puzzles everyone. Meanwhile, Mat Cawthon makes a grand entrance at the Shonshan camp with a fireworks display, where he finds Empress Tuon and learns she is pregnant with his heir. Their exchange is a mix of playful threats and genuine affection, with Mat grinning at her vow that, with an heir secured, she is now free to kill him. Perrin's story climaxes as he collapses in despair among the dead, finally weeping for his wife, Faile. His grief transports him to the wolf dream, where he is tormented by his choices until a vision of a tiny falcon with a broken leg snaps him back to reality. Guided by a faint scent, he frantically digs through corpses to find Faile, barely breathing but alive. He instantly uses the wolf dream to get her to Nynaeve for healing, his falcon saved. In a brief, ironic turn, the Forsaken Mogadian believes she is free to rule, only for her moment of triumph to be cut short when a Sionchan Suldam snaps an Ardam around her neck, condemning her once more to servitude. A poignant farewell occurs between Birgitta Silverbow and Elaine. Birgitta reveals she had Olva hide the horn of Valera to prevent its use as a political weapon. Her time as a hero is over. She feels herself being pulled toward rebirth, hoping to find her love, Gaidal Cain, in a new life. The story culminates at a funeral pyre, where Rand's father, Tam, lights the pyre for the man believed to be his son. As the flames rise, Min, Elaine, and Avienda stand composed, knowing the world must believe Rand al'Thor is gone. But in a quiet tent, Rand awakens whole and uninjured in Moradin's body, his own lost hand restored. He finds clothes and coin left by Olivia, fulfilling her prophecy. As he slips away, he is seen by Cadsuan, who recognizes him but says nothing, before she herself is informed she will be the next Amerlin's seat. Riding south, Rand instinctively reaches for the one power and finds nothing. Relieved, he takes out a pipe and simply by thinking it, lights it. Smoke curls from the bowl, a sign of a new power over the world. He looks back to see Min, Elaine, and Avienda watching him from afar. He smiles, filled with love, and rides into the fourth age, finally free. The book closes with its refrain. This was an ending, but there are no true endings to the turning of the wheel of time.